Did you get what you wanted? Did you get what you wanted? Yeah. This is what you wanted, huh? He won. I hope you got exactly what you wanted. I hope you got and you know what, for all of the black people who were quote unquote mad at the Democratic Party because they wouldn't give you reparations or they wouldn't promise you a black focused vote or whatever it is. I hope you get Trump, who's not going to promise you anything. He's going to take you back to slavery. I hope he calls you monkey. I hope he calls you jigaboo and a spook. I hope he calls you monkey twice. I hope buck breaking comes back. I hope they call all the black women mammies. I hope all of that happens so you can see what you asked for. I hope that all the Mexicans who were afraid of illegal immigrants just as much as the other people were. I hope those people get sent back to their country. Yeah. I hope all of the Hispanics in Miami-Dade who were just afraid of communism because they came from a country that was just ravaged by it. I hope that they get shown what it looks like to really be ravaged. I hope they get sent back on boats. I hope they have to swim back. I hope their back has to be wet all over again.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hey, hello. Daisy, how you doing? Hey, Vicky. Welcome, gentlemen. Scarebro, welcome aboard.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We have another token American, finally.
Yes, another token American. Because Tem's missing in action still. Based on the counts, I think you all
who did he vote for?
We're talking about first. Who did he vote for? He voted
yeah,
for
that might explain. Okay, then so he didn't join the whatever amount of people.
Oh no, he's been MIA for
months
Okay. Been MIA for a while.
Yeah.
When it gets cold, he'll be back.
He's still alive. He's on Twitter. I see him.
I see him.
Love you, Tim.
Let's watch this wonderful video from Third World Aristocrat.
Lady Rackets
before we get started
is the love of my life, who I promise myself to. People can say whatever they want. We are monogamous. We are our first. We are our last, and we are our best.
When did Nick stop wearing glasses?
I didn't know he ever wore them.
Yeah, I don't think he ever. I've never seen him wear them.
I've never seen him on stream wear them.
All of his college era pictures.
Like,
probably got laser.
Photo in the background.
I think he mentioned at one point getting LASIK.
They're both wearing glasses.
Yeah, I think they got LASIK at one point. Maybe I could be wrong.
Come up with whatever story you want.
Probably.
All of the ones where he basically had no face.
Y'all, I am monogamous AF. If you ever see any video or picture of me with anyone, much less another
look at that healthy boy.
Yeah, the healthy boy.
Woman, it's absolutely
such
fake.
an angelic
nerd.
But
wait, so the girlfriend you spoke of earlier was not April?
The persona music.
Love it.
She's my girlfriend at the time. We're broken up now. It sucks, man. I love her. She's cool.
Wow.
I feel like April all the time. I'd come on again.
So the tweet from April says, "Why so serious as Nick's dick is on my thought?" This is the stuff we covered last week. God.
Are you still ramming April's Hot Pocket?
No, God, I wish. It's awesome.
What?
April, can I muscle you though? Like, is that okay?
Jesus Christ. This is a good question. Does April come?
Of course she does. When I talk to April, shockingly, I don't really want to talk to her about her Aaron origin story. I want to talk to her about cool stuff.
Like her vagina.
Do you think she'll?
Yeah, exactly. That thing's awesome.
What is cheating is then exploiting that for gratification that should come from your spouse. That's the infidelity. It's when you don't say no. That's the transgression.
At the end of the day, it's always us.
It's not anybody else. But people try to make it more than us. They do, being monogamous with lady rackets. And people have tried to make that into something it isn't, and I don't know what to tell them. I am monogamous with Lady Rackets. She's monogamous with me. We're our only people. We have been for 19 years. We were virgins when we met. It's just us.
I'm like, hey, you're my friend. I just want you to know this thing isn't true. By the way, my wife and I are monogamous and have been for our entire marriage. We were virgins when we met, and we are only people we've ever had sex with. I know that there's these like weird rumors about us. I just want you to know as my friend, because there's this weird shit going on. I've been married for...
Like, try and appreciate the absolute fucking gall to...
Yeah.
Like, he knows he's fucking flat out like, he must have been a really good lawyer.
Oh, yeah. Well, he would be if he actually did lawyering.
Well, that's the thing that always got me about it is monogamous. Yes, married to one person, not monoamorous. That's not the same thing.
No, monogamy means you fucking like you have one wife and that's the person you lay with.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though. To him, it's I'm married to one person. He's
true. Like, well, technically, you think he's
the definition of
technicality.
The definition of monogamy is having sexual relation with only one partner at a time.
Yeah.
So technically, there wasn't a threesome. So
as long as there's no
technically
threesomes
that
involved,
was monogamy
it's fine.
or some fucking lawyering bullshit. Like he could. Wouldn't surprise me if he came up with that as a fucking excuse. Well, technically, I was monogamous.
Technically, he's not a Mormon. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Fawn, how you doing? Divinities have been doing vids blowing up his ideas on religion. Yeah. Shout out to Div if you're out there.
Oh, how's his preaching
have 5 kids
on Locals coming? Remember he was
I
going to
don't
start
know.
that
I
ministry
haven't
thing?
seen it. Someone screenshot, but I know one of you guys posted the link to Rumble. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not going through that. No way. Today's chat, the gang discovers rhetoric. Yeah. God damn it.
kids. So I very much I'm pro monogamy, and I think it weirds me out to see like these pushes for alternative sort of relationships.
Hi. Can you tell us whether or not Aaron does in fact know what your cum tastes like?
Yes, he does.
Yeah! I knew it! Yes. No! Would you say that Aaron has sampled...
Like, I'm sorry, these people are disgusting. Like, just...
It's gross.
Just, yeah, they're gross. Like, they're fucking gross. Like, and Nick...
Well, you can't even trust it.
Like,
Nick's answer to that is correct either.
Well, they're using each other. They're using Nick for content, and Nick thinks he's going to eventually get Aaron to do something stupid.
Yeah. I feel like Aaron's...
Well, Aaron doesn't need help doing something stupid.
Yeah, he's perfectly capable of doing stupid stuff himself, but I feel like he understands the rules of the internet. And, you know, the rules of if you... Like, his whole... Like, yeah, look, I can't talk about that. If you send me a super chat, sorry, I'm not going to read it. Like, yeah.
Well, he can't be goated. He's got, like, feedback coming across the board between X and... if he reads Nick's thread or his own thread, everyone's basically saying, yeah, Nick's trying to get him to react.
Yeah.
So he's not going to react.
Carl from WATP is just as pathetic as Aaron. Which one's Carl? The guy with the glasses and the Hitler haircut?
I'm guessing so. It's
Yeah.
got WATP
in the background, yeah. Like, I know none of these people. Like, none. Like, other than Melton. That's I have no idea who the fuck these people are. But they're all Muppets.
I'm just
that doesn't narrow
surprised
it down, Preacher. They're all Muppets.
Yeah, I'm just surprised there's actually A-logs for Aaron, considering Aaron's so small.
Yeah. Like, that's the surprising thing. Am I going to end up with a fucking A-log? Like, just one, because there has to be a one, like...
Well, he
like
got
as a ratio of viewers to A-logs.
Well, he got his from the Dabble
we had
verse.
Cynthia for a bit.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, from when he was doing the stuff with on the actual radio. He's got his A-logs from there.
I guess that
And when
makes
he was
sense, yeah.
Followed him over
when
to YouTube.
and the Dabbleverse, because he was trying to weasel his way into the Anthony Cumia stuff, because apparently Cumia was crappy with money, and he basically employed a bunch of people who were his friends to sit around and collect paychecks and barely do anything.
Yeah, because that's the connection to Gino, because Gino was on Cumia's network.
But he didn't work that way up it, but he ended up grabbing a bunch of A-logs from it. So, yeah, that's as my understanding. But they are incredible.
Somehow I don't think that's all.
They will anything that happens, they immediately come in and say, "By the way, Aaron did this," and it's not even relevant to the conversation. It's just Aaron
it's like
was
from
mentioned.
6 years ago.
Yeah,
Like,
Aaron
okay.
was mentioned. Yeah, they're talking about Aaron, and it's like, did you hear that Aaron headbutted his ex-wife? I'm like, yeah, that'd be the 50th time I've heard that.
Costi gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, man. Eric says Cumia hates confrontation. That's how that got bloated. So he just hates firing people.
Well, he brought in Gavin McGinnis to start
yeah.
being his hatchet man, and that's where a lot of them got cut, and they got the option of either walking or taking severely reduced pay, and that's why Gino was hoping to get money from Aaron for something, and then that's how their relationship soured initially with the revenge port stuff, and I'm guessing siding with Nick didn't earn them anything either, so now they flipped the other way again.
Well, no, from my understanding,
really are,
it's they're trying to keep out of the whole thing, and the only person that either of them are friends with is April. Like,
yeah.
They're just like, I'm going to keep both of you, like as a couple, they're like, we're going to keep both of you at arm's length, and our only concern is April's safety.
Yeah.
Well, I think that ship has sailed.
I don't know. I know of the one story, but let me just say that from the story, I can tell you very clearly, it wasn't a fucking accident.
The fact that Aaron sampled Nick's comment, it wasn't an accident, is the bombshell.
I don't know why he would do that.
I guess
he sounds drunk as fuck, man. Like, just absolutely fucking trashed. Like,
just hold your liquor
but he's not had a
better.
drink since July or June.
Yes, if we were to believe him.
that needs to be said, but other people's fantasies about us are their own fantasies. My wife and I are happily monogamous.
If you don't get it, if you don't understand how relationships work, if you don't understand what a man's promises to the person he cares about means, and if you don't understand what a woman's promises to the person she cares about means, that's on you. It's not on me.
Nick Rekieta started his career as a humble family man that grew into wild success with an audience of 100,000 plus, making buku bucks. You stood at the precipice of success and you threw it away. For what? Momentary pleasure. But again, I'll ask you, was it worth it?
I would hope the answer is absolutely not. It was not worth it. So yeah. Also, I want to call out Tim for his weebery in knowing recognizing the fucking music.
Oh yeah, that's from episode 53 of the 3rd season.
No, it's from a video game.
It's from Persona 5. It's a weird
It is.
game.
It's actually not. No, I won't say.
Persona 5. Yeah.
No. It is. It's just not. It's a remix of a song from Persona 5.
Well,
Yeah. But it's an official remix. So I have the soundtrack.
Yeah, Third World
therefore I know
Aristocrat
it.
does good. He's past 1,000 subs. That's good.
Very nice.
Nice.
To be fair, Third World Aristocrat put that link in. Yeah.
Parker says worth it for us, Jim. Yes.
Yeah.
Better work than I've ever done. I'll say that much.
Better work than I've ever done. So, yes. So, let's go through it, shall we? Yes, Ricardo says, wow. So this is in response to Nick tweeting, quote tweeting Andy Warski's saying he is a 1 year sober. Nick quote tweeting and saying, I hope you die from it. Apparently that violated X's rules.
Oh,
Lord.
Yeah.
Well,
so you can't wish death on people.
No,
I guess Mr. Lawyer couldn't argue his way out of it.
No, well, I'll take credit for that then.
Why did you report it or something?
I fucking damn well did.
Oh, you
because I did it, and the
Don't
reason I did it
fucking-
is because the reason I did it is because people have reported me for saying some similar things in other conversations. So I can't say that shit.
An
Neither
eye
can
for
you.
an eye makes the whole world blind.
And I know I
Tim.
shouldn't
I
touch
thought
the
you were a
cows.
libertarian.
Yeah, Tim, why you...
Again, if
Well,
I
if
can't
you-
do it,
Why?
If you grab the link and put it into
if I can't do
Discord
it on the platform, nobody else gets to do it. So
and VX
shit.
Twitter it might come up as
It
be
might
able
be
to
an
see the
archive
actual
of it.
link.
It's fine. It literally says, "I hope you die from it." So
Yeah, it's quite literal. And I've said
to which
other
Nate,
things,
to which Nate
but-
quote tweeted and said, "Wow, just wow."
Yeah.
No, he's probably particularly upset with them because, as Andy and PPP like to call it, they like to gild the lily, and they do go over the top with their interpretations of what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, exactly.
And they
That
have
is Andy. That is Andy's favorite phrase at this point. Like I've heard him say "gild the lily" so many times.
I'm just
I've started
saying,
using
I
it
get
again.
But that's what they do. They go
We
way
all know
over
I
the
can't
top,
see it, Dusty.
and their
So-
audience is freaking huge. So
Oh,
they're getting
yeah, they're fucking killing it. Like I'm happy for fucking Warski and PPP to have found each other. Like,
Well, it seems like they've picked up the internet bloodsport crowd.
yes,
Yep.
they have.
they're the spiritual successors. So
Yep.
without all the spurging.
Yeah, and Andy
but
does
yes.
better.
challenge everyone to a fight.
Ricardo Law says, "Wow is right, Nate. It's amazing when you think someone is a friend and they publicly proclaim their jealousy of your money, then spread lies about you at the same time. Kind of a shit move, dog."
That is a major misinterpretation.
Yes. I think he quote tweeted him. Oh, yes, he did. All these fucking quote tweets just make it hard to fucking find stuff. I think it's either a bad joke or a lack of judgment. I didn't lie about you, nor am I jealous of your success. That must be the coke talking. Focus, felony, drug trial, then Twitter, in that order. To which Ricardo responds, "You created the lie and the jealousy, Nate, not me. I haven't seen coke since May." Don't fucking say that.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not the coke talking. Nice try, though.
Mind you, the day before on Melton's stream, he said he didn't see whatever safe that everyone says they were talking about.
Well,
Tam says, "I'm jealous of Nick's money." Bro, where are you, man? Are you trapped somewhere that you only have access to YouTube?
To be fair,
peace to you.
I believe what he was saying was that he doesn't know which safe they were talking about, not what safe that they found it in.
Oh,
Like, because he's got 5 safes and they opened them all, and they weren't precise as to which safe it was in. I think is what he was saying.
Yeah.
But,
See,
But they're
I
gonna
thought
use
they
that-
actually said it.
that's what I took from what Nick was saying. So I'm not trying to nose guard or anything, but that's what I took from what he was saying was that
You know,
they
that's
didn't
what
actually
I
mention
understood.
which
But,
safe.
They're
but
still
I
gonna
thought
use
that was
against
just
the
a
trial.
I thought that was just incorrect. I thought they actually said in the search warrant, like in the actual executed, the
In the
the
bathroom
report
safe.
from the search warrant, like from the search, actually said which safe it was in.
Yeah, so
Like because there was a safe in the bedroom, and there's like one in the bathroom too.
For some reason.
A bathroom safe.
Tim says, "Burying my soul, boys, killing it with a hammer." Oh, sorry, man. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Nate says, he says, "Peace to you. I didn't ask you to lie about me or anything else. I also didn't ask for your advice or counsel, though you tried to publicly use it for personal gain." I don't remember that at all, but Nate says, "Rule 1, don't get high on your own supply. And the people who told me you didn't follow through with some form of appreciation after the streams have now said so publicly, so either they are lying or you are." Do we have them saying it publicly? I don't think I've seen it.
That was
think anyone
that was Sean, potentially criminal, and legal mindset, in a stream with Nate, and I think Kurt as well.
Oh yeah.
They all said that publicly, and those were the only ones. I don't know if Legal Bites said anything.
Yeah, I know people have confirmed that it
Like
actually
that Nick was
happened. Like there was an
gonna
offer.
give them all payment.
There's fucking video of him saying it on stream. That's
I
the
think his
fucking thing.
phrase was literally knock them off a piece of it or something.
Yeah, break them
based
off a
the one-
piece. Yeah,
Exactly.
I think that was exactly the turn of phrase. I'm just
So-
scrolling through illicit clips to see if I can find it.
So-
What broke up Lawtube? I think it's this one.
So let's get into this clip here, and this is from
Doing some clipception because Mindset is going to watch the clip.
Yeah, just scrub it.
And
I
we're going to
think.
watch Mindset.
my good friend, potentially criminal show. It's clipped by that dirty Alyssa clips.
Just so you guys understand, the thing that broke up the Lawtube cabal is money, 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 money.
I love that. I love that. Also, he acknowledges it was a fucking cabal because that's the appropriate word for it is cabal.
Like I remember, 'cause I got into this and this is the problem of my life. I always get into groups when they fall apart.
Yes,
same.
I'm always that guy. Like I join something, like, oh, this is great. I'm like, oh my god, it's burning down. I got it, and there was this massive DM. There was this massive Twitter DM on Law. I think I still have it from my one account that got unbanned.
Was that after I burned the house down with Legal Bites?
It was around that time anyway. Before that, you were in it too. But all these people were in it, and I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And then it turned into people are trying to schedule things out. And we were trying to. It was almost like a Luciano trying to bring a commission together. We're gonna run all the mafia together. You put a bunch of lawyers in a room. You don't tell them what to do, and it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole point. It's you should have known from the beginning you weren't going to get a bunch of lawyers to agree on a money split. That's how firms break up. But yeah, this was going down obviously after Depp, right? And this was August, September, October.
Well, no, it already Depp it. Well, once the whole Larry thing happened,
the Larry thing happened, and then there was also the wedding, and then there was
but Larry at Depp, that was
broke up. The Lawtube cabal is money, 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 money. And now thinking back,
the attempt to basically unionize it, and I was like, oh boy.
No, you know what? I think people.
Yeah, let's not forget fucking what's his name? Joe was trying to fucking have a schedule, and Bites was trying to have a oh, you take this day and you take that day. It's what the fuck are you doing? Just do your own thing. Goddamn.
People didn't realize. So when Nick was doing Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp and all these other things, having 10 lawyers come onto a stream and talk about the case is so valuable. So valuable because don't forget that's what blew up.
And I didn't see any of it.
Yeah. And I'm thinking if you're making, some of these guys are making $20,000-$30,000 a day, and you don't think about giving it to any of your, just at least saying, hey, you know what? I know you're helping me. You're coming to my channel every day, helping me get these views and subs. It's not me. Just break off a little something, or even a gift or something. But none of those people did that. And matter of fact, I think Nick even promised a couple of people to actually break them off a piece, and never broke them off a piece. So just to let everybody know, it was the thing that broke. The reason why
that's some hot goss I never heard.
Oh yeah. No, there's I don't know if he wants. Well, there's two people. I don't know if they want me to say their names, but they say they were promised by Nick a piece of some of the action, and then it disappeared, and they never got it. So, and that was the reason. That's kind of what broke everything up. So, and then I remember we were all arguing over who, because then it was the next trial. So it was who would be the solo person to do the next trial.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Well, that part of that part
part got really confrontational.
We're gonna organize this, and we're gonna have that's. You put a bunch of lawyers in a room, all they're going to do is start fighting, and that actually was a good thing, I think.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of hurt feelings during the whole Johnny Depp thing.
Ham-based.
Yes, there were.
Yeah, he really does need to cut down on the salt. That man is very red.
Yeah,
but this doesn't have the bit in it. I saw a clip the other day that actually I remember seeing it live, because it was during Rittenhouse. And Nick was made the Nissan Sentra, yada yada. and you know, people who help me are like, well, I'll do like break you off a piece or do something for you. It's like,
Yeah, he paid them in clout.
yeah, you got paid in clout. Exposure. They got paid in exposure.
Yeah.
But Nick says, everyone who was on those streams got a ton of subs or money if they were on social media. The people who weren't, I reached out to personally. Sorry for the super chats and invites to big stream. Guess it wasn't good enough. Sorry, Coke logic confuses me. Your beef seems to be with the people who claim you didn't come through. You never promised anything to me. I was grateful to be on the stream, so why are you mad at me? Oh, dude, hang on. What's this? Where in the Bible passage about Coke and three? Where's the Bible passage about Coke in 3 ways? In Proverbs, where they advise the young male aristocrats to avoid temptation.
Okay.
I'm sure there was like further back and forwards. Oh, that's right, yes. So this guy says, because of a recent stream airing out what is being said as a lie, Nick promising people compensation and never got it. Even if true, even friends don't air out dirt, period. I like you both and support you. I really wish we started seeing Nick on YouTube soon on a regular. Nate says, they have now come out and said they were promised. If it's a lie, it's between them. Nick says, it's a lie that you needlessly promoted. You didn't need to ask me about it. You didn't ask me about it despite having a direct line of communication with me. It's amazing because I don't even know who it is. This person says, Bites and Joe, according to Andrew Mindset. I don't know why everybody thinks his fucking last name is Mindset.
No, to conflict.
Andrew Mindset or Andrew Esquire. Like, no, that's his fucking name.
to distinguish from Bronco.
Yeah.
To distinguish from Bronco.
Grifty, who is a piece of shit, says, no fucking way it was the following program. Joe has said many times how grateful he is, and he does credit Nick with a huge part of his early success. And then Joe did what many others couldn't. He stood on his own, developed not just a following, but the following, not a cult type of cult. The rest of them needed Nick, and when he was struggling and couldn't give them a boost on his show, they used his story.
Sean didn't need Nick.
Dude, may I remind everybody that Joe and Joe and Kurt were fucking neck and neck in their race to 100K, and Kurt hit it, and Joe only hit it like last month. Kurt hit it last year. Oof. So Joe is not entertaining. Like, no, maybe he's entertaining for like some people, but I can't. And the idea that it isn't Joe whining about money, it 100% was Joe whining about money. Like, there is like no fucking way. That's why he jumped across the fucking legal bites.
Is it because he's a Jew?
Yes, it's because it's
like an actual practicing Jew.
It's because he's a practicing Jew. That's why.
And Tim said it right.
Joe doesn't engage chat.
Yeah.
Really? He doesn't?
Or he'll argue with them.
Yeah. Grifty looks like he belongs on an offenders registry. Oh, yeah, he'd fit right in. If you put Grifty, Melton, and Vito in the same room, they could just swap places. They could all leave by a different door, and if you're following one of them, you wouldn't know which one to follow. Anyway, Nate says, Nick is 100% correct. I should have called and addressed it with him first. I didn't think it was a big deal, but if that's what got your panties in a bunch, I offer an apology. For the record, it's still not a lie, but let's not quiver over semantics. I assume he was auto-corrected to quiver when he meant to say quibble.
I'm assuming, exactly. I'm assuming that quiver still applies given Nick's drug habit.
But of course, Megan Fox decides to weigh in, to heavily weigh
become the grammar Nazi.
Yes,
yeah, that's what I told her as well. It's like, no, quiver applies.
I was gonna say like quiver and quibble, autocorrect. If you, then I thought, no, I don't give a shit. No, I don't actually really care.
No, I was just trolling Megan.
It wasn't worth my time.
Stop guarding Nick, stupid woman.
Yes, that's right. Joe has some call-ins. That's how Mandy got doxxed. Yes.
Well, Megan.
Also,
Megan blames
you know what
farms.
I don't understand about Joe? He's been doing this for years. He hasn't gotten any better at doing it. Like the technical side. Like, bro, you do this every day. How do you keep fucking up the same things?
Well, he doesn't even change his setup, and I'm not sure if his wife won't let him have more real estate or not, but he still has this like camera pointed
his
up
karaoke
his nose.
mic, and yeah, well, he's he's got $100,000 to pay to some Israeli guy in
well, even then,
Florida.
Whatever camera he's got, he points it right up his nose.
To be fair, that's hard to avoid. Yes, that was a Jew joke. I'm allowed to make them.
Yes, 2.7% of you.
2.75% of me is allowed to make them.
The one drop rule, baby. Which means I can make nasty jokes.
I can't remember if this is. Maybe let's watch this one first rather than jumping into the. Actually, no, we'll do this. Actually, no, we'll watch the stream. We'll watch the fucking 9 minutes. Chat, I apologize. Like, just in advance, I apologize for making you suffer through this insufferable fucking voice.
I don't even think Pulp Criminal did this to his audience.
And going on with our dear friend.
Sorry, I should probably set the stage. This is Keanu Thompson. I believe she's like engaged to Gino Bisconti.
No, they got married, I think, at this point.
Are they married? Okay.
Yeah, she just didn't change her name, at least publicly.
Well, that's what that is.
Well, no, they were talking about both Aaron and April going to their wedding a couple months ago.
Okay.
I can't remember.
So they are married. Okay. Anyway, so this is Gino Bisconti's wife.
In the future, going to their wedding.
In the future. Okay. So this is Gino Bisconti's wife to be, fiancé. Gino Bisconti is friends with April and Aaron Imholt.
Mm-hmm.
Gino is also the person who received the alleged revenge pornography of Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
So they're stage set. Keanu is also friends with April.
Yeah.
Toe. I have been in contact with April, dearest April, his ex-wife, quite a lot. And I'm not going to ever tell you exactly what she has said. But
also, she's an OnlyFans hoe, and I don't understand why.
They all are. Her, Zia Thompson, they're all on OnlyFans. Because they're friends. It's because they're friends. They're friends with Chrissy, right? And Chrissy is openly friends with porn stars and does a whole lot. By the way,
Keanu the wet spot has. Yeah,
and Keanu used to host a sex podcast, talking about sex and sexuality and all that. So she's not a trad wife. Never has been.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to talk to her. But the gentleman and his wife that she is living next door to, Nick has lost his fucking mind as if it weren't already fucking lost. And all he's going to do is drag her down with him. And it's a very difficult thing to say to somebody that's in love with somebody, right? I told her, we've been talking on the phone at length. And I said, I'm not saying this man can't get his shit together. But does he?
No, this man can't get his shit together. He really can't.
Do you think he has his shit together? Also, you're living in the house that is for sale on his property. And he is now calling him publicly his girlfriend, even though he has a wife whom we haven't heard from. No idea. Again, I say I spoke with April. She didn't have internet for 8 months. Okay. She said, I finally got internet. I said, what did you do before that, April? She was like, I would just watch TV on my phone and wait for Nick to text me. Emotional and sort of like bizarro abuse where I want you to be my side piece and live in my, I don't know, what shall we call it, a guest house. And also do all of your court things from my studio where everyone knows that you're there. Everybody online knows. And that's the only time he lets you come over, unless Kayla's out of the house. And then he's like, yeah, pop on by. That, no bueno. No bueno. The thing that she told me was so annoying to me that he blamed her for. He said, do you know when somebody says it's not your fault, but it means it's your fault?
Yeah. That's how but works. Everything before the but is disregarded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The thing that says, how do you watch TV on your phone with no internet? I presume she meant they had no like internet to the house.
Well, if the house is got no one in it, why would
Yeah,
you
that's
pay for
right. Why would you have internet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably no
Told me
broadband.
that he blamed her for was so heinous and so repulsive to me, and she was crying her eyes out and so fucking. This is not a good man. Does this seem like a sober person to you, or does this seem like a clean home to you? I just would like you all to see. So, does this look like a very clean countertop?
Yeah, this is like, what the fuck?
Disgusting.
Did you see his excuse for the cabinet?
Oh,
yes.
Oh, my plumber died or had cancer or something.
Like, yeah, someone had cancer and fucking like they
guy
said they
who
were going to
replaced
fix it and they died.
I didn't want to replace it because it'd be a reminder of him.
Like, God,
that's the most drunken text or tweet I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
This guy is
Every
retarded.
time-
This guy is retarded.
Every time I look at the chemical cupboard, I'm reminded of him going through chemo.
Every time I see the Drano, I'm tempted.
He had bleach under his counter. I heard that's dangerous for children.
Yes, that's dangerous for children.
Yeah, if it's not secured.
To you, and I understand you have 5 children, but does this seem like a sober person to you?
I have dishes behind me in my kitchen. No! Oh my.
Yeah, the same dishes you had in the
Dishes?
kitchen when you did the other cooking stream.
I don't have a child, okay? Let alone.
Like, I don't understand. Are all those cupboards just for show?
Maybe they're packed full of crap, and he has to store his shit on the counter.
You don't put dirty dishes. You don't put dirty dishes in the cabinets. You know.
But doesn't he have a dishwasher?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
like a
100%
mechanical
sure
one?
that house has a fucking dishwasher.
It does. But it's on benzos
And its
and
name's
watching
Kyle.
Star Trek.
We made the same joke. That's funny.
Yeah, buddy.
Own 5 of them. And I don't have a sister wife or like a woman that I let live in the house next door and ignore her until she finally says, hey, fuck you. I can understand things being messy, but if I had 5 children that I lost because of my stupid, moronic shenanigans.
I would very much hope that the kids aren't at home. Like,
One of the daughters
if this is the way the house is.
One of the kids was there when he was doing one of the cooking streams. One of the kids was in the background.
So was Grandpa.
I thought there was Kayla in the background.
No, Kayla
she was there. Yeah, Kayla and I think his dad or her dad, and one of the kids was there.
Not her dad. It was
okay.
He even said his mom and his dad were visiting. His dad was, I think, heard in the background, and the child that was seen was apparently the 6-year-old, but just the top of his or her head, so that was okay. By Nick.
Yeah.
Now, this particular stream, he decided to fire up at 2 a.m. his time. Like, he apparently just woke up and decided he was going to make chicken stock. That's stable behavior.
And stream it?
Well, he's done cooking streams before, but
I could understand him waking up and making something because he's hungry.
not at 2 a.m. Yeah,
But those cooking streams
I
are
could
after the regular streams.
I could understand
Yeah,
that.
I woke up at
But
about
him-
2 a.m. last night, or this morning rather, and was hungry. So I went and had some twisties. I didn't fire up the fucking grill.
Yeah, and Kayla woke up as well because I think he woke her up with all his stuff and she fed the dog at 2 a.m., which sounds fantastic as well. But again, and that's the thing though, his cooking streams, he'd announce at the end of his shows, which he normally did by 1 a.m. by midnight, if not 11, depending on, because he doesn't announce his streams either. So unannounced, just decides to start streaming at 2 a.m. his time.
Sarah Brown says, this is why Kayla will never leave. How could she take 5 kids and leave? Go where? Move 5 kids? She can't even do the dishes. This is a good point.
Well,
yeah.
And my assumption is the kids aren't there. The kids come over and visit. Which means they even have an even lower load. Like,
yeah.
Dude, you've got money. Hire someone. For the love of God.
That's what he used to do.
Find a Mexican before Trump deports them and get them to clean your kitchen. Fucking drive past Home Depot.
I don't think he can afford it, actually. Otherwise, the house wouldn't be up for sale.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, my theory with that is that the house that's up for sale is actually his, and the house that they're in is part of the trust that he can't access the money for.
And I think the whole point of selling the house, like the house that he owns, is because he'll have to pay a settlement to Monograph. Yeah. Plus, he's also got to pay Rendaza.
Yeah,
for all the fucking appeals
for Rendaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, for his
like Rendaza's easy 100 grand so far, maybe 120.
I mean, he's still got the CPS lawyers for both him and Kayla. They have separate lawyers for that. He's got the lawyers for himself and Kayla for the criminal stuff, and then he's got Rendaza. So he's paying for like 5 lawyers.
So he went to law school for nothing.
Well,
that is correct.
With
he
guns,
has
drugs,
not paid
and
Monograph yet.
You know, he has not paid the $300 to Monty yet.
He has, however, given the equivalent amount of money to several other streamers that will, attack Aaron on his behalf.
Yes.
Children, allegedly, and you got them back, and you know that people come and check up on your house. Don't you think you'd clean up a little bit? Don't you think you'd get to drug tests on time or at all? So does this seem like a person that is getting their life together just sheerly from what you're seeing right here? You can't clean up a little bit back here?
Eric says, so all the Depp and Rittenhouse money is gone by now. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Also the Rumble money as well.
Yeah. It's just the woman with rats in her house.
Or are you so fucking high?
To be fair, isn't she in New York?
I think so.
Yeah, pretty sure Keon's in New York.
Yeah, so she gets a pass on the rats. They basically run the town. Sarah Brown says he's also got to keep up his side piece in the Baldo bunker. She's still unemployed, no internet, so she's not doing OnlyFans. Not doing OnlyFans yet.
Yet.
I wonder. No, I think the Tate arc might come before the divorce arc, Scarecrow.
The Tate arc.
Yeah,
The
where he
what?
just Andrew Tates and pimps out his wife and
God,
on OnlyFans.
Who knows with that stuff? Actually, I'm thinking more
for a month or two, they'd probably make good money because there's a lot of weirdos who'd be like,
No,
watch Kayla.
that will be the not the Tate arc. It will be the Jack Murphy arc where he's involved too, because based on a lot of what's leaked, he likes being seen.
Oh, God.
And a piece of shit,
69.
manipulative,
$69. 69 tokens.
holier than thou, piece of shit. I mean, what do you?
I think we worked it out at the time, and that 69 tokens amounted to like $1.28 or something. It was fucking basically nothing.
Oh yeah.
Do you not want your kids? Like, you're going live on whatever it is. You know this will be clipped, and this is how you leave your home. And you look like this and speak like this. If you didn't know any better, this would be the only room, and this is a trailer, and this is a person on drugs, okay? And he's supposed to be, I don't know, doing something other than this. His 5 children are upstairs. Blow me.
God. Sorry.
He looks high as fuck.
Probably is.
He does. But that honestly.
Oh,
that
but I
doesn't
get
look like
tested every week.
How? He's doing drug tests.
That doesn't look like that many dishes. Like that
So-
would barely fill a single tray in a dishwasher. So I don't know what
So-
you're
It's
bitching
just
about, 'cause-
clutter. Like they've just
Yeah,
like
it's
piled up on the
clutter,
desk.
and half the shit that's against the back wall is probably
There's
there
like
all the
5
time.
glasses there, so there's clearly kids in the house. 5 glasses. That means at least one Zoomer.
Or
Or
maybe
Nick
they
can't
left.
drink from another cup that hasn't been washed.
Nah,
And just every time it goes back, gets a brand new
nah.
cup.
Millennials and Gen Xers can reuse glasses. Zoomers are incapable. Believe
So-
me, I know. I have Zoomers,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, my brother is a Zoomer, and my
Jesus
youngest
Christ, that's
is
a
Zoomer.
generational skit.
And yes, it is.
Holy crap.
And my youngest is a Zoomer, and when she gets a drink, like when her boyfriend is over, the usage of cups just goes through the fucking roof.
Because he'll just grab
They
another and
leave,
another.
or like they go somewhere. I walk into the kitchen, and the sink is full of fucking like glasses. I'm like, what the fuck is this? There's only 2 of you here.
So there's just not empty
Too
Prime
late for you,
bottles
Tim.
everywhere.
I already hit that threshold.
No, there are no empty Prime bottles.
So, but with
Mick-
regards to the, sorry, go on.
Mick Kenny says, ahoy, fellow prude incels and haters. How was your evening? Weirdly caring about an aggressively monogamous trad dad in Minnesota.
Oh, it's going pretty well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not bad, man. Not
So
bad.
with
Anyway, sorry,
regards
Skid
to the drug stuff, theories have ranged from galaxy gas to very short-lived drugs with very short half-lives. Like,
oh
I think
yes,
MD
no, that's
is ecstasy. Ecstasy might be a thing. I don't know. I have no idea. About drugs.
Ecstasy like metabolizes pretty quick, but not that quick.
Yeah. Okay, but
Actually,
and then
gas that would totally fucking do it.
Yeah, maybe
and
he's
then-
huffing NOS bottles.
Yeah.
I'm walking
Well,
on sunshine.
It's crazy in the States. They sell these big fucking like gigantic bottles of flavored nitrous oxide, so that you can make your 5,000 liters of whipped cream.
Yeah. Or
And anyone can buy it. You don't need like a license or a...
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
no,
can-
I'm doing a party. Yeah, just
You do that with air duster too,
Oh, Jesus.
But the other one is prescription drugs too. Like the shop around for a doctor that'll go, yeah, no, you have that. Thank you for your.
Well, he's
for
got
your...
he's got a Provigil script, so
that too, but that's an upper. I don't know what he's doing for a downer.
Yeah,
So
Provigil wouldn't make him like this.
yeah, so, but again, theory is that he's basically doing it, and if he's saying he's sober, I'm assuming he's going for the definition of not touching alcohol.
Yeah.
When he says sober. So
Yep, lawyer those words.
Stubby says that stuff only gets you high for 30 seconds. It doesn't cause the kind of regardation until you've been doing it regularly for a while. Yeah.
Well, how long is a while? 6 months?
Well, you literally
this kid's back
it
for
starves
6
your brain
months?
of oxygen. So this is not whippets.
Gummies?
Yeah,
I don't know.
fair enough. I
No,
have
he-
no idea what this is then. But
he's not on it now. He woke up from whatever he was doing at 2 a.m. and decided to do something. He might be mixing.
I had government in my house earlier, so that was cool. Not
You had government
Thought it was
in your
cool to have
ass
someone in your ass.
earlier.
Oh,
Did you make it to your drug test on time this time? You just don't give a fuck. It would be sad if you're watching this thinking, Keanu, this is so mean. This is a drug addict. Well, it's what it seems like to me. Get to your drug test on time. If you wanted to keep your kids number one, you wouldn't, have this shit going on. Also, I just can't imagine what they think of you. And again, I don't know him. I think I was on one stream with him, or maybe 2 streams with him. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt for my friend April. But get your shit together, man. I mean, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for your kids. I feel bad for your wife. But I don't know any of them. And I don't really know you. I know my friend April. who now has internet and will be starting a lovely podcast, I am sure.
Oh God, fucking Christ!
Well,
Stevie
more
says,
clips.
when I was a teenager, I worked at Dairy Cooler with other teenagers. I've seen short and long term exposure to whippets. Okay. McKinney says, this is a stream where he says he was able to say goodbye forever to a government employee this week, and my theory is they stopped drug testing, and that's why he's getting high again. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I've heard other things, but I can't really say.
And the sky is the limit for her. They can't even get to a fucking drug test on time. That's the fucking thing, though, allegedly. All right, so what? Right, protect the children. They don't even.
Sarah Brown says by podcast she means OnlyFans. We all know Kiki.
Go. They don't even care enough to go. You don't want them. Get sober. You don't want your kids if this is the way that you're gonna stream.
There are times where Nick has expressed a wish to be unburdened by what has been, being his children.
God damn it.
Oh, dear.
That phrase is never going away.
No.
But yeah, I think he oscillates between wanting his kids and then when they're there, he doesn't want them. So
they're a convenient excuse.
The government was up my ass today. Fuck off. Okay. Fuck off. I've always said this. What must his, teenage child think of him? If you think that they don't know what the fuck is going on, Nick, get fucking sober, dude. Like, none of your friends are even saying that you're doing a good job. Best thing in the world to get their kids back, right? And they're upstairs while you're tweeting in their filthy home. Good job, psycho. Is this something a sober person that is worried about keeping his children and making his drug tests on time? I'm not saying that I know, but next time that happens, allegedly, don't blame somebody that lives next door to you because you got into a fight over it because with your wife. But I'm just surmising here. I did not say that. I do not know that for a fact, but maybe don't miss your drug test again.
Ag Biochemist says, Kayla made an appearance in Nick's Locals tonight. On video or just in text? So we have proof of life.
Probably on video.
Eric says the sad part is they probably don't because they don't know any better. They just see him as dad. Yeah.
Well, if you go with the idea that Nick has had the narcissism issues all his life, he's probably worked them the way he's worked Kayla for 20 years.
See, old Nick didn't seem like he had. Like, old Nick seemed a lot more down to earth.
But
he hit it better. Like,
I mean, it depends on what theories you go with. A lot of the theories lean in that he's always been like this because it's how his parents enabled him. He'd put on the mask and he'd be, what they wanted. And that it became even more important when they got control of Grandpa's money. Yeah. How else do you go from being able to raise 3 kids on a creative writing degree, working menial service level jobs like at the Wells Fargo Bank, and then get them to pay for law school, last chance to turn him into a real adult, then pay for his independent practice instead of him, putting himself under the control of a seasoned lawyer like Schneider, Montegraph's lawyer, because they actually had dealings. And he even claimed Schneider offered him a position or something, some arrangement, and that he reneged. So it really depends on how far you want to go back.
I mean,
well,
maybe
I thought, Nick, the way Nick described it from memory was that he was going to use their office as a separate entity.
Yeah,
and
that
then
sounds familiar. Like that
6
does
months
sound familiar.
later,
Yeah.
and they were like, "Oh no, we weren't serious." And Nick was like, "Well, fuck you then." That's what I remember, but that doesn't mean it's true. But that's what I remember Nick saying.
The way
what do you
I
mean? Nick never lies.
The way I understood the arrangement is, and this is probably more likely, is that they were going to kick him to cases that weren't worth their time, but it was good for something that he would as a journeyman lawyer, whatever you want to call it, would be able to build up his repertoire and get more experience with, and he probably did something that annoyed them. And I've heard,
fuck off.
Yeah. I've heard something from an alumnus of his legal alma mater, supposedly, that kind of lends a lot of credence to the idea that Nick has always been like this.
I mean, maybe.
Especially with the idea that Nick likes to do back channeling more than actually go through official channels to do stuff. And I've heard other stories that, I've heard other stories that in different areas that have lent credence to this.
I don't know. Maybe to stream yourself, like you've got to be a bit narcissistic. Like you've got to think that, like, people want to hear what I have to say. Like, yeah,
they sure
maybe,
do. If
maybe in order to be a streamer, you need to believe people want to hear what you have to say. I don't. I think you're all crazy.
I'm more in love with the craft,
but I love you
anything
all
else.
Nonetheless. I like the technical stuff more than anything. Like, that's
dude. That's why I like doing what I do. That's why I made the videos. I like playing around in a video editor for a couple hours. It was fun.
And I like the news, and I like politics, and I don't get to discuss them with people. So this is how I do it instead.
Yeah, we all
I
need
don't
an
have a
outlet.
lot. I don't have a lot of friends. Like you guys are my friends at this point. So as depressing as that. Oh, very fine.
At least we're on the same continent.
Yeah.
Remember what Daddy Jim said. There's no such thing as
thing as friends on the internet.
Yes, exactly.
No, and I understand, because if you were really my friends, you would all know my real name. So, yes, you're my therapist. You're my therapist.
Yeah, wait, your name's not Thermo?
Yeah.
Counseling group.
That's right. How else can Thermo dump his TDS to people? That's right. That's right.
Wait.
I receive the TDS from my wife, and then I have to redistribute it to you guys.
Wait, you have TDS?
No, I do not have TDS. Yeah,
You did about a year ago.
I am reasonably critical of Trump when he does stuff I don't like.
Yeah, we went through a little bit.
That translates to TDS for almost everybody.
Fair enough.
So,
who's this we, Tim?
Tim.
We all backed him. We all backed him when push came to shove, though.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
I was always backing Trump.
I know, but some of us were less than others. But we all came
Famous
around
never
by the
lies.
time
That's
of the
right.
election. So.
That's right. He does have TDS. So fuck you guys.
Your children, your 5 children, you religious.
Let's get through this insufferable
bizarro. Nothing wrong with religion, but you bizarro fuck. I mean, this is very burn it all down. I know I'm going down behavior. Missed my final drug test allegedly. Even Nick, don't message me ever again, you weirdo. Care about your kids, okay? Here's a paper towel. Here's some Windex. When you clear off your countertops.
Fucking Windex is for glass, you stupid bitch.
No, but don't you know the Greeks use Windex on everything?
At the end of the day, it's just a surface cleaner.
Glass and
but-
hard surface cleaner. Technically, she's right. Sorry.
Yeah, technically she's right.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see her doing housework.
No,
that's just
I was
me.
going to say.
So her saying any of
This
this.
is why she has rats.
Yeah.
No, we've established she's in New York. They're the owners of the property.
They come with the house.
She said final drug test. Yeah. Yeah, so that drives with and probably crabs. Yes. Yeah, so that jives with what Ag Biochemist was saying. So it may very well be that he's celebrating.
By getting high as fuck and going on.
Because I can't add to this combo. Yeah. I don't know what chemicals my cleaner uses to keep my bench clean.
Neither do I.
I'd have to ask my wife.
And wipe them down. Remove all of the hoarder shit on your countertops. And then maybe your kids will be around to cook with you.
At 2
Making
a.m.
a drug test. Just kidding. It's just a ledge. I never heard that from anyone.
Coming from across the yard to fuck.
Not across the yard. I mean, is it a pool house? I don't even think they have a pool.
I think it's across the yard, honey.
Well, at least he's letting her come over when Kayla's not out of the house now, right?
I don't think we should ever do a cooking stream again. His was epic.
God.
Oh, so she is allowed in the house.
So
when
she's
Kayla's
allowed in the house as long as Kayla's not there, yeah.
No. She said at least now she's allowed to come over when Kayla's in the house. So apparently there was a rift and now there's not a rift.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Nick says she's only come over 3 times. Only to do her
Yeah, but
trial
if she comes over and then never leaves, that's one time.
I know.
Yeah, stays for 3 weeks.
This is, I think this is a convo between Breaking Bulldog News and Aaron, I think.
No, I think that's Keanu. Oh, wait, you're right. It is Aaron, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Aaron, yeah. But yeah, so, okay. Christ. I just noticed this one, though. So this is the amount of viewers for Ricada Law is pearl clutching his precious locals content about from $1 million streams to $120 a month. Yikes.
Well, he has more local subs than the 24.
Yeah, that's right. There's way more paying subs than that.
I'm fairly certain that's our numbers right now. 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're on YouTube. He's got 24 on locals.
He's got 24 on locals.
He's had 80 doing his cooking streams. So
this is funny.
It depends on.
The transformation is almost
He's
complete.
a cuck. Got caught being a degenerate cuck. Exposed kids to degeneracy. Destroyed their marriage. I don't think he exposed his kids to degeneracy. I don't think Jack Murphy's kids were exposed to it.
I don't know. Having 5 kids
destroyed
in the
their
house,
marriage.
I never saw
you having to
evidence
force
for
them
it.
upstairs.
I think I think he's still married to that redheaded chick.
Yeah, Jack Murphy didn't have custody of his kids permanently when he was with the redheaded chick, so I don't think he exposed his kids.
Seeds from being made fun of. Well, who doesn't? Hides content behind a paywalled club. That's pretty funny. Only support left because of sunk cost fallacy. Yeah, maybe. Some of us managed to escape the idea of a sunk cost fallacy. And actually, no, I don't feel like it was a sunk cost. I stopped paying Nick when he deleted the when he purged the Discord.
Yeah,
because I stayed and paid more for the people in the Discord than I did for Nick. Like, yeah, it was fun having Nick in there every once in a while and having a chat
To maintain access to it.
But yeah.
I like the product. It was a good product, and the product changed, and I cancelled.
Yeah. So I think I even said as much on my cancellation. It was like,
yep.
I
like
stopped
you nicked the Discord, so yeah.
I stopped paying when Soder couldn't get the bot working right, and people were just getting in for free.
Yeah, no, I canceled just as X5 did the gore shit and Nick had his spurg out. So just before he actually nuked the Discord is when I canceled and left. And
well, I didn't sign back up when he brought it back.
Yeah, neither did I.
The bottle stuff had happened at that point, and I was like, well then.
Yeah, the bottle stuff was right just kind of after, but like a minute or two before, after he had the big spurg out on Twitter and locked down the Discord.
Paid Nick for the Discord. Yeah. Well, I paid for the locals.
Yeah, paid for
and
the
got
locals.
the Discord. So.
Yeah, and
I kept paying because I supported Nick. I never super chatted him. The only person I've ever super chatted is Sean.
Too. Sorry. It used to be integrated with Patreon too, and he used to do things like live chat Wednesdays, and then those didn't stopped happening, and then it became live chat whenevers, and then those stopped happening, and he just keeps promising all this stuff, and he never follows through. Right?
Yeah, just like the 5K locals gift.
Yep. Right.
Oh, but that's still coming.
Just like breaking off a piece for other Lawtubers.
Yeah. Or in May, when he got arrested at the end of May was going to be the thing where he was going to do 14 local streams and didn't even do one because he was that deep into
Yep, Tim's
stuff.
right there. 24-hour stream, still waiting.
Now, I don't blame him for that. I think he should have promised it, but when you're his age, 24-hour streams, that's asking a lot from a man in his 40s.
Yeah, but the man's knuckle, like the man's doesn't sleep, so
that's true. But
and he had enough friends to like bring on and like drag out the time. Like, dude, I agree. Sitting there yourself and streaming for 24 hours, that's hard. But if you can bring on people to help,
who've tried to do it. Yeah,
like if you can bring on people to help and keep the chat entertained and keep it
I had to
going,
do that once.
keep you fucking engaged and rolling.
Yeah, I've had to do that a couple times for other friends.
I could do it. Like
saying 42 hours. Sorry, 24 hours.
There are episodes of the pre-stream where there's not a lot in chat, and there's not like the news is pretty boring, and there's not a lot of you guys here, and it's hard, like it's exhausting.
Yep.
And then there's other times where the chat's rolling, it's funny, I'm having a time. I could keep going forever. Like I can understand the difference between like having fun, like because if you're having fun doing it, it's not a slog. So.
Well, that's true, but I was just saying physically. Now, if he could take breaks, that's fine. But if you expect anybody to be on camera for 24 hours, well, oof.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
April says, do you guys get it yet? You were too busy but making assumptions based on what you think you know to realize what you were looking at. The truth always prevails. I'm sure this will still go over your head, but I know he's coming and he won't stop.
Who's coming?
Wait, what?
Well, presumably Aaron, you know, this horrible man, and this is apparently evidence that Aaron is abusive.
Marriage involves
So
a bunch of
cats are alive
sacrifices
as
and
well.
stuff. Well, it doesn't have to.
Right.
You know.
It only involves one sacrifice. She gets out of line, she sacrifices her breath. Right?
Right.
Exactly.
Marriage involves.
What a monster.
Yeah, that's totally Nick.
What a brutal monster, mate. I make that joke all the time with my wife. Like, but I make it the
One
other
of
way.
these-
Like, she'll say, I'll be like, oh, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Like, I'll do that in public, like, just to embarrass her because it's funny. The idea that, like, good God. And April's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, pretty girl. I didn't know. I'm so sorry it took me so long to be able to say, I love you. And I'm going to protect you. This is making me cry for real.
But that seems
This
to
is
be...
hard to watch alone. I'm sick.
Did Nick post that?
No, she
100%
posted it. But when she says she's talking to herself. She's talking to her past self.
Yes.
And she's apologizing to her past self.
Pretty girl is the past April. I'm so sorry, pretty girl. I didn't know. Yes.
Ridiculous.
Oh boy.
She is a pretty girl. She's about to go through a lot, but she will be okay.
See,
well,
that
this
right
sounds
there...
ominous, but I'm hoping it's not.
Yeah, Nick. What is she about to go through, Nick? Could you elaborate, please?
The popular theory with that is if Aaron beats the revenge porn charges, and that's looking more and more likely, the next gambit will be domestic violence charges.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Absolutely.
Ooh, okay.
So.
Well, see, I don't think he could actually beat the revenge porn charges. The felony, yes, but not the misdemeanor.
Yeah, I think the misdemeanor is a slam dunk.
He literally did what is in the misdemeanor section of the revenge porn. Like, there's no
Unless Gino goes. Well, Gino's not testifying.
Well,
because Gino's not going to fucking travel all the way to Minnesota.
Well,
what's the name? Keanu is the one who the police spoke to because
they spoke to both.
Yeah, so it's not just one witness; it's both.
Yeah, but they haven't gone on they haven't been sworn in.
But the thing is Nick's continued to damage the case. Okay, first off, I am not a lawyer. I'm going to put that right out there right now.
What? Nick is false advertising.
Look, you didn't hire me for my looks. Anyway, but he's damaged the case between the Kalia texts dropping and a lot of the other stuff he's been putting on Twitter. Some of the stuff he said to Melton. Nobody likes onions. A lot of the stuff
Melton's
he said, basically, he's really damaged even the expectation of privacy thing to a certain extent. And also, Gino and Keanu, they're not going to testify, and Nick and Kayla would actually have to get up on the stand because they're the ones who accused him. Nick made a report. Kayla made a report. They both got to go up there.
April made a report too. Like April made a statement as well.
Okay.
Like they all went together.
Yeah,
all three of them.
This isn't a party versus party. This is state versus party.
But they're
So
the
even
ones
if
who
they
made. But they're the ones who made the initial report, and part of it is, again, not a lawyer. Part of it again is a certain expectation of privacy, and if you're going out there saying, "Well, I like to be naked in public places," You know, that sort of thing.
And also think about it. If it goes to trial, you have to establish every bit of evidence to be brought in, which means you have to establish the video to bring it in.
The picture.
Yep.
You also have to establish the picture to bring it in if you want to bring the picture in.
Yeah.
So, and in order to do that, you need to authenticate it, which means it needs to be, and from what we understand, doesn't feature Kayla's face. So she needs to testify that yes, that's her in the photo.
But they also have to have the photo.
And if she has to testify, also, she gets to be cross-examined. Costy with another 5 memberships. Thank you, man.
Yep. And
I don't think Sean's busted lurking in the chat. Those are going to people who I've never seen in the chat. So,
but that's the thing. He's really damaged the case down to that point. Also, on top of that, I mean, if the prosecutor's offices of both counties start talking, you know, one might say to the other, well, we think there's a case of witness intimidation going on. These allegations also may not have been brought in good faith. And the other prosecution office might think that this is just too much of a snafu to be worth their time. But, you know.
There's always a possibility they'll drop the case because it's just
too much
bullshit
drama
going on from all ends. But I don't think he'll beat it as an argument. Like if he gets up and lawyers argue it, he won't beat it. But if
look, I think he loses. I think he loses on the misdemeanor, straight up.
Yeah,
I think that's a slam dunk. But it requires people to testify if it goes to trial.
Well, if it goes to trial, yeah, I think he's going to get it. My overall point is the question is the prosecution going to think it's worth the rat's nest to untangle to get to that point when they could plea it out, probably.
Yeah, me, Candy, that was the point I was making. He says the photo was supposed to be supposedly shared in a group text on Signal. Kayla and Nick have to testify that they were trading nudes in a group chat with another couple very monogamous. Yeah, they have to go on the record and say this stuff. So, and again, the picture needs to be authenticated. But again, we don't see what gets sent, which means you need the person who received the image to say, yes, this is the image I received on the record.
So that's Gino.
Which is Gino. No. And like, what, Minnesota's going to fly him in from New York?
They already said they weren't testifying now that they're back on Aaron's side, so that they can't even be coerced or subpoenaed to testify. And what? There's one more thing. I can't slip my mind. Oh yeah. So here's the other question. In order to authenticate the photos, does that become part of the public record for the case?
No, because it's a sexual crime.
No, that's sealed.
Okay,
sealed.
I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer, so that's all.
Even if just that what's it called? That exhibit was sealed, it wouldn't be public. Like everything else could be on the record. They would just seal it. Just you know.
Would the transcript describing the photo?
Yes.
Be public.
Transcript wouldn't be sealed.
But you could get the description of the photo on the public record, which might be just as good because we've seen enough.
So.
No, I'm good.
Costy, you really want to see that stuff?
Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Well, leave it to your imagination, man.
As Thermo said, it being a sex crime, they might have broader parts, like the transcript might be sealed because it is classified as a sex crime.
Yeah.
So,
maybe.
It all depends on how they treat it and how the courts deal with it.
Absolute coomers. Like, yes.
And how much does Ethan Ralph know about Nick's next move?
Yes. Ethan says, please press charges on this punk. He's trying to keep me from seeing my son for Christmas. My son Xander! Restreaming your hearing, which he cried about when it was allegedly done to him, abused you. I don't know the statute of limitations or your stomach for it, but he deserves it. Just glad you're in a better place now, regardless of your choice. I didn't know he restreamed my hearing. No, he streamed Ralph's stream of your hearing.
But he is still under Aaron's still under the jurisdiction, though.
Aaron's in the jurisdiction, yeah, but he's
Yeah,
watching
so-
a recording. He's watching a recording of a stream.
But
Yeah.
he's
watching
still
the stream.
restreaming it.
That doesn't
No, no.
matter.
Well, I
didn't
don't think he
violate
watched it
the court.
live.
He didn't violate the court rules. It's already
Yeah.
out there. Just because, let's put it this way. A journalist comes into contact with data from a source. The source who got the data is in trouble, not the journalist.
Is that
That's
really
how that-
true anymore after the Ashley Biden diary? I don't know if that's
Well,
true
and
anymore.
Ethan Ralph is definitely in trouble.
Well, the
Yeah,
problem is
he's-
that journalist paid for it. That's why they got in trouble.
Yes, so Ethan has been charged with contempt of court, willful disobedience to court mandate. It is a maximum sentence of 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. And there is currently a warrant out for his arrest. It is a nationwide warrant.
Yeah, it's a body warrant.
If he
on body
appears,
warrant,
if he
isn't it?
appears, it's a body warrant. Yeah.
Sorry, what does that mean though? What is a body? What
Means his body is to be brought to the state of Minnesota.
Conditions of
Dead
release.
or
What
alive.
It dates back to the old dead or
Oh,
alive.
yeah, literally a dead or an alive warrant. But yeah,
Body,
go
as in his
catch-
body is to be
Yeah.
presented to Minnesota, to this county in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So
They've paid
generally they
$10,000
don't kill them anymore.
Yeah. They
But
paid
yeah.
$10,000 for
Shame.
this.
Like that's hilarious. Like that judge is serious as fuck. Like as serious as a heart attack.
What was that about $10,000 for this?
They had to pay $10,000 to put out a nationwide warrant. The county did.
Yeah, because they've got to cover the cost to bring the body to Minnesota.
To transport him back to Minnesota.
transport him back to Minnesota, yeah.
They put 10 grand in probate or whatever it's called for whoever agency
Yeah,
gets him.
I don't know how the actual process works, but yeah,
Yeah, I don't
it's,
know.
Yeah,
But they put up 10
But-
grand. Jesus.
Yeah, according
Yeah.
to Janny Jersh, Null, he said he talked to people in the know of how this works. It's 10 grand.
yeah.
Wow. That judge is serious.
So but that's the thing. It's not like if he shows up anywhere in the US
Yep.
Well, how long does the warrant last?
until
there's
it's fucking executed. They don't expire.
So he's
Well,
never
no.
gone back to the States.
Statute of limitations. The problem is contempt of court statute of limitations never expire.
No, contempt
Oh,
lasts
okay.
forever.
So he's never allowed back in the States or he fronts up to court.
Or he will have to show up to fucking
for his contempt charge.
like his contempt charge. Yeah.
If he was smart,
paid
he'd
the
fly
fine.
back into Minnesota and surrender himself to the court so that they get their 10 grand back.
That'd be
and that get put on the
smartest move,
record.
but he'll never do that.
That'd be the smartest
so-
move for him
Yeah.
if he wanted to ever see his kids again.
I
Because
guess
they
effing
used the 10
Oliver
grand
Ralph
against him.
doesn't get to see Xander no more.
But yeah.
He'll have to just get himself smuggled across the border.
Yeah.
By a coyote.
That
But,
might be a struggle in the next couple of years.
Yes, that'd be hilarious.
It might be a little-
The
But the,
A-logs and Trump are stopping me from seeing my son.
But Xander's Guardians or whatever, they might have a new state they could move to. Imagine if they moved to Minnesota.
Oh, dude. That would be fucking hilarious.
5'10", 245.
5'10", 245 pounds.
That's fucking like I weigh.
This is a
245.
typo.
It's
This is a
5'1".
typo.
We know-
He's
we all know
5'1".
that. Yeah, we all know that.
We all know he's
he's
5'1" and 300
He's not
pounds.
5'10". No fucking way.
Oh, this is VA driver's license.
Doxed.
Doxed indeed. Doesn't have his address in Mexico.
Mexico.
Mexico. What was this one? Josh is right.
Excuse me.
Possibly. Here we go again. Yes, let's do this. Let's burn it all down. And again, here's April
Have we already
tweeting
watched
as
this?
well.
I don't know if this is a different clip from the same
Tweet.
stream or a clip from the clip. I'm trying to. I thought we had the. Aaron's.
Oh,
No, this clip is an attack on Keanu.
yeah, no, big Snoot is an Aaron A-log. He's always in Krakata's replies.
Yeah, this is the 2 minutes where Big Snoot was convinced that Keanu is a psychopath. So, yeah.
Anyway, I can't find it. But yes, April did not take it well. She said, she replied to the video and said,
Yes,
I
Eric.
trusted
was
you.
also flat as fuck.
Oh, yes.
She's
It's
super
terrible.
flat. We've seen it. She's super flat.
It's terrible, yeah. Do not look it up.
Flat is not justice. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
What was this one? Courtesy of Third World Aristocrat.
And then someone on Twitter's like, "Why don't you just stream it, loser?" And I was like, oh, "Okay."
It's for him.
So here I am.
That's the thing. They can't even get to a fucking drug test on time. That's the fucking thing, though, allegedly. All right. So what? Right. Protect the children. They don't even go. They don't even care enough to go. You don't want them.
I don't know if this is actually from Third World Aristocrat. Usually the music's better.
I heard that may be why government was up his ass, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Hey, you missed your fucking drug test. Where the fuck are you?
Mm-hmm.
Keanu said you allegedly missed. You're allegedly missing drug tests. April says this was a miscommunication. You can't lie regarding the government and tests. He's never missed a test. I shouldn't have said anything, and I'm sorry to Nick that I fretted to someone about shit I didn't understand in the moment. That's my fault. I won't be talking about it again because I don't want to miscommunicate anything and end up hurting someone. He didn't miss. Yeah, but that's the thing. This is the Weasley shit. He never missed a test. Yeah, he took the test. He was late for it.
That tone sounds terrible.
It sounds fucking terrified.
It does.
I shouldn't have said anything, and I'm sorry to Nick. Let me apologize to Nick. I won't be talking about it again.
Sounds like someone who's under the thumb of someone else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Fantastic write-up by Kiwi Farms user Melty Butter. So this says, Baldur's Gate says, no relation. Nick blamed April. It's not your fault, but away for something that Keanu didn't specify. But the something was so heinous and repulsive to me. April was crying her eyes out when she told Keanu this. This is a fantastic summary. I watched it live, but she spoke so cryptically that I lost patience with making sense of it. It's clear that Kayla and Nick had a huge fight and that Nick passively aggressively blamed April for missing / being late to the drug test. April called Kiki in tears. Just in addition, Keanu forcefully told Nick to stop texting her. Also, didn't she heavily allude to Nick doing drugs again? This brings me to the Dabbleverse dipshittery. Aaron streamed after Keanu here. He seemed to be happy he's being vindicated and to be making up with Keanu and Gino. He also alluded to a big revelation that's coming. Aaron showed a clip from Gino's show. Stallyin 19 clipped it here. Keanu off frame saying Ricardo's the monster. Then Gino says there's so much more to tell. And the clip Gino jokes about how he can start borrowing money from Aaron again. So Strix 454 is right about the money, but there appears to be more to it. It's the heinous part that's up in the air. Theories floated so far. April is pregnant. 2. Nick is isolating April to control her, and that Nick wanted her license to be revoked. Seems like a stretch. April is being gaslit / isolated to take the fall for the daughter testing positive. And 4. April is being gaslit, isolated to take the fall for Aaron's hacking. I'll add a 5th and 6th possibly connected. Nick and April are colluding to throw Kayla under the bus for everything. April is losing patience alone in the second house. She's demanding internet and that Nick make them official, hence the Twitter spurgs, promises of Vegas, etc. Kayla is taking a plea on the advice of counsel and Dan Soletta, but against Nick's wishes, cue the meltdown from Nick and April. If April's in the second house for the past few months with no one at all, how's she tweeting? Yes, self-service. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't put too much credence into wild speculation from the farms, but it is what it is. BBN's, so from Breaking Bull News, BBN's investigation team took a brief look at Patrick Milton's fan Discord server and discovered very interesting details. In an unsecured text channel, because no one ever does OPSEC, named Steel Toe Nonsense, Patrick Milton and his associates openly and sincerely talking at Ricada Law allegedly saving Aaron Imholt's data meticulously and sharing the data with Patrick Melton. It appears that Patrick Melton believes without a doubt that there are leaks, that the leaks are real, and that he has received more data than the public has seen. Patrick also states to his fans that he has been very misleading on purpose in what appears to be an intentional effort to obscure his intent to participate in a criminal conspiracy. If this is the case, Nevada's extensive journalist shield law does not protect him in the case of active participation in criminal acts. With the leaks of this Discord logs, it appears that neither Nick Mercado nor Patrick Melton can no longer deny their premeditated criminal malice to publicly expose Aaron Imholt's confidential data without authorizations, which may or may not be found to be in violation of multiple Minnesota and Nevada law statutes in felony and gross misdemeanor degrees. And here is Patrick saying, this is not from April. Aaron signed in himself on Nick's computer, and Nick has meticulously backed it all up for months. And Aaron shut it down this morning, but he has it all saved. This, like, if Nick fucking if Nick actually has done this and gets busted for doing it, he's possibly finished. Like, his law license is probably done. Like, he could potentially get disbarred.
Well, couldn't it be a federal case?
Well, it would be a federal. It could be a federal case, but it's up to the state, the U.S. attorney of
the DOJ.
Whatever district. Yeah, it's up to the DOJ, but it's up to the U.S. attorney. It's not directly up to the DOJ. Like, the DOJ works for the.
They're not going after something so small fish.
Well, unless there's a mandate to, broken window.
Unless I find out Nick's not really a fan of mine, and then I'll put him in the ground, send him away to the federal pokey for a very long time.
Look, if you look at his content back before he got arrested, it was nothing but Trump and guns. He was the most, vocal and enthusiastic, supporter of Trump.
I hear this Nick Ricchetti likes me a lot. Nick should hire Randazza to litigate his disbarment case.
I think potentially Colonel suggested that Nick would instead be offered the opportunity to voluntarily surrender his license or something.
Yeah, probably.
Didn't he already
do that?
By not paying the $220 or whatever it was?
That was just a fee. It was restored 2 days after everyone noticed.
After everyone pointed it out, he got embarrassed into paying it.
Well, that was the trick. Yep. Was it there a lag time between him and waiting to the last minute, or was he shamed into forking over the $300 odd?
100% again shamed. The man doesn't. The man is retarded. A few months ago, we went through all his fucking all his fines. The amount of fines he's paid for driving an unregistered and uninsured vehicle for his fucking penis extension mobile would have paid the registration and insurance 4 or 5 times over.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
He is not fiscally responsible in any way, shape, or form.
We knew that from Aaron's stories about his dad yelling at him to pay his taxes and his parents paying his property taxes.
If you did that here in Queensland, they would have towed your car away the first time.
He would have lost his license.
And impounded it. Your car's not registered? Okay, we're taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's impounded. And until you get it registered, you're not getting it back.
But yes, apparently Milton has Aaron's broadcasting deal that he was asking for to do it, to do a show. So they've gone through not
and
just
Nick was talking about it on that stream with the Muppet.
With the puppet.
He was talking about this deal. So Nick knows about all this shit.
Yeah,
so he's either
but you know what that tells me? It's not that that's not that they only just logged into his mail and saw the new stuff. They went trawling. They dug through old shit. So that carries it because that is literally a crime. No matter which way you cut it, that is both a crime in Minnesota and a federal crime. The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act of 1986 or 1983 is incredibly fucking broad. Accessing an API that is publicly available that you aren't supposed to access because it's not supposed to be publicly available is a crime. A guy was fucking indicted for it and convicted. Fucking who's the Aaron? Not that Aaron, the co-founder of Reddit.
That
killed
guy
himself. Yeah, killed himself over an indictment for the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, and all he did was access like a library server to pull down data. It was available to him. He used it, and because he used it but didn't get permission to do it, the feds went after him.
Didn't he also repost the data? Because this was textbooks. He was basically downloading
Yeah, it was
digital
textbook
textbooks.
information. Yeah. So they went after him, and I can't remember the exact fucking details. It's Aaron Schultz. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Eric.
Schwartz.
Aaron Schwartz. Yes, Schwartz.
But,
Schwartz. Close enough.
So
not a Schwartz.
But
I see a Schwartz. This is as big as.
I want to take this a little further. Aaron's embroiled in his own litigations and everything else, and he may or may not be. Well, Nick has alluded that that one of the Lawtubers is also, providing legal advice to Aaron, some consultation or some sort. Nick has potentially looked at privileged client attorney information as a barred attorney.
So like emails between Aaron and his lawyer.
Yes.
And more importantly, in a case that he has direct involvement with.
That's true enough too. A case where he was
that
in the police
that
report,
makes it
he's a
even
witness.
worse. It's not just random stuff. It's shit that he is directly like. His wife is literally has a criminal complaint against Aaron, and he has visibility over over his communications with his lawyer. Like that's like it's beyond the fucking pale, and it's such a fucking. Like people like trusting someone like Melton, like Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is about that particular type of person that Nick is attracted to, but holy shit, he seems to be very chummy with people who make very inappropriate jokes about children and are very suspicious individuals. Like,
well,
I feel like he'd be best mates with fucking John Wayne Gacy at this point. Like, fucking Christ.
He's not. Well, there's kind of like an overlap in there because he's not necessarily targeting these people because of their comments, and it's what they're willing to do. Because he tried to engage Chad Zumach, and Zumach told him to go pound sand in a very public manner, and that didn't work. But he's basically been searching for people because he's trying to create a degree of separation for witness interference or whatever, I presume. That's a guess on my part, but I'm going to get Melton to do it. I'm going to get Chad Zumach to do it. And they're going to fuck with Aaron. To what end, I don't know, but they're going to do it. And, Nick's like, well, my hands will be clean because I didn't tell them to do anything. I just,
Well, yeah, I think the end game
conversations.
is to get rid of Aaron in some way, whether it's have him in jail for a year or have him neck himself or just discredit him to the point where
it's definitely the last part.
He's completely like worthless when it comes to what he states, so that once Aaron is discredited or out of the way, Nick can come out and say, look, my case is finished. Now I can talk about it. This is what really happened. Don't believe that criminal over there who's in jail, who can't rebut anything. Believe me, I'm telling the truth. That I had to wait until all my litigation was finished before I could come out and tell you the real story. Now you're getting the real story. And this real story is Aaron did everything wrong, and I never did nothing wrong. I never lied. Everything's fine. Like nothing went wrong. It's just all me. Aaron gave my daughter the drugs. Like Aaron's the reason for that. Aaron bought the drugs. Aaron's a drug dealer. Like I feel like that's where it's headed. I feel like that's the entire point.
But he's already.
Tem says Nick pedo ? I don't think Nick is a pedophile, but
I'm not gonna say no. Yeah,
he does seem to. He does seem to hang around with people who act like them. So
I'm just gonna leave the question open at this stage because it can go either way.
Oh, look, I've never gotten that vibe from Nick.
No,
never.
No, and I think Aaron is too up his own ass to Minecraft himself.
Yeah, Aaron's too. Aaron's
Oh, yeah.
way too much.
No,
yeah.
this is all about discrediting Aaron. If not for the litigate for his criminal suit, then for the after story. And Nick's even like, if you look at his like diary post, he's trying to paint the image of, I'm not perfect, I made mistakes, but that mistake is going to be trusting the wrong people. You know, I was too trusting of Aaron. I let him into my life, and look what he did to me. I guarantee you that's going to be the story when he tells it.
Yeah. And where was it? I had it before. Oh, jeez. Man, Breaking Bull News, man, he's always just on top of it. Like, every time I'm, like, streaming about Nick, I go to his thing and it's more stuff.
It's because it's non-stop.
Yeah.
What if Aaron does have records like Nick's IP? What's this? Mana Online. Replying to Ryan, the editor. As far as I know, there's no proof that it was Nick accessing it. Unless Aaron has records showing, like, through the Google security page that Nick's IP was in there, then he can cry all he wants, no proof. Yes, that is correct. But believe it or not, unless Nick was using a VPN, it's pretty trivial to get your ISP to cough up your IP address.
Even
and
if
your IP address is associated with your internet service, and your internet service is associated with your ID.
He wouldn't even have to do that.
And your physical residence.
They wouldn't even have to do that. All he'd have to do is say, I was at this address at this time, and this is the IP that was being used. And after this point, I wasn't at that address ever again. And the IP address shows up again on my account. That's all he'd have to do.
Yeah, but even then, they can go to
Says,
Google.
we know it's really your account, Thermo. Who else uses criminal conspiracy except for you and an excuse to show that wire clip?
And even then, you know, they could just go to Google. Google gives them the IPs. If it's a VPN, they go to the VPN company, and unless they're very specific,
Well, no.
VPNs,
You don't even need. Sorry, you don't even need to go to Google to get the IP. You can go and see all your previous logons.
Yeah,
and where you
But
access
Aaron
stuff
should
from.
already have that information.
And if
My point is,
what Melton was saying is true, Nick's archived it all. He's probably just fucking hit the button that says download all my Google content.
That's what I mean. All Aaron
And that
would have to do
generates a
is say,
fucking email.
I
That
logged
generates an
in.
email with a link.
I logged in at this time, and I was at Nick's house when I did the Steel Toe show. I logged in, right?
Mm-hmm.
After this point, that I was never at Nick's house again, and that IP address showed up after that point. That's all he'd have to do, and it's not
right.
It
Not
wouldn't take forever to do.
as a general rule, ISPs like residential ISPs don't do static IP. So your
It's
IP
all
will change. It
dynamic.
won't change all the time, but it'll change like usually when the router restarts.
Yeah, it's like
or the
if
or the
your session
connection or the
restarts.
connection re-ups.
But-
You'll get a new IP.
but all that information, they could just go to the various places and say, we like this information. Sometimes they don't even need...
Yeah, hello
depending-
Comcast. Yes, we have this warrant here. We need information. We need information on this IP address.
Yeah.
At this time. Okay, that
And
was assigned to Mr. N.R. Ricada.
Yeah.
At this address. Oh, okay, sweet. Thank you. Can we get that in? Can we get the response to the subpoena? Excellent. Boom.
And even-
like it's
even
like
if-
people
even
don't
if-
people don't understand how easy it is to take your IP address, like as a federal agent, to find that stuff, to be able to use that to establish that you did X from X location on X website. Like it is
Or even
fucking
a-
trivial.
Even a local ADA could send that to Comcast or
Yeah.
whoever's in the area.
A fucking sheriff. Like a sheriff's deputy could call up Comcast and they'd be like, yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, and they can get us records and say, you know, by the way, we traced you connecting to this VPN, and then this VPN IP accessed the Google accounts. We don't need... That's enough to do the beyond reasonable doubt thing. Why would... That's just so convenient for one VPN and then use the VPN
then-
at the same time.
And then that gives them enough reason to go in and search all his data on his computers.
Well, yeah. What you do is once you get that, that's enough for a warrant. Like if the IP points to Nick's place, that's enough for a warrant. And then you go in and seize
no.
all the electronics.
That door can't handle another battering ram.
Well, I'd be fucking paranoid about the stuff on my PCs if I was doing that shit. Like fucking hell.
Yeah.
Where's the actual fucking? Was this the post? This is the whole.
Yeah, that's
post?
it. That's
yes,
the
this
whole
is the
post.
whole post. This has been sufficiently transformed.
The
so yes.
the Patrick mod is my favorite picture ever.
Sorry, just closing a whole bunch of tabs because my browsers. But yes, it says, Dear Diary, another week has gone by and I continue to marvel at the way the lowercase I internet processes information. I'm haunted by spectres. Not ghosts, but figurative projections people place. It tipped off for me when someone claimed that me letting April live rent-free in a house was abusive because I didn't supply the house with lowercase I internet. The spectre of addiction allows people to self-justify any thoughts or words towards the alleged addict. There are several other spectres at play currently, but right now addiction is the hammer in search of nails. I have made some poor choices, and I've had some unfortunate variables in my equations. Yes, like police battering rams, knocking down your door and collecting all your cocaine. These things combined to bring my life to the brink over the course of this year, but the circumstances and story that brought them about may help people with perspective. I am well aware of my mistakes and failings, but people confuse being muzzled with not being held accountable. I keep getting distracted by by this. I keep getting distracted by this. It's fucking hilarious.
Is that a picture or someone acted it?
It's a face swap.
It's a face swap with
Patrick Tomlinson.
Patrick Tomlinson, yes.
Who's Patrick Tomlinson?
Patrick Tomlinson is a terrible sci-fi author who is easily triggered by the internet.
Oh, okay.
And frequently engages with A-logs. And has never learned anything.
He also
Patrick
suffers
S. Tomlinson?
Patrick S. Tomlinson, yes.
Okay,
suffers terminal narcissism.
Yes. I'm well aware of my mistakes and failings, but people confuse being muzzled with not being accountable. These are not the same, though they may create similar impressions. I am accountable to many people for my actions. I am not accountable to a ravenous mob on the lowercase I internet. Nonetheless, please do not confuse delay with denial. Some things just have to wait to be done properly. Where do you think he's going to do his reveal all? Yes, enjoy Baldo's stalker child. Yes. Where do you think he's going to do his tell all? You think he's going to do it on his channel, or is he going to do it on
in prison,
on a friendly channel in prison?
Well, the question is who's going to be a friendly channel at this point? Because I'm 90% sure.
Oh, the following, Joe will be a friendly channel forever.
Joe doesn't have an audience.
As long as Joe finds, well, that's neither here nor there. Nick doesn't care. Someone will clip it. The brand of addict or alcoholic used, the brands of alcoholic and addict are used to strip the humanity from the branded and used fallaciously as a trump card in any discussion. The addict is never allowed to deny the branding. Denial is a sign of addiction after all. The brands justify condescension and the removal of autonomy necessary to prevail over the addict in any disagreement. The brands also justify any imagination someone has about the addict. They must act in this way because they are an addict. It is a matriarchal scepter that births and nurtures further scepters. A matriarchal spectre that births and nurtures further specters. Holy shit.
What the fuck is
Nick
that?
is in danger of disappearing up his own arse. This year has been an object lesson in bad timing. That said, the assumptions about me, my family, my vices, my physical and mental health, and etc. are often distorted, exaggerated, or downright fabricated. It's going to take me a lot of time to try and correct the ones that matter, but I will try. To those waiting for accountability or apology, etc., I'm sorry. You'll have to wait a bit. The closure of my criminal case is necessary to speak candidly, and I believe candor is necessary to build trust.
Oh boy.
He'll do the tell-all on his own stream so that people have to super chat to call him out on this bullshit.
No, he'll do it on locals.
Is this... Sorry,
so he can copy strike it.
I've been just doing other stuff while we're talking about this.
Is he on another team?
Oh, I've been cheating on you, yeah. Is he doing another creative writing spurk out, is he?
This is the same creative writing spurk out.
Oh, from the
This
diary.
is-
Yeah, it's the one that he asked to get taken down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the one
I didn't
he
actually
typed
read
in.
it. Yeah, fair enough.
It does read like the Ethan Ralph posts that Ralph made when Medicare broke up with him.
Or all the posts that Ralph makes, always. Like, fucking Christ. If you've ever read Ralph's stuff, it's just so verbose. And, like, God.
I can't believe Ralph spent $800 on that man purse. Like, first of all, how did he have $800 at the time when he's always begging for cash and always telling people he's broke? Secondly,
Well, he
$800
lives
is a
in
lot of
Mexico.
fucking money for that man purse of his that he bought.
Well, he lives in Mexico, so it's not like he's spending a lot of money.
No, he was still in the States at the time.
Wasn't it a Louis Vuitton bag?
It wasn't an LV. It was one of those. It was a different name brand, but like, yeah,
One of those fucking good ones. I'm trying to find the clip from Camelot talking about the hookers.
in Vegas.
Yeah. Someone
It's
had it. but,
really hard
like,
to tell how seriously to take anything he says.
Yeah, Camelot's weird. Like he comes across as authentic, but then you're like, wait, what? You're never quite sure.
I listened to a recent video of his. Did he change his accent?
I don't think so. He's always had that like southern
Like he's
twang.
good. No, it's more stronger than it used to be in the past.
Oh, maybe he's been hanging around with fewer Lawtube people and he's picked it up more. But yes, Nick Creator says I have absolutely never fucked a hooker, despite Kumalot's protestations. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through.
They prefer
Elisa
to be
clips.
called escorts. That's why.
Yeah.
That's the needle to thread.
Find where I saw it. Maybe it was on Twitter. Sorry, Chad. I know this is exciting.
Excellent out.
What was it?
Oops, wrong one.
The $800
I'm
was
not
the
too
payout
sure
from
about
the
the
Christiana
Christian
Rest
chat
video.
payout.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
Imagine like doing that and then buying a fucking purse.
It's pretty gay.
You want Breaking Baldo, Riqueda's Hookers and Drugs, May 27th, 2024, according to illicit clips. Let me see if I can drop it in the chat. Hold on.
Drugs.
Yes, I agree. Kumala might be G-Gen idiot, but
Yeah,
he's
it's
more
similar
trustworthy.
nice,
Yeah, he's not really capable of lying.
Here we go. Found it. Here we go.
It's the problem.
Matt
He's
says
like,
biggest part.
he's like
Matt
he's too
says
honest.
biggest part that sucks is Nick has actively been lying to his fans for over a year. Side piece, drugs, swinging. It really sucks. Look, I get it. I don't think viewers should be involved in anybody's personal life, but yeah, it was pretty egregious, and I think that's kind of what was. I was like, come on, man, like it's so egregious, and I can deal with the hooker thing and the drug, like whatever, fuck it. There's just, man, there's not much. I don't know if it was like a blow up situation, like he blew up real fast. I mean, shit, I blew up real fast. I think it just depends on who you are. And then it was just the getting consumed with the celebrity. I don't know. He's always been humble around me. He's always been really cool. So I've never really thought of it in even that way. But it's just the drugs and the hookers and all that shit just got way too fucking prevalent. Way too prevalent. And I guess you can become addicted to that shit too. I don't know. I think they're fucking gross. I'm weird about that kind of stuff. I think hookers and strippers are fucking gross.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't
And
think I had
dirty.
anything- Yeah, so I think that's all I had for Nick.
What's the bets that
Oh, hang on. Evie Warner's doing a.
What's the bets that Camelot smashed Kayla?
Oh, high bet.
That's a non-zero chance. Have Nick and Camelot ever met in person?
Yeah, they shared a hotel room
in Las Vegas,
among other things.
Has Camelot been to the Boulder Bunker?
I don't think he's been to the Boulder Bunker.
No, he's never been to Minnesota.
Well, it's a non-zero chance it happened at the hotel. Sure, it's Vegas for fuck's sake. Come on.
Camelot exudes gross aura on his own.
They set up the they went to do some live streaming, and one of the arms they used for the microphones destroyed the glass table that they were attaching it to. You remember that story?
Oh,
No, I don't
God,
remember.
No, I didn't.
Don't do that with tempered glass. Jeez.
Yeah, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, what you do is you make sure you carry around a bit of wood, and you
to
use
clamp
it as a
onto it.
spacer. Like you put
Yeah,
you clamp the underside of the wood.
So
like
the-
you clamp
yeah,
the wood onto the table.
You
So
need
the clamp's not
something
pressing into the glass. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's not
spread
pressing
the
into
pressure.
glass.
Spread the pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right.
Rookie move. Rookie move, indeed.
I'm pretty sure
Apparently
Kumlot.
neither of them got charged for it.
Yeah, Kumlot went to Matsuri.
I've only dealt with like 2 or 3 people in the Lawtube community ever, right? Ever, and one of them's great. It's the one that looks like a bulldog and has a mustache. He's always been cool. You guys know which one I'm talking about. The Lawtube people I've interacted with,
Bulldog
a couple of
and a
them
mustache.
are quite literally.
Yeah, mine. Vices.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah, bulldog and a mustache. Yeah.
The most soulless, money hungry, like fucked up individuals I've ever had the misfortune of knowing.
Yeah, I was gonna say
There's a couple people I've
Joe.
interacted with
Joe.
that would quite literally
Bonds.
say you're their best friend, and then as soon as you turn around, trip you, and then step over your like dead corpse for $5, like $5
totally Joe.
cash.
Totally Joe.
No,
It's
no,
fucking
he's talking
wild.
about
No,
I don't know if it's a lawyer
mindset.
thing. I don't
He's talking
get
about
it,
mindset.
But, oh, no, thank you.
Maybe.
I will never in my life, ever in my life, be around any of these people ever. They are fucking, ooh. And they'll lie. They'll 100% make up something off the top of their ass. They are wild.
Potentially
Zero
someone
moral
considering he's
like
interacted with
compass
Nick.
at all.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. And I'm not
Sean.
trying to
How you
peel
doing,
open
Sean?
an old scab. Let me reiterate, it's
Long
fine.
stash.
I get it. But just DM me, and be like, hey man, like my new audience
seriously,
really
it's
don't
talking about
like
Andrew
you,
Cicini
so I'm gonna
from
go ahead and
Sat.
ban you.
Okay.
I'd be like, all right, dude, if you need to get in touch with me, just DM me. That's what I'd say. But like making up a story and then telling everybody a story that never happened and then telling
That's bitch
other
behavior,
creators the truth, not knowing those other creators talk to me in DMs. So the other creators just show me the screenshots. It was gross. It was really gross. Just tell me. Just be honest. I don't care. I don't know you. I don't care. Yeah, it was really weird, gross situation. It made me feel gross as fuck. I was like, ooh, God. But I love Jeff. Jeff's the true blue. That's for sure. He's a good dude.
So
Yes,
he's
totally
definitely-
mindset. Yeah.
Sean says,
Yeah,
I've never interacted with Camelot other than a stream. Yeah.
So with regards to that, that's from the Pippa stuff. Like, first
I remember
off,
that.
Camelot pissed off the Pippa fans by, kayfabing that Pippa's my girlfriend, y'all, and then couldn't handle the VTuber stands coming after him for blood.
Well, he pissed off Pippa doing that too. So
He did piss off Pippa doing that, and I think as an additional thing, I'm not sure what the interaction with Nick is, because I know Nick was also very upset that he couldn't tap into the VTuber market because Pippa's managers wouldn't let her go on his show.
That kind of
that had
happened
nothing to
sort
do
of
with Camelot.
No,
That
all
was way
started
earlier
after the
than Camelot.
meltdown. That
But
happened after the
But no, that happened. The thing with Nick happened first, but I don't know if the
Yeah.
Camelot thing messing with it was like
That
a
was
ripple.
possibly part of it. But in the words, thanks, Costa, you beat me to it. In the words of Pippa, bullet dodged.
Yeah, and
yes,
then,
in her own words,
Dude, it would have been the
dodged.
worst timing too.
Yeah.
It would have been
Yes.
just before the collapse.
Yeah, but obviously he
damn.
did. He did prostrate himself in any way, and he doesn't have
Thanks,
to. I'm just
Fishman.
saying, but he basically ruined his himself in the VTuber sphere. So when Mindset started courting the VTuber stuff by getting into VTuber contracts
Yeah.
and business stuff,
That's
the,
it.
the fans he
happened this year. That's right.
yeah, the fans he brought in didn't like him, so he had to get rid of him. And I'm like, well, dude, I've got this audience here. Am I supposed to, pick them over you because you picked a fight?
Speaking of before the collapse, look at this. Fucking hell.
Look at how Nick leans in on his nose. Like, look how he leans in on that schnoz. He puts more weight on that nose.
Oh, is this? Hang on, this is the fucking
This is what he called in.
his 100K stream. God,
this was Joe's stream.
I thought, oh, this looks like it's better days. I should have known.
Yeah,
takes more weight in that nose. A lot of people if they have a facial feature that everyone's always knocking, they get self-conscious about it. No, he leans in on it. And
lean in, Joe. They call me tripod, and not because of my penis.
Joe wasn't trying to shill shekel coins.
Look at how Nick.
His camera angle's way better in that one than it is on his usual streams.
But
What the hell?
audio shit.
Yeah. Probably couldn't
Good
find his
equipment is
microphone.
expensive. So I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah. So that's it for the Ricada zone.
I did put something in show chat, but I don't know if you want to do that.
Give me a second then. Show chats.
It only happened the other day.
Speaking of Chrissy, okay. Copy link. Let's fucking go.
From Mercado Law. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Hey, what's up, Chrissy? Hope you are well. As for the money changer woman, the internet made the whole world the temple. You're the people Jesus hated. Repent. I don't know if this is.
I think that's probably
dig.
Yeah. Look, dude, no, let me just say something. If he's watching,
he is.
I didn't rebuke you publicly. I did it privately for a reason. The same reason that I originally reached out to you in May with loving encouragement privately. But since you're making this public, yes, I think you are consumed by sickness and darkness. And I think you need prayer. And like I said to you, which is what I would hope anybody who cared for me would say to me, I hope that you have people around you who love you, who are saying the same to you, who are rebuking you, who are rebuking your arrogance, your pride, your dishonesty, and your degenerate behavior, and who have the best interests for you and your family at heart. And that's a very hard thing to say to someone. And I did not say it publicly, and I don't put people on blast or do videos about people, and I never would have, except you came here to take a dig because I offered you what I think is the best advice, like loving advice for someone who used to claim to be a Christian and to someone who a lot of us used to look up to. And he used to say he stood for Christian values. And so, look, I'm sorry for the hell that you're in and the hell that your family's in, but I don't, whatever, if you want to come attack me like all the other people you attack, okay, fine. That's it.
Ugh. Okay.
Wow, that was incredibly awkward.
Holy shit! Who was that?
That's Carrie Smith.
That's Carrie Smith. Yeah.
She's a former leftist. Saw the light, and she's friends with Chrissy and FNT and all
she's
that.
good. She's like
Carrie's good. Yeah.
But what's her content focus?
I
Politics.
think she does interview stuff now and
Interviews.
Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
I think
Holy
she's got
mother,
she's got a background in psychology, maybe, or
Something
sociology.
like that. Yeah, she was a former leftist liberal
What
teacher.
a burn,
professor
though.
thing.
Holy.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Carrie's reaching out privately to Nick. Fucking tons of people did that.
Yep.
And offered him advice and whether solicited or not. Like how many fucking everybody did.
Yeah.
So
she's done interviews with Peter Boghossian or been interviewed by Peter Boghossian and stuff, and she's.
Sean
she
says
came
most people,
around.
from most of it, is people coming from the left and her experience of being red.
Yeah, that's a better way of summing it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was funny because me and Copium was on Twitter and it's like, hey, I just got back in Japan.
Yeah,
What did I miss?
Did anything happen?
What did I miss? And I'm like, ooh, you didn't see this that just happened. Because it was like 5 minutes after this. Actually, I was watching this stream and then Nick tweeted live and then Josh posted and I'm like, oh boy.
I think she might have been on his show. Doc, like I think she might have been on
Carrie
his show.
has been on Nick's show at least once.
Yeah,
once.
I feel like she was on
at
once.
least once. Yeah.
Apparently, based on this, Nick has been on her show, Deprogrammed, bringing the law into it with Ricada Law in 2022.
Yeah,
I think they've been on each other's show. Yeah,
it was
Stabby
before
says
the
if you're not,
meltdown.
Stabby says quoting
Churchill.
Winston Churchill, I believe. If you're not liberal when you're young, you're heartless. If you're not
Yeah.
conservative as you get older, you're brainless.
Yeah.
So if back in April of 2022. So this is pre-Dep, I think, or at least during the height of Dep.
Around the time, because the meltdown was
Yeah.
around November 2022.
Yeah.
Well, the meltdown
late.
was, but
So
the
July,
but
the July was hedonism.
yeah,
It was before he went over the edge and the descent began. But
definitely before the quote-unquote worst day.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly, Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
you would
huge
know
in
more than us, I
2022,
guess.
So he had a relation. She knew the masked Nick, basically.
Yeah, it's actually before the show started. Yeah, it
Eric
was.
says, didn't she also mention she rebuked him in private for getting from that he tried to bulldog her like he did with Farron? No, I think the rebuke. She's very Christian now.
Yeah.
And I think it was, look, you've made a mistake. Get right with God. Like Satan has you in his grip. I've seen a lot of people who were like very Christian who liked Nick, who've had that same fucking thought that like something's got a hold of him, like he's possessed, or
No,
like
you
Satan's
Swedish
got his-
prude insults. You don't
Satan's-
understand Christianity.
Satan's
Jesus
got
was a
his
dude.
claws stuck into him, and yeah.
I mean, that is my opinion, but I'm an atheist. But I'm not.
Sorry,
being
those
a
claws have
shitbag,
been in for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Frank, for putting that
The
up.
pre-Senna by Terry.
Oh dear.
Ah, God bless you.
We
Frank.
have such sights to show you.
That's okay.
I did not understand.
An
I guess I
honest
didn't know the
answer is,
backstory.
that's all I have to say about
I don't know
that.
who this Carmen lady is, though.
To get back to the topic, just
the
quickly.
So Sarah Brand says the curse of solitude. Look, don't be surprised. Like that, like those kind of acts. Like if you go through the motions of like inviting a demon in, even jokingly, like you can end up with some shit. Like maybe
that's
Nick
where
needs
the
a fucking
witches-
exorcist.
That's where the witches have gone wrong with Trump. They didn't send him a sonnet.
They should have sent him the fucking They should have sent him.
But
No, they went to Kamala instead.
The demon got to Barnes. Did you hear about that?
Oh,
What happened to Barnes? Like, because I heard it was in
he
hospital.
threw out his back apparently on election night, from what I've heard, and he's been at least in the hospital since.
Ooh.
I don't know if he's out at this point, but as of like Friday, I heard that he was still in the hospital.
Ricada's already won.
So the demons reaches far, and all you have to do is I guess sink your karma to it or whatever.
If
and
there
it can
are
influence you.
demons, this is the closest thing we'll see.
Maybe it's a conservative thing because Dennis Prager fell off a horse and broke his back.
I was
he's
wondering, I
recuperating as
couldn't
well.
remember who it was because I posted about it. Yeah, it was Prager. Yeah.
I didn't see fit to put it in the show because I had
No.
to cull it because I had so much.
No,
Ricada
I
stuff.
don't blame you. It's Dennis Prager.
Yeah, it's only
anyway.
been like 2 hours, and we're still on the.
Yeah, it's 2 hours. I'm not even on the actual news yet.
And I'm sorry about that, Chrissy. I didn't know that was gonna.
No, I
happen.
actually really applaud you for
Yes, that
something
does
that,
help.
could have been. I don't know. It seemed like that could have been a triggering thing, like because many a time I've
Yes,
said
Eric.
things privately to people, and then they
Prager got
publicly kind of
read.
shit on me when.
Yeah,
when
and
it-
the thing is,
Yeah.
talking to someone, there's two in the Bible. There's two kinds of. There's lots of different tools that you can use to help people, and God is a God of mercy and also a God of judgment. And I believe that Christians are called to offer loving encouragement when that is the best tool to offer and to use. And that's what a lot of people need. But to also be able to see when somebody a friend or someone you love or an acquaintance in this case, or someone I barely know, but who, when they need rebuke instead of encouragement, there's like those two different things. And so, anyway, this isn't supposed to be a sermon. This simcast, right?
This is my fault. I'm talking about the bad. I wanted to talk about my triggered uncle. Oh, Rakita again. I didn't make anything public. Peace to you. Your haughty nature is yours to hold. That message was for whomever needed to read it. Your exposition was for you.
Yeah, that's spinning more of your dishonesty. Go ahead. I mean, we've seen it all now. I'm sad to say that I saw it. So, whatever you need to do, man. I just pray that you find your way back to God.
Yep. Like what a fucking little bitch. Your haughty nature. Like, fuck you, Nick. God damn.
Yeah.
Like,
well, if you remember from the Kalia text, his last message to her was calling her needlessly vindictive.
Yeah.
You know, but look at what he's doing to Aaron. He says that while doing all the stuff he's been doing to Aaron for a month at least, if not more.
and if it's to be believed, because Aaron was like, "Hey, maybe you should slow down the coke. I don't like what it's doing to you and my wife." To which the response was, "Fuck you,
Swedish
and
prude."
April divorces Aaron. Like, it's like, really, when I think it's more along the lines of like when Aaron talks about how he and Kayla were. I think Nick was fucking jealous. I think it was more jealousy than anything else, because you can't be a narcissist and a cuckold. Because narcissism requires everything to be about you. Cuckoldry is about you, I guess.
Well,
actually, I don't really have I can't really put myself in. Like, I put myself in the brain of a narcissist, but I find it difficult to put myself in the brain of a cuckold, because the idea of my wife having relations with anybody else enrages me. So I can't actually. Like, I can't actually put myself into that mindset. It immediately fucking makes me want to go punch someone.
It really depends on how Nick contextualizes his relationship with Kayla, because, again, one of the infamous stories from Aaron, again, we're relying on Aaron. I'm not saying he's a liar. I will say he might, embellish himself a bit, but, the point is he basically told Aaron to go in and fix Kayla during one of their arguments. And I'm not sure what his nature, but he was relying on Aaron to put forth the emotional investment that Nick wasn't willing to put into the relationship to keep Kayla content. Because he's not ready to break away from Kayla for whatever reason, but he's willing to open the relationship for someone to be the emotional...
Well, if he breaks away from, like, I know why he doesn't want a divorce. He doesn't want to leave because it costs him money, and he'll have to have the kids half the time. He'll have to be performatively a father, whereas while they're together, he doesn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Like, we all experienced how much he bitched about having to, drive the kids around. Like, it's such a fucking hassle. It's like, dude, you don't have another job.
Excuse.
Like, you stream once a day most of the time. You stream and drink and drive your kids around. Like, come on.
AJ Aguero, I'm going to ruin that. Aguero. No, Eric got kicked out because he scuttled the plan. He was not interested in the house. That was the plan. If he was going to buy the house and go along with everything, that's when he got kicked out and got told to Minecraft himself.
Oh wait, Nick wanted Aaron to buy the house.
April suggested they buy the house. And that was going to happen. They were going to raise, and Kayla had it in her head that they were going to raise the kids, according to, as Aaron tells it, as some sort of like basically communal thing. Like, we'll all raise all our kids together.
It takes a village.
And Aaron didn't want to do that, because he didn't want to uproot his kids and move them out of St. Cloud to Spicer, and, was against it. But April was pushing for it, and at that point, you get into more theoretical territory, but the running theory is that once Nick had fobbed the house with the rusty shower off to Aaron, then April would, divorce Aaron and maybe get the house in the deal or something. I don't know how that would work out.
Sarah Brown says, I think Aaron left. No one kicked him out. he needed Aaron to keep Kayla happy so he could be with April. Kayla's not going to let him keep April after the case is settled. I just imagine that as like, oh, can I keep her?
Jesus Christ.
Buck says, yeah, gay couple PPP and Andy can stream 9 hours a day for several times. So, yes, exactly. Exactly. They don't have kids yet. They don't have kids together yet.
Well, you guys gotta.
Your kids are all grown up. What are you talking about?
If you guys keep giving us subs, though, we could stop every time and say, so-and-so gifted 10 subs. Let's fucking go. And that extends the stream time.
The stream's long enough as it is.
That's true.
Adam Dave scratching process at Thermo. So how's Nerdy Needle Nicky doing? Well, Dave, rewind 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
And I just pray that you find your way back to God.
Okay.
All right, just the fact that he's here and sending
it's weird.
so many messages, literally
weird. Obviously,
And he wants attention. That's why he drops super chats. It's not enough for him to just be in the chat lurking and just fucking with the chat. He wants you to fucking give him attention, which is why he buys the super chats. Like, oh, give me attention, give me attention, give me attention. I wonder if he charges them back. Hey, Sean, if you're out there, do you know if there's any way to see if a super chat has been charged back? And I wonder if Nick does it.
Google would have killed his account if he kept doing that to that extent.
Yeah,
something I said stuck with you and resonates with you deep down, and I hope that's a good thing.
Well, now.
What the fuck was that?
It was Chrissy Mayer's channel.
Does that mean Chrissy Mayer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. What was this? Ralph's bag.
Looking for Ralph's backpack. Yeah. I don't know if it's a backpack.
Armani, Milano.
Yeah,
it
I
looks
can't
like a
tell if
knockoff.
it's
That stitching doesn't exactly look really good.
Yeah.
I looked it up on the at the time, and that bag from Armani was a $899 bag.
Yeah,
Well, you're our resident leather worker.
Yeah,
does that stitching look like quality stitching, or does it look like it was done by a little Chinese man in a factory?
I don't know if that's fake or not, but the genuine equivalent of that bag on their website is $900.
It looks uneven on either side.
But
it
not
could also be
that
that
is legit. I think that's
I think it's a crossbody bag, not an actual backpack, because their backpacks.
Yes, it's not a backpack.
It's a sling. Yeah.
It's a man purse, but because
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
brand new bag, it won't have been puffed out, so that could be on different angles because of the way the leather works.
Yeah, it's all flat, like right out of the box.
No, but if you look at the leather up here,
Yeah,
it looks
that
like it's,
right
it's
there.
The stitching,
is
off.
uneven. They don't reach the same height.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if
the trim of that leather is off more than anything.
Yeah, so I reckon it's a fake. It's a fake.
Because I could get a stamp made like that for $30.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That'll do gold embossing like that. It's cheap as chips.
Yeah. So, because that's how you tell the difference between a real and a fake. Like the little stuff, like the stitching in the real stuff is fucking perfect. Like my missus has a whole bunch of handbags, like Hermes stuff that she bought like when she worked, and the build quality is just spectacular. And all the little fixtures on it are just beautifully done and detailed. And you look at the fakes and you're like, yeah, you could tell. You tell straight away. Yes, that's Ralph's Portugal bag. So that's the Ralph Portugal bag.
Well, it's somebody
When he
else's bag
purchased,
now.
oh yeah, purchased it. Yeah,
It's Cog's bag now.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the Ricada segment done. Unless someone's linked me another. No, nothing else. Okay, that's the Ricada segment done. Let me put the
Well,
cats away.
It's either feast or famine with Nick.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
it is,
yeah.
unfortunately. There we go. The cats are away. Thank you. You are dismissed. All right, let's do some election update. Trump says that he won't be inviting Ambassador Nikki Haley or Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
yay.
That's good sign.
Carrie Lake has officially lost. I'm pretty sure I called it on the
Finally.
night. But yeah, Decision Desk finally fucking called it. She released a video that kind of was like a
concession.
She didn't say the words concede, but yeah, it was a concession. It was about as close as you'll get to a concession from that woman. I think she'll run for governor again in 2 years, which would be hilarious.
Oh, she's not going to win.
Third time's the charm.
She's not going to win.
She's a
Third
poison
time's
chalice
the
in
charm.
Arizona.
She's poison. Yeah, she's absolute poison.
Thermo needs a news koala. Thermo has a news koala, see? Thermo has a news koala.
The rest of us need cool avatars like that. That's the problem.
Yeah. No, Bulldog's
I mean, Thermo did try one time.
Bulldog's
I
got
know.
a...
Yeah, Paul's, it's hard
Paul's
for
got
me
a-
because I'm a chocolate biscuit. It's really hard. It's really hard. I just need to change my name. And I thought
Chocolate
VTube
biscuit sounds like code for faggot or something. It's like, oh, chocolate biscuit.
Demo, I thought
Thermo-
VTubers were banned. What's going
Thermo's
on?
avatar was,
VTubers were banned.
next to Ohi.
Scarecrow's got an exemption.
Thermo's
Dave.
avatar
It's
is from
only
Ohi.
Dave.
I like the tech. That's pretty much it.
Sorry, Bulldog, can you say that again, please, for the back of the room?
Thermo's avatar is thanks to Ohi, so
Yes.
thank you, Ohi.
Yes, I love it. I love all three.
Yes, thank you.
Because I have this one as well. And I modified that one so I can get extra mad.
How much for a commission, Ohi?
Anyway. John Carl was one of the leading pundits pushing the end of democracy horseshit, and now he's kind of like, well, that didn't work. Anyway, let's watch.
Good morning. Welcome to This Week. In just 71 days, Donald Trump will be sworn in again as President of the United States. His comeback victory unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Just take a look at the final results. With Arizona now projected for Trump, he locks in a sweeping victory in every single battleground state. And Trump did more than that. He made big gains with young voters and with Latinos, doing better among Hispanic voters than any Republican presidential candidate since the first exit polls were conducted in 1976. He even did better among women than when he ran against Joe Biden. He also made significant gains in some of the most democratic places in the country, doing better in places like Brooklyn, New Jersey, and Chicago. And in deep blue California, Donald Trump is on track to do better than any Republican in 2 decades. And he was running against a Californian. California voters also rejected liberal policies on taxes, rent control, and crime. They voted overwhelmingly to approve Proposition 36, which...
Oh, Costi says they haven't finished counting yet. Kamala can still get across the line. Oh, I've got a whole cope section.
There's going to be a recount, right? There's going to be a
I was
recount.
watching Sargon's after election stream, one of his after election streams, and someone posted in the chat about how Trump really needed to lose 2020 because he wouldn't have had the mandate in 2020 that he has now to get everything he wanted done.
There is something to that. Yeah, like the country had to go
Yeah.
even further down the shithole. for
Yeah,
them to
because
just
he
wake
wouldn't
up and
have
say-
had the Senate and the House. Like he wouldn't have had them both.
Would have been a much
So-
smaller win. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So-
look, can you imagine like how enormous this this victory would have been if not for January 6th? It would have been a fucking 50-state wipeout.
Yep.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Like, because the only because you would have had all the people who were like, oh, go vote for Trump because January 6th. You would have had all those people as well.
Well, yeah. Well, Trump won. He didn't win California, but it was California went 60.
He made gains in every state.
That's what
In
I mean.
every
like
fucking state.
That's right. He got 40% in
There
California.
was one.
which is
There's
massive.
one
It's
county.
massive. Yeah.
There's one county in America that Kamala improved over Joe.
Yeah.
And it was only by 0.2%.
Yep.
But it's not even just the January 6th, though, because if you listen to all the cope, it's not he's the January 6th stuff. It's he's a felon. It's all the New York court shenanigans.
Yeah, all the lawfare.
That's where everyone's like, oh no, he's a felon. You can't vote for a felon.
Ag Biochemist says Trump could have hit 400 without the J6 shit. Look, I saw some estimates from the census that was actually rejected because the census data was corrupted, where the rebalancing of the House would have had Trump hit 400 with what he actually fucking won, just because of all the redistribution of all the seats. So and Republicans would have the House 236 to 202. So because they fucked up the census got fucked up as well, and presumably it was because Wilbur Ross is a moron, and all the litigation around will we put the question about citizenship on the census or will we not? So
yeah, that's true, Stabby. But yeah, it's a technicality. People don't.
That's
care.
exactly right. Yeah, in New York, not a felon to your sentence, which means he's not a felon. Yeah, but the problem is you're the guy following around going, actually.
You're basically being me. That's
Yeah, technically correct is great and all.
Yeah, he's convicted of a felon.
But as a general rule, if you're explaining, you're losing.
Yes.
But
which imposes tougher penalties for shoplifting and drug possession. Both the mayor of San Francisco and the liberal district attorney in Los Angeles were voted out. A rejection of liberal policies, particularly on crime, in some of the most liberal jurisdictions in the United States.
It's almost like the
of what you
liberal
think about
areas
the outcome,
are the
whether
worst
you're
places to
happy
fucking
about
live.
it or fearful, this week was a victory for democracy. Turnout was near record highs, and when the votes were counted, the losing candidate didn't cry foul or make false allegations.
What, sorry?
Who is this channel? Is this MRC? Media
ABC.
Research?
This is ABC.
This
is John Carlin ABC.
Okay.
The USA, but Disney ABC, not
I know
ABC.
who that is.
I
saw the bulldog
try
on the
to
top. And I'm
overturn the will of the voters. She gave a gracious concession speech, and the outgoing president promised to ensure a smooth and peaceful transfer of power. With Biden and Trump scheduled to meet at the White House on Wednesday.
Transfer of power.
Let's not forget, I
peacefully
remember
transferred power.
I still remember 2000, where
I was
sure.
16, I don't. Yeah,
Gore conceded, but then he withdrew his concession.
Yeah. They denied the election back then. I know that now.
Sure.
Yeah, but haven't the left denied every single Republican election?
I think they've challenged it. Yeah,
40
but they've done it
years
through
or
the
50 years or
proper
something?
means. They haven't had an insurrection.
Democracy works, even if he brought us a president-elect who many argued is a threat to democracy. Now the question turns to what the man who tried to overturn a democratic election 4 years ago will do with his mandate.
Fuck that piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I
many people called him a threat to democracy. It's dude, you were one of them.
Yeah, you.
This guy who is a threat to democracy being elected is a win for democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? Tomorrow V says January 20th, 2017 was an insurrection by the same standards. Yeah. Do we not remember the fucking what looked like rivers of fire in fucking with the Washington Monument in the background?
Yeah, and the pussy hats and threatening to do boom boom to the White House and all that stuff.
And these are the same people who do it at a state level. They literally go in and disrupt the state.
They literally took over the fucking the Senate or the House with their pussy hats. They let them in, and they went in and sat down and took over. It's the same standard would apply.
Let's not forget. Aerial view shows fire and protest near White House. So, fucking hell.
Didn't they set fire to a church too while he was president, forcing him to go into the bunker?
So his inauguration day, they set fire to on inauguration day they set fire to a fucking a limo. They burned that fucking city too.
The church was in May 2020.
Yeah,
a random limo.
Yeah,
it had nothing to do with Trump. It was just a random limo.
Just a random limo.
Some poor,
that's what they do.
Some poor contractor. Just lost
it's
his
an
limousine.
expression of frustration. It's what does AOC say? That the riot is the voice of the voiceless, or
they're just kids breaking the nearest toy, or whatever is in arm's reach. Just kids breaking whatever is there.
They chased congressmen in the street. Remember Rand Paul got chased off the street or something like that?
Yep, and his wife.
And bashed.
for not supporting something about domestic violence, and he's like, "You idiots! I'm the one who brought the fucking bill to protect that shit."
It's like,
They've got no idea who they're talking to.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in government. You bad.
It's like motherfuckers. I lost half of my lung because I was attacked in my own home by my neighbor. I know a little thing about domestic violence.
JD's got some ideas about how to spread democracy and freedom.
The leader, I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but sent Elon this threatening letter that basically said, we're going to arrest you if you platform Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the likely next president of the United States. So what America should be saying is, oh, if NATO wants us to continue supporting them, and NATO wants us to continue to be a good participant in this military alliance, why don't you respect American values and respect free speech? Excuse me, it's insane that we would support a military alliance if that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech. I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings attached. One of those is respect free speech, especially in our European allies. Like, look, I'm not going to go to some...
Is he wearing eyeliner?
JD does have smoky, dreamy mascara.
I don't think he wears
I don't know if it's
eyeliner.
natural, like or he uses eyeliner.
I
or
can
something.
speak from no. I think he's actually like me and has really fucking long eyelashes. Because
I want to believe.
Yeah.
Eyeliner every day.
I want to believe.
That'd be the fun
He
theory
says
that
no
he's wearing.
person has been charged with insurrection
just
over
like me.
J6. They've been charged with disrupting official proceedings and trespassing. Same thing liberal activists gets charged with when they stop Congress. Look, if Matt Gaetz gets confirmed, I can't wait for the DOJ to do exactly the same thing to every liberal protester.
It'll be a recess appointment
interrupts Congress.
Yep.
Like protests during Senate hearings, every fucking time.
Yep. He'll be a racist appointment anyway, because so you won't need a Senate confirmation, at least for the first 6 months or whatever.
The Senate has been in session since 2014.
Oh, Thomas Massey said we're going to take a recess. Suck it up.
Yeah, the House can.
The Senate.
But the Senate can't. Like the Senate doesn't have to.
No, but the Senate just takes a motion for a recess and says, "Hey, cool, done."
Yeah,
That's
but
just
the Senate hasn't done that, and they won't do that. They won't do that because of recess appointments. The Senate has been in session pro forma at like the longest is 3 days, and every even when they're out of session, every 3 days someone rocks up and starts a pro forma session with just one person.
Yeah, but
and it's to avoid recess appointments.
Yeah, but
because
they
recess
can do
appointments,
it. They can
recess
do it.
appointments last for the entirety of the Senate session.
Yes, I know.
So
to
until
end
the
of
next
year.
Senate session, not till the end of the year, till the next time the Senate is constituted. So 2 years. So till the next Senate election,
which is shorter than a term, but
it's half a term. Yeah, it's 2 years. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the Palpatine memes. Oh, sorry, the
I'm
Darth
just saying
Vader
it's-
memes. I've dissolved the Senate.
Yeah. It's available.
Oh, look, the
It's there in
president
law.
has the right under Article 3.
Article 2. It's Article 2.
Article 2 to dissolve to put the Senate and the House in recess. And it's never been tried. It's never been tried.
Article 2 gives Article 2 gives him the power to fill appointments while there is a recess. I don't know which one lets him dissolve or
So
force
it's a
the
presidential
recess.
power to put the Senate and the House into recess.
Yeah. But you're
So
right.
if they
Recess
play-
appointments are not usually used for the cabinet position. Usually
If they play silly
used for
buggers,
lower things.
Trump could just be like, "Fuck it, I'm lame duck, so I may as well just you're dissolved. He's in. Job done. Get back to work."
Yeah. Yeah, but it's difficult. So
Can you imagine
I think the only one that I think the whole point of nominating Matt Gaetz to DOJ, like to Attorney General, is so that they'll swallow all the other nominees.
The Senate has to be
So they can make a
recessed
stink
for-
about Matt Gaetz and then wave
And then
through
he
all
can
the
be like,
others.
"Oh, okay, fine." We'll-
And then, all right, that's
we'll
fine,
swap
but
it out.
I need these people in position. So,
But how does
That's
his replacement work if he is appointed though? Is that decided by the governor or is that decided by an election?
it's an election. Governors don't pick congressmen.
I thought it was state by state. So, I
So
wasn't
state
sure.
by state. Well, sometimes they'll have a special election. Sometimes they'll just leave it vacant. But the governor will call a special election. for the seat.
Okay.
And they'll hold.
And
It's
they give
usually
it
within 90 days of the vacancy. They'll hold a special election.
That's my point. I wasn't sure how they were going to fill it, so they may want to take a gamble and see if they can like keep the because if Gates goes, don't they lose like a majority or something like that in the House?
They can, yeah. So it'll reduce. Well, no, it won't because it'll be an unfilled seat, and the majority is of the people who are present.
Okay.
So if there's only 5 members of Congress, all you need is 3 for a majority.
All right.
So.
Fair enough.
Backwoods country and tell them how to live their lives. But European countries should theoretically share American values, especially about some very basic things like free speech. The leader, I forget exactly which.
Theoretically, because that's where America got the idea from. But times have changed.
It'd be funny if America, who received the Enlightenment ideals from Europe, was the one who brought them back to Europe. Imposed them back on Europe.
Well, even the Commie Federation in Star Trek requires you to be like believe in everything the Federation does to be part of the Federation.
Yeah,
you
that's
know what
right.
I mean?
They have a Bill of Rights.
Yep. Yeah, you have
Like
your
the Federation
planet
has a Bill of Rights. You have freedom of communication. You have a Fifth Amendment
Private
right as well.
property.
It's called the Seventh Guarantee.
Yeah.
So they don't.
You have to be a democracy on your planet. You know.
Yeah.
Nerd.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, but my point is that the commie fever dream that is the Federation. It is communist because free energy creates free stuff for the most part.
It's post scarcity, so there's no need for
Exactly.
money anymore. Like
Yeah,
you can literally
exactly.
make whatever you want or need.
Yeah, no. So it's not strictly communism. It's a form of financial system that doesn't exist because the sweat of one's brow you're entitled to receive payment for because we have people doing jobs and getting paid for it. But all your basic needs are taken care of by virtue of energy being really the only important commodity.
Because replicator
replicators exist, but not every. We're getting off into fucking serious nerd territory. Not every race has access to replicator technology.
No, and that's why they still have credits for
well,
use outside the Federation as bartering. Like, currency exists, just the Federation doesn't use it. It's for people
That's
who
one
are
of the things
not
that
at
they
post
actually
scarcity.
restrict is replication technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't just thrust it upon every outside society.
And that's
they
because
come
it can be
across.
used to replicate weapons.
I apologize for this, by the way.
Yes, it's all your fault, man.
I just wanted to point out that even the Federation, to be part of it, requires you adhere to their values. You can't just have your own and.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah, like they don't just give replicator technology to outside societies. You join the Federation. That's a privilege.
Yeah, that's why the Klingons were never a part of it, the Federation, because they didn't uphold all of the Federation's ideals.
Yes, meat candy. The
They were
Ferengi
just
were the real
allies.
G's.
Is that supposed to be a J?
Shout outs to Nog for becoming the first Ferengi to join Starfleet.
Now I have to.
Oh, God, here we go.
America, Statutes of Alpha, rights originating the base document of the Constitution.
Well, Nick would know. His wife is a Star Trek nerd, so.
Yeah, Constitution of the United Federation planets. Seventh guarantee is against self-incrimination during legal proceedings.
Drumhead is a great episode.
It is a great episode. Yes.
That is.
Is that the there are four
Those who twirl their mustaches, those who twirl their mustaches and are easy to spot. Those villains who twirl their mustaches are easy to spot, but those who cloak themselves in good deeds are well camouflaged, Mr. Wolf.
The Drumhead was the McCarthy era episode.
Yes.
Everyone's a traitor, and everybody will be interviewed until all traitors are found.
Yeah, the
I haven't watched a lot of
had an
this,
explosion.
to be honest.
This
Tim,
isn't
the
really
Warp Core had an
fleshed out.
explosion.
This is very disappointing. I thought there would have been more. Like I guess
Memory
writers
Bay
haven't really
probably has
fleshed it out.
They've never had to
information,
address the
because that's not official.
They've never had to dress up what the
guarantee.
Well, they've never had to dress out what the civil rights are of the Federation because it's a utopian society, so they've never been challenged.
Tim, the Drumhead is the episode where there's an explosion in the warp core, in the dilithium chamber, and They think it's sabotage. They go through and find out that one of the techs, there's a spy,
Klingon exchange.
There's a Klingon spy who's working for the Romulans using blood technology, and it turns out that the tech that was administering his something or other lied on his application to get
his paternal grandfather was a Romulan.
And he knew it. And then they started a drumhead case against him. Picard stood up for him and absolutely destroyed the chick trying to basically railroad him.
Yeah.
Because she just lost her shit. She was everyone's a traitor. And then the Admiral's just like, okay, I've seen enough.
This bitch is crazy.
But
past
her
season
issue
4,
was,
okay, that's why I haven't seen it.
Crazy.
I haven't seen past season 3.
Yeah,
so
but the issue is she was pulled out of retirement.
Seriously,
to
Tim.
The investigation.
Tim, you have not seen Star Trek: The Next Generation past season 3.
Yeah, no.
Why have you punished yourself? You should start from fucking season 3. Don't watch the first 2 seasons.
I started watching it years ago with my housemates back in the day, and I didn't get around to finishing it. And I've watched DS9 though. I've watched all of DS9. I like DS9.
Anyway, Alanis Morissette had to cancel her support to Kamala Harris because the check wouldn't clear.
And 20 million went to their little concerts with Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Christina Aguilera, John Bon Jovi. Remember him? They even had to cancel a performance by Alanis Morissette because they were running low on cash. Isn't that ironic? And
don't you think? Biden and Harris reportedly had super secret plans to combat the accusations that they supported men playing in women's sports, but they both just never got around to telling the American public about it. Here's one that says Biden allies say they never would have let such attacks stand. He would have clearly rejected the idea of trans women competing in women's sports. Of course, he never staked out the position in his presidency. And
doubt it.
What's this? According to one person familiar with the plan, but the moderator. So at one point, Harris readied for her debate with Trump. Her team prepared an answer on the question of transgender athletes in women's sport, intended to cast her as a more middle of the road on the issue. According to one person familiar with the plan, but the moderators never asked her about the topic, and she did not choose to bring it up on her own in another forum. So yeah, we totally had a super secret plan that we were going to use to refute this allegation, but it just never came up.
Do you have the John Oliver clip?
You can't play HBO stuff. It just
I wasn't sure. That's all. But John Oliver had a rant about that.
Like, he's gonna I think he has a kid now. 100% that kid's gonna be trans.
Well,
totally.
The tension you described that the New York Times reported on within the transition team was described to us as a battle between the normies and the crazies, although, of course, the people we're talking about would disagree with that characterization. We focused on a couple of lawyers. One's named Mike Davis. He's a very conservative, kind of a bomb-throwing provocateur who used to clerk for Justice Neil Gorsuch. He's an advisor to the transition team, and he has been out there publicly saying that Donald Trump should prosecute people like the Attorney General Tish James and Jack Smith, the special counsel, that his Justice Department should do that. He's actually articulating which crimes they should be prosecuted for, and he's making no bones about that. The other person we talked about is Mark Paoletta. He is the former general counsel of the Office of Management and Budget in Donald Trump's first term, and he has been out there not specifically advocating that the DOJ should prosecute individuals, but he is justifying the idea that the president can order the Justice Department to investigate and prosecute specific cases. So he's laying...
Of course he can. The president is the head of the executive, and the DOJ falls under the executive branch.
Yep.
President orders, DOJ does.
The legal groundwork. Now, the thing about that is that would violate 5 decades of norms post-Watergate, which said that the Justice Department should be independent from the president, that the president should never say, go investigate that person. These people are suggesting that Donald Trump...
What? No. Who gives a shit? That's not what the Constitution says, and there were no laws about it. Stop fucking pretending that there's these special uncodified rules that everybody follows, because one side follows them and the other doesn't. So, no.
Yeah.
should be able to do that with his Justice Department. And as a legal matter, they're right. We're talking about norms here, not laws, these post-Watergate strictures. And so it's raising a lot of questions and getting a lot of people very nervous. The one thing I would say is we should wait and see exactly who gets appointed to these roles and what exactly they're going to do, because, you know, it's very easy for people to throw rhetorical bombs at this stage of the game. We'll have to see exactly what happens, Chris.
Yes.
I don't remember where I saw it, but I remember someone floating the idea that Trump should just come out and say, you know what, you guys were right. We should pack the court.
Yeah, well, where was it?
And just drop
No, that's okay, because
See what happens.
Pramila Jayapal has said, no, the filibuster is a good thing. We've decided that we're not keen to axe the filibuster anymore. Now that we're in the minority, we think it's great.
Well, at least they waited for the election this time around.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff that happened was because they assumed Hillary was going to win, and then it didn't.
Yeah, and then it didn't.
Then how did Trump's Senate confirmation? How do his appointments get through the confirmation hearings then?
The Democrats.
What's going to
like the Democrats acquiesce to them.
Well,
because
they also
there are enough Democrats to go. Like, if they reject every nominee, then they're playing with fire. So
yeah, that's when Trump steps up and
that's
dissolve.
That's when the leader of the Senate says, "Okay, well, we're done We're going into recess," and then you get whoever Trump wants. Like you can invite,
like,
you can.
Here's who I'm putting up.
That's how you trigger
in
recess
front.
appointments is by making the Senate go to recess.
Yeah,
but can't the House? Can't I was just
So
reading
they're
something on
supposed
the
to.
side.
So they're both supposed to go to recess at the same time.
Yeah, so if the House doesn't go,
So if the House doesn't go to recess, the Senate is supposed to.
and
the
they've got to
Senate
go on
isn't
recess
supposed
for
to,
at least 10 days before Trump can make recess appointments.
Yeah, so they've got to be on recess for 10 days. So, so yeah, there's ways to do it. But yes, Trump Republicans have won control of the House officially.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to read this story because we're already pretty deep in time. But yeah, this is a fucking great title. Kamala Harris ran the Fire Festival of campaigns. This is basically talking about how much money was spent. They raised $1 billion basically and ended up $20 million in debt. They spent a whole bunch on celebrities. That's what what's his name was alluding to about the $20 million for all the concerts.
$106 million to an Obama organization.
Yeah, an organization founded by Obama. Yeah, yeah,
$100 million.
Yeah, it's a money laundering operation. Absolutely.
Yep.
Michael Tracy says Mike Waltz, who Trump just picked as his national security advisor, has explained his vision for how to end the Ukraine war, ramp up sanctions on Russia, and take the handcuffs off Ukraine by allowing them to strike further inside Russia. I love all the people like Michael Tracy who are all butthurt by this. They're like, wait, no, that's not how you're supposed to end the war. No, I wanted Russia to win. Oh, wait, no. Oh, whoops, I gave the game away. Like, it was never about, like, American money. It was about making sure Russia wins. Yes, Michael Tracy is a tard. Yes. Mm-hmm. So, and for all their protestations that Tulsi is a Russian asset, these are the fucking real Russian assets. The Michael Tracys of the world, the fucking Seth Abramsons of the world.
Yeah.
They're the people who exist purely to disrupt. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! I hit the wrong button.
Someone has to go, apparently.
Who has to go?
Yeah, that would be me, the terrible American. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, man. Thank you for coming and hanging out as long as you did.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Getting late over there.
Yes, it is. All right. Sorry, I won't take anybody else's time up. Thank you for having me. And
thanks, Gabriel. Man, we'll see you next.
No, thank you for coming, man. Seriously.
Yeah,
right?
thanks.
Seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
And
cheers,
I'll
man.
catch you guys later. You especially,
man.
Thermo. All right.
See you,
Bye.
man.
Bye.
Catch up.
That was fun. He very helpful on the Ricada stuff. What was this one? Oh yes. Watch the lack of interaction between Jill over here with the blonde hair and Kamala. God damn it, music.
Just after the election was announced.
Yeah, clearly.
So yeah,
just
clearly there's
snubbed.
some bad blood there.
Just a little.
Can't imagine why.
I wonder why.
President Biden, do you think that you can get a hostage deal by the end of your term?
All right.
For those who missed it, Biden says, "Do you think you can get hit in the head by that camera behind you?"
Look, that's something a great grandpa would say. You know,
Yeah.
commenting on your head is very close to the camera behind you, so be careful. That's
Yeah.
best.
Hey, you think you might be able to get hit by the camera?
Best. But he.
I don't know if I can show that, Stabby, because it's ESPN. And they're all fucking, like, they're weird about that stuff. UFC stuff, especially.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, breaking, the Trump transition team is considering a draft executive order that establishes a warrior board of retired senior military personnel with the power to review 3- and 4-star officers and to recommend removal of any deemed unfit for leadership. Stop, my penis can only get so erect. I saw, dude, the thing that fucking shocked me was the US has 244 4-star flag officers. I think it was 244. Maybe it was 144.
Yeah,
like it was a fucking staggering number. Like 4 stars. This isn't just flag officers in general. 4-star, as in
4-star general, 4-star admiral.
There's an 09.
The absolute top.
09. Yeah, 09s. Yeah.
I sound jealous. Yes.
Well, the
I
only
very
person
much
that-
want more.
The only
I very
person that's
much want
above
more
them is the president.
Well,
And
there's
that's
the
a
chairman
lot
of the
of
Joint Chiefs. Like, so there's so 4 stars. It's weird. It used to be up and out. Like we used to have plenty of 4-star, like 3-star generals. And as a general rule, unless there was the Pentagon had an up and out rule, where because that's how so General Wesley Clark, who was the Supreme Commander NATO Allied Forces in Europe at the time, he was a 2-star general, because that position is usually held by a 2-star general. He had to retire because the Pentagon had an up and out rule, and which essentially said once your tour of duty is over, you either retire or you move to a higher position. So his tour of duty ended as Supreme Commander NATO Allied Forces Europe, and there was no 3-star position available for him, so he had to retire. So that's what's shocking to me, that there are now 240 flag officers. Flag officers. I'll find the tweet. Because someone said it, I'm like, what? That can't be true. And sure enough, it was.
Because I thought Lincoln was the equivalent of a 5-star.
So the 5-star is it's like general of the armed forces.
General of the Army, General of the Air Force,
and I
and
think
the
the
Fleet
last, I think the last one was Eisenhower. He was the last 5-star.
Yeah, they don't use. There's no one. I don't think there's
They don't
anyone in
use
those
it anymore.
positions. No.
I'm trying to find the tweet. I forgot to fucking link it. But yeah, there's so many fucking 5 stars and 4 stars. Like, it does not fucking surprise me now that there are so that this war board is going to review them all. So because it's fucking nuts. Actually, this might be it. never mind. That's different. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Moving on. Take this with a massive tablespoon of salt. I can't find any source for this, but I thought it was interesting. According to a Biden staffer, Joe Biden did not write or have knowledge of his resignation letter that was posted to the platform X. Allegedly, Biden had refused calls to step down, citing his campaign's internal polling, and the resignation letter was leaked to force him out. It was done to force him out of office without having to use the 25th Amendment right before the election. According to the same source, Biden endorsed Harris as a way to get revenge on his party for pushing him out and summarily ending the possibility of an open primary by endorsing the least popular vice president in modern history. This is the greatest story in the last decade, apart from the attempted assassination on Trump's life. I'm actually adding to this thread to ask every journalist and public servant to ask Biden on the record about this allegation. Yada, yada, yada. Nobody's going to cover this. It'll be in a book later that it actually happened.
Like, yeah, we don't have no facts, but like Four and Preacher said, the vibes were basically that.
Yeah, it feels like it, yeah. It has truthiness. It has truthiness.
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 Was it Richard Clarke who exposed the whole Bush era set? It was Wesley Clark, yes. He went to a meeting at the Pentagon, and he was speaking to someone he knew. It was for a different meeting, and he dropped in on a friend who worked at the Pentagon and asked him what he was working on, and that's where there was the 7 Middle East nations that would be invaded. Because General Clark was like, "What the fuck?" Richard Clark was the first director of national intelligence. He worked for Clinton and Bush. He was the director of the DNI when 9/11 happened. He was the one ringing the alarm bell about Osama bin Laden, and nobody listened to until 9/11.
And he was talking about that on stage, though, wasn't he? It's like, yeah, the guy brought out and said, "These are the 7 countries we're going to invade." And
yeah, he spoke. Wesley Clark's General Clark's spoken about that on a number of occasions. I think it's even his book. Yashar Ali says, even though his nomination hasn't been announced yet, powerful MAGA supporters are pushing for Governor Ron DeSantis to appoint Lara Trump, President-elect Trump's daughter-in-law, to the vacancy that will arise when Marco Rubio is confirmed as Secretary of State. That is a fucking terrible idea. That is an absolutely terrible idea, and I don't think DeSantis would go for it anyway. Like, seriously, no. Fucking stop that shit. And the MAGA people who are like, yeah, you should totally do that.
Let's put all of Trump's family in Congress. Fuck yeah.
Like, how about we don't do fucking like monarchies or fucking like dynasties?
Well,
like,
I'm sure there's plenty of people who.
How do you Barron Trump RFK wants to run again? Like, wants to run when he's older? Go for it. He seems based.
Yeah,
yes, no more political dynasties.
Yeah, let's not appoint our brothers and daughters-in-law to.
Yes.
Yeah.
A Kamala campaign advisor explains why she didn't go on Joe Rogan. The talks faltered because of concerns at how the interview would be perceived within the Democratic Party, said Jennifer Palmieri. Those who, if you know, you know. Senior advisor to Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff. Geez, how the mighty have fallen. She was like connected to the Clinton campaign. And now she was a fucking senior advisor to the vice president's husband. There was a backlash with some of our progressive staff that didn't want her to be on it, and how there would be a backlash. So they were worried about what the staff would think. So all the Zoomers and millennials who work for them were like, "You can't go on Joe Rogan. That would be offensive."
If Kamala can't control her staff, how can she control the country?
Yeah.
Yep.
The FBI seized Polymarket CEO's phone and electronics after the betting platform predicted Trump's win. So he had a 6 a.m. raid, and they took his phone. So apparently because Polymarket is not supposed to be available to Americans, and there's suspicion that
the election.
Americans were putting money on the election, and they knew. So.
Wait, that's why he's in trouble, because Americans
Americans might have gambled. Yeah, that's right. Gambling
They're
bad.
not allowed to gamble on the election.
Jesus Christ, that's Okay.
Yeah. Conservatives abandon Speaker Johnson challenger for alternative protest strategy. So apparently the House Freedom Caucus was going to try and remove Mike Johnson, but decided against it. They're going to try something different. So they were going to nominate an alternative candidate for Speaker, but thought it was counterproductive. So.
You think someone got a call and was told to pull their head in?
Probably, yeah. Well, I mean, with all the shit going on, it's probably not a good idea.
They wanted unity. Pull your fucking heads in. We need unity.
Matt Gaetz has resigned from Congress, catching Speaker Johnson by surprise after Trump nominated him to be the next Attorney General.
Matt and I were classmates. We came to Congress at the same time in the 115th Congress in January 2017. And alphabetically, we're seated right next to one another in Judiciary Committee. We served there together for 7 years. Some of y'all who cover Judiciary know those are long meetings. So I got to know Matt very well. Look, I'll say this. Everyone who served with him will tell you he's one of the most intelligent members of Congress. He's an accomplished attorney. He's very concerned about the lawfare that has been occurring in the Department of Justice under the Biden administration, and the fact that the American people have lost their faith in our institutions of justice because of everything that they've seen. He's a reformer in his mind and heart, and I think that he'll bring a lot to the table on that. I think out of deference to us, he issued his resignation letter effective immediately of Congress. That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what the reasoning was, and he said, well, you can't have too many absences. So under Florida state law, there's about an 8-week period to select and fill a vacant seat. And so by doing so today, that allows me, I've already placed a call to Governor DeSantis in Florida and said, let's start the clock. He's in Italy at the moment, and so we're going to talk first thing in the morning about this. And if we start the clock now, if you do the math, we may be able to fill that seat as early as January 3rd when we take the new oath of office for the new Congress. So Matt would have done us a great service by making that decision as he did on the fly. And so we're grateful for that. So we move forward. Look, I'll say this about people have asked me all day long. President Trump is poaching all of your talent. Yes, but we have an embarrassment of riches here. The Republican conference is full of talented people who are.
Tomorrow says if they lose the congressman to the administration, will they lose the House? No. So it's a majority of the members in the House.
Even if you keep taking people from it.
Yeah, well, eventually you'll run out of people. But so every person that gets removed reduces the total number of people, therefore reducing the amount of people you need for a majority. So
except if he's only poaching.
Yes, if you continue to do it, you run out of people entirely. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which will give the majority to the other side until those seats get filled, which may not. My concern is that if he takes too many people, the counties will, where they're from, the districts where they're from, will go, well, fuck you, we voted for Matt and we don't care anymore. So. Oh no, and then the blue side will rally and they'll get more
maybe
votes.
Look, if you're in a swing district, absolutely. But Matt Gaetz won 60% of the vote, something like 68. Hey, Grim Man, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Yes, Meatball Ron is in Italy. He's in Italy.
his ancestral homeland. Yes.
He's promoting Florida as a business destination in Italy. I think I saw him. There's he's managed to get a company that makes yachts to build a factory in Florida, and he's working with a helicopter company called Leonardo.
Well, he's Italian, so it makes sense.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean that's what those trade junkets are for. It's for getting companies to be like, yeah, sure, okay, we'll come across if you give us some tax incentives. It's like, yeah, Florida's great.
As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between
Yeah, is wasted.
Yeah.
So we're going
did you not just listen to?
We're going to give them a whole shitload of equipment that they can't fire into Russia.
Now and January 20th.
Yes, we can't get rid of this pussy. Pussy bitch blinked fast enough. Yes.
People literally voted for you to stop doing that shit, and you go and do it anyway. You wonder why you fucking lost. Perfect.
Good news, everyone. Nancy Pelosi is running again in 2026.
Oh, great.
She has. So yes, she will be 84. Like she's 84 now, so she will be 86 and running for office again.
Well, Feinstein did when she was 90. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, they want to die in office. Yeah.
The Wake County Board of Elections has counted 3 ballots of voters who died before Election Day.
Oh, but it's not enough. It's not enough to overturn an election.
70
Doesn't
different
count.
challenges, 45 concerned deceased voters. Now, while the board did allow some of those ballots to count, they voted against others.
He legally voted during the allotted time frame with his ID. There is no reason his vote should not count.
The daughter of a deceased Wake County man addressing the board Friday morning, explaining her father cast his ballot during early voting, but died prior to Election Day.
Please don't rob a civil servant, 78-year-old veteran, of one of his last acts, which he took such pride in doing.
It was not the sole testimony on this issue, with the board hearing remarks on 3 separate votes, one of which came from board member Greg Flynn, ultimately voting to allow the 3 votes to count.
Because it's evidence that they voted, that was their ballot, and that the law, which is meant to defend against other people voting a dead person's ballot, is out of date.
However, Flynn and ultimately the board opted against counting the other 42 votes. Member Keith Weatherly disagreed with allowing any of the ballots.
Well, I spoke up that we've got to obey the law, and the law now as it stands, that hasn't been refuted by any legal source that I know of, that we have no discretion in this matter, but if the person votes and then dies before the election day, we're required to remove that ballot.
Board Chair Erica Porter acknowledged the decision to allow those 3 votes could potentially open them up to lawsuits, but added this is an issue she'd like to take up with the legislature.
They were legal to cast their ballot. These aren't folks who came up in our felony registry. These are not people who came up as non-citizens. These are folks who did everything that we asked them to do, and they completed their challenge. And the only thing they did wrong was they passed away.
And coming up at 6, as more counties certify those results, we're getting a closer look at what those final margins may look like, the recounts that could be in store, including right here in the Triangle. I'm Michael Perchik, ABC 11 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Michael, let's dive deeper into this idea of the people who were dead and voting. You said there were 45 in total, 3 were certified today. Those 42 others, is the Board of Elections satisfied that that those ballots were cast, those are on the up and up, or will there be a deeper investigation?
I completed the room temperature challenge.
So those ballots were denied. Those votes are not going to count. The belief is similar to the 3 ballots that were counted, that these were individuals who voted legally prior to the election day, but passed away prior to the election. Now, a memo from the State Board of Elections from 2 years ago does make it pretty clear that an individual has to survive through election day for their vote to count. Again, the testimony for the 3 individuals, those ballots did count according to the Wake County Board of Elections. The 42 others in which no testimony was provided, those ballots were denied.
Other challenges over ballots include 12.
Okay.
Not that matters.
Official sports prediction.
God damn it, I closed that fucking window. What the fuck was
but you didn't
autoplay?
pause.
Other challenges over ballots include 12 cases of an individual with a felony conviction and 2 non-citizens casting ballots and 11 in various categories have already voted. This one's in North Carolina. This is the this is the meme Grim sent me. How long did demons live? 1,500 years. Nancy Pelosi, 84 years old. Bucks County is trying to pull some shit as well. This one could actually matter for the Senate because what's his name? Bob Good? Is that the fucking guy's name? Yeah, the senator there is refused to concede. So
Where in Pennsylvania?
In Pennsylvania, yes. This is
Bob Casey.
Bucks County. Bob Casey, yeah. Bob Casey's the one.
David McCormick.
Dave McCormick's the one who won.
Yep.
And Senator Bob Casey has refused to concede. So
all 3 categories of these ballots.
it looks like they're about 20,000 votes apart.
Yeah.
We reject all three categories of these ballots.
Your motion is to reject or dismiss the challenges in this category in front of you?
Correct, yep.
Not going to second that, mostly because I think we all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
We reject.
That's not how it works. God
Why isn't anybody arresting her right there on the spot?
So, you know, the position of the Pennsylvania...
Or at least after the motion is passed.
And also, you know, the position of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
With all due respect, our law department's goal is to stay out of any kind of court because they're supposed to do that. But some of us might want them to go to court on that.
I think the law department's advice has been consistent, at least since I've been here, to follow the current state of the law, and I know that that's changed in the last 3 years. But the current state of the law in this area is that these, you know, unless it's signed by the voter in two places, that we shouldn't count these. That's the current state of the law. I can't. And that's
Like, I don't understand why it's so hard to just follow the fucking law. If the law says it needs to be signed in two places, and it isn't signed in two places, too bad.
The law doesn't matter. She said it. Law doesn't matter anymore.
Democrats.
law doesn't matter to a Democrat.
Democrats confess they're breaking the law to overturn McCormick's victory over Casey in Pennsylvania Senate race. Democratic county officials admit they are breaking the law to overturn the Pennsylvania Senate race. I think we all know that precedent set by court doesn't matter anymore in this country, said Bucks County Commissioner Diane Ellis Margulies, who voted Thursday to count deficient provisional ballots a Pennsylvania court ordered barred, in which voters did not sign in one of the two necessary boxes. People violate laws anytime they want, so for me, if I violate the law, it's because I want a court to pay attention. There's nothing more important than counting votes. As Democratic Casey refuses to concede and hopes a recount will overturn the race, called more than a week ago for Senator-elect Dave McCormick. I was sure that this is election denial. Republicans allege Dems also violated the Pennsylvania Supreme Court order not to count undated ballots, and from those from voters unregistered on election day, though they remain confident the businessman and combat vet will keep his victory after the legal shenanigans. When counting is done, Dave will be winning by tens of thousands of votes. McCormick campaign lead strategist said about the ongoing count, which has narrowed to a 22,000 vote GOP lead. There's no path for Bob Casey to be heading into the recount, Harris added. He said the burden of proof is on the Casey campaign to show actual math of how it can close the gap enough to justify Pennsylvania taxpayers coughing up at least $1 million for a recount that's required, as McCormick's lead is under 0.5 points. Because the incumbent senator could call it off by admitting he lost. McCormick and his GOP allies have charged Democrats with illegally trying to count unregistered voters' votes. I'm deeply disturbed by the efforts, Harris said, noting Casey's lawyers are appealing to county election boards to count potential thousands of votes cast as provisional ballots after their registration could not be verified on election day. No one is trying to count votes from individuals who are not registered. This is categorically false, Casey's campaign attorney told Adam Bonham told the Post. This is a blatant attempt by the GOP to lie and distract from their efforts to disenfranchise Pennsylvanians by throwing out votes from registered voters. Well, they clearly weren't registered because they had to file a provisional ballot. Post obtained documents showed by an appeal by the Casey team to challenge the rejection of 595, 310, and 591 unregistered voter ballots in Lancaster, Lackawanna, and Montgomery counties, respectively. Casey campaign challenges the rejection of provisional ballots based solely on the board staff's failure to find voters' names on registered voter lists, arguing the election board may have failed to recognise eligible voters in the state's databases. Voters may have moved or their registration is pending and potentially cancelled. There's a whole bunch of election law there. There's zero legal or historical precedent to count the votes of unregistered voters in Pennsylvania. Promises to open litigation against election boards that legitimise this frivolous argument.
They're literally begging to be sued.
Yeah.
Well, she just said she wanted to go to court.
Yeah.
She wanted the courts to, but the court already said that you can't count them, and she wants to go back to the court.
But how about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Can I count them? Can I count them now? How about now?
She should be stripped of her position.
Full list of Trump's cabinet picks so far. So we knew about Susie Wiles the other week. Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Todd Blanche for Deputy Attorney General. RFK for Health and Human Services. Lisa Stefanik for UN Ambassador. That's going to be funny. Tom Homan for Border Czar. I think I have some. Where is it? Let's review some Tom Homan stuff.
No, I don't know who Elise
Stefanik is the one who was grilling
She's
all
a former.
the.
She's a representative in New York, I believe.
She was grilling all the heads of the colleges about whether calling for the genocide, like calling for the extermination of a people, would violate the college policy.
Yeah.
They're all like, oh well, it depends if it's a personal attack. So when is calling for someone's death ever not a personal attack? Oh well, it depends on the context.
Yeah.
Mr. Holman, your name is on this. Is this correct?
Yes, I signed that memo.
This is an oldie but a goodie.
You are the author of the family separation policy.
I am not the author of this memo.
You're not the author, but you signed the memo.
Yes, a zero tolerance memo.
So you provided the official recommendation to Secretary Nielsen on family for the United States to pursue family separation.
I gave Secretary Nielsen numerous recommendations on how to secure the border and save lives.
But it says here that you gave her numerous options, but the recommendation was option 3, family separation.
What I'm saying, this is not the only paper where we've given the Secretary numerous options to secure the border and save lives.
And so the recommendation of the many that you recommended family separation,
I recommend a zero tolerance.
which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman,
family.
with all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
Fucking own.
You just got your shit pushed
Oh, it
in.
keeps
It's
going.
over.
Sorry, my wife just brought me a soft serve. Like the soft serve truck drove past the house.
Oh, Mr. Whippy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, they gave me 5 minutes to say a few things, so if I offend anybody tonight, I don't give a shit. How many pounds of fentanyl didn't make in this country to kill Americans? How many known suspected terrorists didn't make it in the country? How many billions of dollars did the cartels make? President Trump is one badass president. He secured the border at a level we've never seen before. And I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that's been released into the United States under this administration. Don't get too comfortable. We're going to need some help. Do I have any volunteers that want to come back and help run the biggest deportation operation in the history of this nation?
I'm doing my part.
In January of 25, the greatest president of my lifetime walking back in the White House. He tells me we got, I say 120 days. He says, no, you got 60 to lock the border down. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I told the president. He comes back, I come back, we fix this shit.
I fucking love this guy so much.
Nice.
Yep.
Zero fucks given.
He used to work for Obama.
Yeah.
Like,
First of all, your comments are disgusting. I've served my
I
country.
find your
I've served
comments
my country.
disgusting
I've served
as
my
well.
country
Oh.
for 34 years.
I was gonna say, did you have the lead up to this one?
I've served my country for 34 years, and yes, I held a 5-year-old boy in my arms. That in back of that tractor trailer, I knelt down beside him and said a prayer for him because I knew what his last 30 minutes of his life were like, and I had a 5-year-old son at the time. What I've been trying to do my 34 years serving my nation is to save lives. So for you to sit there and insult my integrity and my love for my country and for children, that's why this whole thing needs to be fixed. And you're the member of Congress.
We agree on that.
Fix it.
We agree on that, but I disagree. But I also disagree with your characterization of immigrants as prone to criminality.
People for 3 decades on this.
Gentlemen, time is.
Look, you want to know why there's 50,000 people in detention? You want to know why we have 1 million illegal entries in the United States? You want to know why we have these issues? Because you have failed to secure the border. You have failed to work with this president to close the 3 loopholes we've asked for 2 years to close. So if you want to know why this issue exists, you need to look in the mirror. You have failed American people for not securing the border and closing loopholes.
Mr. Holman,
Look,
please respect the chair and the authority of the chair. The time of the gentleman has expired.
I've asked you politely to let me go beyond my time, and you let other people go beyond their time, but not to Tom Holman. He don't get to go beyond his time.
Mr. Holman, we have approved an agreement between the Republicans and the Democrats with the ranking member. We increased the time of one member of Congress who was interrupted by a protest. That is done with the approval of the ranking member. Please respect the chair's authority.
I respect the chair's authority, but the chair...
Mr. Holman!
You work for me. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer.
Yes,
you
hit
work
that
for
gavel
me.
more. That'll sort it out.
So the recommendation, of the many that you recommended family separation,
I recommend a zero tolerance.
which includes family separation.
I should have just
The
played
same
this
as
one.
if
It's like
a
all
U.S.
of them.
citizen parent gets arrested with a child.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman, with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together. You better start packing now.
The only thing missing from this...
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
is a freeze frame, Snoop Dogg playing, and the glasses falling down.
Oh, I've seen one. I've seen one somewhere.
Yeah.
It
I was going to make one if I didn't find one, but
You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home. I got another message. Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done. Why would you release 5 or 6 female children to one male sponsor? Why would you do that? So God help these children. God help these children. I love kids. And this administration, I don't want to hear another word about you being humane. You're putting children at risk. Record number of Americans are dying. Record numbers of migrants
Yes, he
are dying.
fucking
There's
does.
one guy who can fix this shit, and it's Donald Trump. Look, I knew President Trump was going to run before you did because I had dinner with him in Las Vegas about 6 months before he announced. And we're having dinner, and he looked at me and says, Tom, I think I'm coming back. If I come back, can I get you to come back? I says, I tell you what, sir, I'm so pissed off, I'll come back for free.
Nice. Yeah, that's a man who loves his country.
Yeah, and his job.
Yep.
So yeah, anyway, back to the back to the list of where was it? Fuck, there it is. Back to the list. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Oh, now I have to fucking divert again. So yes, Pete Hegseth has been nominated for Secretary of Defense. Jim Acosta says, in a sign that he's been making his cabinet selections while watching TV, Trump picks Fox anchor Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense.
Because that's all he's ever done is anchor Fox.
Important context. Pete Hegseth served in Iraq and Afghanistan, is a major in the Army National Guard, was awarded 2 Bronze Stars, has a BA from Princeton and a Master's in Public Policy from Harvard. Oh, and he also works for a veterans charity as well. I think he's a chair of a veterans charity.
Oh, but that means nothing. That means nothing because he has no
because he's not a general.
Yeah, he's got no
Why would
experience managing millions of people.
Why would Jim Acosta not provide all the context?
Because he's Jim Acosta.
Yeah.
He's
But Hegseth advocates for firing woke military leaders.
Why no?
Base motherfucker.
There's a chance to course correct it, but it would take the new Trump administration going after it really hard.
How would they correct it?
Well, first of all, you got to fire. You got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever that was involved in any of the DEI woke shit, it's got to go. Either
That's
you're in for war fighting, and that's it. That's the only litmus test we care about. You got to get DEI and CRT out of military academies, so you're not training young officers to be baptized in this type of thinking. And then, whatever the standards, whatever the combat standards were, say, in, 1995, let's just make those the standards. And as far as recruiting, to hire the guy that, did Top Gun Maverick and create some real ads that motivate people to want to serve. And there's lots of other ways in which you could identify who gets promoted and what, but there's an ethos change. I mean, there's a reason people don't want to serve because they don't trust that their senior leaders are going to have their best interest in mind in combat. I know there were mistakes made on our tours all over the place, but I at least, for the most part, had a sense that my senior leaders were committed to the completion of the mission for the right reasons. And maybe there were strategic differences and all that other stuff, and it wasn't always perfect, but that trust is broken, and you have to reestablish that trust by putting in no-nonsense warfighters in those positions who aren't going to cater to the socially correct garbage.
So Pete is based as fuck.
The New Hampshire House, New Hampshire State House, has passed a bill that would require the United States Congress to declare war before deploying the New Hampshire National Guard. Quote from the bill real quick reads as follows. Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution vests the Congress with the exclusive power to declare war, and by abdicating the war powers to the executive branch, the United States Congress has failed to follow the United States Constitution and the intent of the founders, Pete.
This caught my eye. It's a really interesting development. Right now, this is New Hampshire only, and New Hampshire is simply pointing out that it's supposed to be Congress that declares war. It has become an executive branch function, and as a result, unless the Congress declares war, New Hampshire doesn't have to send troops for foreign wars. To me, it makes a lot of sense. I spent most of my career as a National Guardsman, deployed multiple times with the National Guard to foreign wars. We got used to the idea that state National Guard are part of expeditionary forces, which is not traditionally the use of a National Guard. And so this is New Hampshire saying, we don't trust how the federal government's going to use our troops, so we're willing to commit them when the American people, through their elected branch in Congress, commits those troops to a foreign war, then you can. I love this idea. I'm sure the National Guard Bureau is, oh no, again. I love states exerting their influence through a system of federalism, and the idea of protecting the prerogative of why are we sending some young guy from New Hampshire to the eastern province of Afghanistan when you have a northern border problem or floods that happen in New Hampshire and they're not there to be able to provide support for that. Yeah. It's an interesting development. It'll be interesting to see whether other legislatures do this and how the military reacts to it.
But why are states having to tell the federal government abide by the letter of the Constitution? I love it as well, but it's an unfortunate state of affairs when the states are having to say abide by the text.
Yeah, so he doesn't exactly sound like a fucking airhead to me. there's his family.
Doing his
Yeah,
part.
so he's Catholic. Also, he's a horrible white supremacist because he has some tattoos, mainly the Jerusalem cross on his chest. And I'm sorry, the most horrifying of all tattoos.
Let me actually, yes.
Deus Volt.
Yes.
God
Deus
wills it.
Volt.
Like, holy shit. Fucking hell.
This is what actually...
He also has... Dude, the guy has the fucking...
He has the Gadsden snake.
He has the Gadsden snake.
Yeah.
Dude, he's the Gadsden snake. I'm pretty sure that's Arabic. Actually, no, I think that's Hebrew.
Hebrew, yeah.
Like,
Wait, he's got what's with the states on the Gadsden snake? Are they the original
the Gadsden,
it's
the 13 colonies.
13
so it's the 13 colonies. Yeah.
The Gadsden
The
flag
implication
predates the
is
US. Yeah.
the implication is if they're divided, they'll be easily defeated.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's why they need to unite as one snake.
Yeah,
And that's why the Gadsden flag
Yeah.
has a fully formed snake saying "Don't tread on me." That's all the states, all the 13 colonies acting as one, recoiled, ready to strike.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
But apparently the memo came out, and
we've somehow become a history podcast all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the memo came out on Twitter, and apparently he was snitched on. Yeah, he was snitched on for his Deus Volt tattoo. And,
Our Pete, there, Pete.
Yeah, our Pete, there, Pete. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's fucking great. But yeah, he was. It's like, ooh. Pete Hegseth, the Army National Guard veteran, Fox News host nominated by Donald Trump to lead the Department of Defense, was flagged as a possible insider threat by a fellow service member due to a tattoo he has that is associated with white supremacists.
Oh, so someone he
Pepe
served
the
with
Frog?
snitched on his...
It was a master sergeant
on
in
his
his
tattoo.
unit that snitched on him.
Yeah.
What a
Master
bitch.
Sergeant Dirico Garthia. If I remember
What
his
a
name.
fucking bitch.
Yeah. Well, I hope he's still in the armed forces when Pete gets nominated or gets confirmed. That'd be hilarious. But yes, anyway, that's that's the SecDef. Veterans Affairs is Doug Collins. National Security Advisor is Michael Waltz. Interior Secretary is Doug Burgum. White House Counsel is William McGinney. Solicitor General is Gene Donsau. So these two are Trump's lawyers.
Okay.
Previously, which makes sense because White House Counsel is the president's lawyer and Solicitor General is someone who argues for the federal government before SCOTUS. Homeland Security is Kristi Noem. John Ratcliffe is CIA. I think John Ratcliffe was Trump's.
DNI. He was DNI.
DNI, yeah. DNI is Tulsi Gabbard.
Based.
Who is being continuously smeared as being a Russian asset.
And a toady.
And we're just handing the keys to Russia. EPA Administrator is Lee Zeldin. I think that's pretty interesting. U.S. Ambassador to Israel is Mike Huckabee. So Sarah Huckabee Sanders doesn't need to see him on Christmas, I guess.
That's right, their father and daughter. I forgot.
U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York is Jay Clayton.
Who's that?
So I think that's another. I think it was another of Trump's lawyers.
Jay Clayton. Yeah.
No, it was a dickhead from the SEC. He was like deputy.
Yeah.
He was the chair of the SEC when Trump was president for the first time.
Yeah.
So I don't like this pick. I don't think anybody who was at the SEC, I don't think any chair of the SEC, both during Trump's term or Biden's term, should be allowed into the federal government ever again.
Yeah.
Especially considering Trump's very pro crypto. It's a very strange choice because Jay Clayton started a whole bunch of cases against, and when he was the chair of the SEC, cases against crypto companies. So yeah, the Department of Government Efficiency will be headed up by Elon Musk with Vivek Ramaswamy as
co-commissioner
assistant.
Assistant
to the manager.
Assistant to the district manager or
assistant to the regional
office
manager.
joke,
Yeah.
Yes, but apparently the Doge is not going to be a formal department.
Yes, it can't be because you can only establish departments.
It's an advisor. Yeah, only Congress can create departments. So
Dan
they actually
Scavino,
called it Doge. Which is hilarious.
Yes, it's still called a department, but it's not a cabinet position. So they are the commissioners of the Doge.
Dan Scavino, who I think Dan Scavino was the other. He and Susie Willis ran the campaign. He's the Deputy Chief of Staff. Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. So everything here, up and upwards. Oh, no. Ambassador isn't Senate confirmed, but everything else is above.
Yeah. All your cabinet
except for White House Chief of Staff. And from here on down, everything is not. Everything's White House related and doesn't require confirmation.
Yep.
So yeah, these are all locked in. Like if you're a Chief of Staff for Legislative Affairs, Head of Personnel Office, that's all just presidential fiat. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Those of you who may not be familiar with the with Caroline Leavitt, here she is.
I wanted him to bring back Kaylee just to get them riled up again about having Fox News hosts.
She's got a pretty good deal on Fox.
I know.
So, but she was a pistol though.
She was
it's a very young cabinet.
Yep.
In comparison,
Thermo Show cute logo boss.
Yeah, typically, right? Compared to the previous positions,
that's a weird way of spelling Alex Jones. Law.
But
yeah, so his cabinet picks are very young. So Elsie Stefanik is 40, Matt Gaetz is 42, Tulsi's 43, Lee Zeldin's 44, Pete Hegseth is 44, Mike Waltz is 50, Kristi Noem's 52, Marco Rubio is 53, and John Ratcliffe is 59.
By contrast,
tweet underneath it, look at contrast. That's
Whereas Biden's crew in the same positions: 71, 72, 55, 58, 71,
48.
47, 62, 68.
So literal.
I would just like to point out that Jake Sullivan as DNI has been a fucking disaster. So
yeah, preacher, Gen X and millennials taking over.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, finally.
About fucking time. Anyway. John Bolton, this is a great endorsement, yeah.
President-elect Trump intends to nominate Matt Gaetz to run the Department of Justice. What was your immediate reaction when you heard that?
Well, it must be the worst nomination for a cabinet position in American history. I think this is something that falls well outside the scope of deference that should be given to a president in nominating members of his senior team. Gaetz is not only totally incompetent for this job, he doesn't have the character. He is a person of moral turpitude, and notwithstanding how difficult it may be politically, this is a nomination the Republican Party should oppose.
President-elect Trump intends to nominate.
Cope seed mold dilate.
What the fuck?
Boo!
Didn't work.
So he basically called him a scumbag, so he's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drew Holland says, wouldn't it be great if Trump's unconventional picks for his cabinet inspire the media to consider a nominee's credentials? They might want to look at the current HHS Secretary, Javier Barreca, who brings to the table the medical experience of being in Congress for 12 years. 25th Secretary of the Department of Health and Services, the first Latino to hold the office, and his experience is he was in Congress for 12 years. He was on Ways and Means. He was the ranking member on Ways and Means and on the subcommittee of Social Security. He was the ranking member on the subcommittee on health. Well, that qualifies him. And if that qualifies him, guess who was on Judiciary, as we heard before, for 7 years? Matt Gaetz. That qualifies him, I guess. Or perhaps Obama's former HHS secretary, who had just finished her stint lobbying for Walmart. Or Donna Shalala, Clinton's former head of HHS, whose credentials were a university administrator and feminist. This is dumb, and it's done by design. Yeah, it's a stupid fucking thing. Also, Senator John Thune is now the majority leader.
And when it comes to choosing nominees who will pass Senate confirmation?
Well, as you know, the Senate has an advise and consent role under the Constitution, so we will do everything we can to process his noms quickly, get them installed in their position so they can begin to implement his agenda.
So yeah, they're going to help, allegedly.
I don't know about that.
Let's look at some cope. Look at some election coping and seething and molding. So a student captured a video of a teacher going on an unhinged rant, repeating all the media propaganda and lies about Trump, and says Trump should take himself out like Hitler.
I care about my friends, and I care about you guys. So it's unfortunate. And I
Of course it's a woman.
how he got
Yeah.
elected, just with all the trash that comes out of his mouth. Sexism, yes. People like a bully. He says he's a smart man.
Kids, you're supposed to point the microphone, which is at the bottom of the phone, towards the teacher.
He makes fun of women. He sleeps with porn stars and pays them off. He's the first president in history to be convicted of a felony. He
I thought it wasn't a felony.
No, the New York thing is a felony. They bent over backwards to make it a felony. The judge is going to vacate the conviction because they don't want to have it appealed. Because if they have it appealed, the appeals court's going to come down on them like a fucking ton of bricks.
Is that for the hush money?
That's for the 37 indictment. That's for the 37 felony convictions.
Sorry, guys.
So just vacate them all, and then boom, he's no longer convicted felon.
So basically, a teacher was
Never was
crying
no, no.
about Trump.
Yeah, teachers crying about Trump.
To students.
So I did reach out to the school board. I sent them an email earlier today, and I did get a response. I got a response from the director. He told me that he would reach out to me
is the mother of the
Tuesday
student.
morning at
Yes,
8
this is the
a.m.
mother of the student.
because today he was busy, and then Monday they're closed. It's a holiday, so he would reach out to me first thing on Tuesday. As far as the principal at the school, he did give me a call today, and pretty much he just called me to let me know that they are aware that I posted the video, and he demanded for me to take it down. And he just kept saying things can get complicated, and then I said in what way, and he just said that the students are not allowed to record the staff, that it's against the law, and I could catch a misdemeanor for consenting my daughter to record the teacher. So that's
In New
where we're
York is
at with the
two-party
school.
consent, isn't it?
But I know that as of today, the teacher was still there. She was still teaching there today. I did hear from other students that are in her class that the teacher did communicate to the students that
The problem with two-party consent is it's a teacher in a classroom. So it's not a two-party conversation. It's a multi-party conversation.
Yeah, but two people in that party in the house to know that the recording's happening would be the.
Yeah, but I don't think it applies in a group that big.
Oh, okay.
So I think you have to have a reasonable belief that your conversation is private.
Yeah.
And by virtue of talking to a classroom full of people, you cannot possibly believe that it's private.
No way.
I guess the administration did talk to her, and then they told her not to do this anymore, and they kind of just gave her a little slap on the wrist and sent her off back to the classroom, so she was still there. And I don't know if that information is accurate, but
Who cares? It's New York. Nothing's going to happen.
New York is a one-party consent state, so.
Oh, well, there you go. Nothing's going to happen anyway.
They can't do shit about it. So
Mark Cuban deleted all his mentions of Kamala.
I actually did a bunch of different modifications on that search, and he has.
Yeah.
So I tried
That's
Kamala.
hilarious.
I tried.
I just find that
Harris,
so
I tried
fucking
Kamala Harris,
hilarious.
the whole thing.
That's so hilarious. You are that cocked. You're like, oh, she lost. I'm going to delete every time I mentioned her.
Well, didn't Mark
Jesus.
Hamill do something similar? He
Yeah, Mark
wiped his
Hamill's
entire
over on
fucking
Blue
thing.
Sky. We'll talk about Blue Sky.
The leftists have been purging
That
the
is my
posts.
question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days.
transition to a woman.
Make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
Whoa.
It would absolve her from being able to from having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat, and it would make sure that it would
She could always
dominate the
step
news
down.
at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of how Democrats
Okay, this
operate.
has now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's out here right now.
Congratulations.
Season of House of Cards.
Oh my God, his name's actually
I
Jamal.
thought you were going to say, what about the Supreme Court? That's also out there.
Well, the Supreme Court might happen. I don't know.
his
if it will,
brother's name is
but I think
Tyrone.
This is
God, it's not going to fucking happen.
You know what?
Please try it.
You know what?
Please, I'm begging you. Please have one of the fucking liberal justices step down so that you can appoint fucking Kamala, and then the Republicans will fucking block that shit. Like, you will just be handing Trump another seat on the Supreme Court, and I'm fucking here for it.
Can you imagine?
No, but his merchandise will be messed up. He won't be 45/47.
No, I'm saying the Supreme Court thing. They're never going to do that. Biden's not going to fucking step down. Biden fucking hates Kamala. Like, it's not going to fucking happen.
What would be
almost
even
certain that-
funnier is if Biden released a statement saying that I now identify as a woman.
Yeah, there you go. He's transitory.
And then he is
he's the first
female
woman president.
Woman president, like first
I
female
want Trump to do that at the end of his
United
term.
States. That would be hilarious. That would
No,
totally
Trump should do
just-
that. Trump should do that just before the midterms.
Should do that day one.
I've decided after
Next
a
24 hours.
long life and a lot of reflection, I've never quite felt right in my body.
On the day of his
I'm
inauguration.
here to announce that I, Donald J. Trump, identify as a woman and use she, her pronouns. And you know, that makes me the first female president of the United States. So, sorry, Hillary. Sorry, Kamala. No chance.
Hashtag Gamergate.
God bless you and God bless the troops and America and everything, the rolling hills.
Thank you, ma'am. And everyone under him, all the troops will have to say, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Ma'am.
It's I'm sorry, it's ma'am.
Yeah. He should do that the day of his inauguration. Before he takes the oath, just...
I'm a woman now.
As of today, I officially
identify as a lesbian woman.
And that
And
way,
just
when
wait
he
for
takes
the left to
when
just
he takes
fold
the oath,
in
he
on
will be a woman.
themselves.
He's
Fold
not
in on
really.
themselves.
Ah, dude.
Or be acceleration,
He's
boys.
just, no, it's his own personal phone.
I have a such.
This sounds like a really old song.
It may hurt your feelings a bit. Last night when I walked into my bathroom, I stepped in a big pile of shaving cream. Be nice and clean. Shave.
I'm going to not play the audio because
These
thou shalt
women
not
were
tempt
gonna do it
fate.
anyway.
They're all cosplaying as Deltons.
Yeah. The childless cat ladies were all
Do
gonna
another
it
Star
anyway.
Trek, make another Star Trek reference.
Someone pointed out that all these crazy cat ladies who used to have dyed blue hair are going to have their natural hair color. So the only way you're going to be able to tell them apart is when they've got a septum ring. Like they're going to look normal when the hair grows back in 4 years.
Yeah, not so easy, is it?
I just shake my head. Just why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to what? Quote unquote.
Yeah, I think the rest of
the
that
chuds?
is just an ad.
My parents are downstairs right now in the house I moved us into, whose bills I pay, watching TV. They happily voted for Trump. I don't know how to be anything other than angry. 6 more months on the lease, and every day I'm more angry. They know I have extensive reproductive health issues. They know access to birth control is the only thing between me and regular hospital visits. They know Trump is a fascist. They don't even like him. They voted for him anyway. Feels like they spat in my face. My dad's fiance sent me a photo of when she voted. Super chipper. I didn't bother to respond. My dad joked he was going to be sure to vote to cancel mine out. I don't even want to look at them. 6 more months on this lease. I don't know that we'll talk afterward for a long time. I did not expect this to get traction. Thank you to people for being kind. You people suggesting I'm a controlling monster for being upset that my parents just voted to make my job illegal and hurt my healthcare. Try being a human for 2 seconds. I'll clarify some things. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. My father runs a business and has money coming in. His fiance owns millions and millions of worth of property from a ranch, and she's a landlord. She's never had a job or paid a bill. They could have tons of money. She just doesn't sell anything. They have other places they could live. I'm the only one on the lease. All the bills are in my name. I work from home. My dad totaled my car that he asked me to buy from her a few months back, and I just sold it. They're my only family here. I paid for everything to move them in. Some of my followers will know that over the years I've worked for my father's business to help him. I'm owed a lot of unpaid wages and money I spent to buy supplies and put gas in the trucks. I know I'll never see a dime of that. People are pointing out this feels like exploitation. I think it probably is, and I've tried to get him to move out. We've talked. He knows all my buttons to press. I crumbled and let him stay. I just lost my car, and I'm breaking up with a man I love. I feel very alone, and don't look forward to cutting off my only fam too. I don't know what I'm going to do. I know this is all very personal, but fuck it. It's out there now. Maybe now I have to be held accountable to actually standing up for myself and something. Thank you to everyone who was kind about this. This really sucks.
What?
You may be a bit confused about how her job is going to be made illegal.
Yeah.
What job you say? That's an interesting question. Let's see what her job is, shall we? Shall we chat? We'll see what kind of job she has. Oh, okay, so politics, safe access to abortion, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Amazon Cash App. Ah, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
She's a hooer.
OnlyFans.
Oh, many vids. Yeah.
OnlyFans, many vids, free OnlyFans, and Suicide Girl.
So she has a paid OnlyFans and a free one, as you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
Professional tax-paying whore. So yes, she's a whore being discarded.
It's a gig industry in this economy.
I just want to say, I know this week has been an incredible.
I'm not going to abolish OnlyFans. I love the whores.
I love capitalism.
Incredibly difficult week for a lot of us. It's been difficult. There's just no words, right? It's an understatement. It's been.
Shut up, Californian.
What I'm here to say, first and foremost, is that if you are someone who is online right now, commenting, reposting stories, or making fun of the people who are sad this week, or belittling them, mocking them.
Grisba said, maybe it's wholesome OnlyFans content. Be right back, gotta be a journalist.
If that's something that you are actively doing and finding joy in online right now, truly, just the biggest of these. How dare you try to invalidate something that an entire group, multiple groups of humans are going through?
Lady, look after your kids.
Right now, whether they're feeling scared or helpless. Any of those feelings, as a human, would you laugh at another human when you see that they're obviously struggling?
Yes.
Depends what they're struggling with.
Hyperventilating like a fucking retard over something that isn't the end of the world. That's when I'm gonna make fun of you.
There are some kids in the background, Preacher. Don't know if they're hers.
No, it's probably hers. They're probably the black guy who knocked her up's kids.
Yeah.
What she's saying is, we are having a really bad time. Please stop making fun of us because we lost and we're losing our shit. That's what she's saying.
Yes. How dare you make fun of us hyperventilating over Trump winning?
Have empathy for us because you're supposed to be better than that. It's like, fuck you.
No.
Yeah, you're not suffering from anything.
Yeah, suck it up.
We're not here to help. We're here to laugh.
Oh, God, this woman's account name is Trans Loving Mama.
Well, it's happening. The family wants to know what I'm doing for the holidays.
Fucking women in their 50s with nose rings.
I'm going to be here with my dogs and my daughter, who is of childbearing age and now has to get an IUD at 17 years old. And I'm going to be here with my son, who is a political target. And that should really
I wonder why your son is a political target.
tell you all you need to know about why I'm
pretty sure her son
is black.
It's a trans son.
Black.
Well, political
Not
target.
going to be hanging out with y'all for the holidays, so fuck off. Choke on your turkey. Bye.
I think one of the responses
Reported for wishing of harm on people. No, I didn't report her. I only did that to Nick because it was explicit, and again, it's the platform rules.
That's a
I
strange way
can't
to
say
tell
that
the world
shit.
your
No one else
daughter
can.
is a whore.
So just like,
yep,
yeah, that's
Yeah, your
worse than-
17-year-old daughter is sleeping around Trump is the least of your problems.
Yeah, preacher, you're right.
Yeah.
Her son's her bro in quotes son.
Her son's a Republican.
Son is probably a Republican, yeah.
When did contraception stop being the first choice for stopping unwanted pregnancies? Abortion as a form of contraception is disgraceful when we've had an alternative since the 1960s. Actually, this is the perfect time for me to play this absolutely horrible fucking thing that I saw. Message failed to load. What the fuck was that?
Is it a video?
Oh, that's weird. The Ricadaverse channel is not responding properly. Oh no, there we go. That's fine. It's working. It is a video, but copy link. It is this. Warning.
Yeah.
Content warning.
The cannula will be attached to a suction machine. The suction machine is turned on and the abortionist slowly rotates the cannula inside the uterus. The fetus is rapidly torn to pieces as it is pulled through the cannula and tubing into a large glass bottle, followed by the placenta. Sometimes smaller embryos are pulled through intact. Occasionally, the abortionist must remove the cannula and pull out body parts that have clogged the opening to complete the abortion. Once the abortionist thinks everything has been removed, she will sometimes use a long metal curette to scrape the lining of the uterus to make sure no parts are left behind. The cannula.
Yeah.
And the ridiculous part is,
I just want to make sure that's what we know what we're talking about here.
yeah, the ridiculous part is stupid women think the DNC is the abortion, which is not true.
Yeah, no. Anyway. Rachel Ziegel hopes Trump supporters never know peace, tells her followers to fuck off. Here it is. I find myself speechless in the midst of this. Another 4 years of hatred, yada, yada, yada. Deep sickness, yada, yada. Get off Elon's app, by the way. Fuck you doing? They're eating you up on Twitter. Okay, that's all. Going on stage for Act 2 now. Need to get off my soapbox before I get too heated. Yeah, no. I think that.
Yeah,
might
Disney
be,
pulled her in line apparently.
Yeah, she got the.
You delete that shit.
Fucking stupid! We're trying to fucking release a film.
Yeah. Also, you're not white. You shouldn't be in that movie in the first place. So fuck you.
Snow Hispanic.
Oh, preach. That's a slogan.
Jesus. Breaking, parents went off on the California public school teacher who had a meltdown in class after Trump won. Oh, is this the same one?
Maybe.
I thought someone said it was New York.
Different one.
Oh, this is a different one.
Yeah.
Can you ensure every parent that...
Oh, dude, this is so much. No. Anyway. Connecticut teacher threatened violence against Trump supporters, fake cries after resigning. Here's the...
don't remember and people of color and poor people and gay people
Bye, Baldo.
and all the people that I care about aren't going to be safe in America. Neither the fuck are you guys. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the fuck you voted for. You're not in the clear. And just please don't test your gangster on me, because you will end on a stretcher. Gone.
She got that blicky.
Forever. So serious. Nobody fucking talks
I speak
to me
jive.
unless you want to swing. If you want to fight, text me, call me, whatever. Anybody else, stay the fuck out of my face. And if you voted for Trump, literally, please delete me, block me, get rid of everything of me, or step to me so that I know what's up and I can handle you how I see fit. Please just come forward. We fucking know. Just tell me. Or leave. Please. The door.
Teaching. How hard is it to walk away from that?
It's hard right now because, you know, this is not who I am as a professional or who I am as a teacher. I've devoted my whole life to this, you know, preparing my whole life. I always wanted to be a teacher from the time I was a young child. And, you know, I finally worked my way up to that. And I am
it all
well
away like a
respected,
stupid
which
cow.
And now because you had a freak, a spurg out over Trump being elected on social media, now you're unemployed.
appreciate. I love my students. I love their families. I love the people I work with.
Not enough to keep your fucking shit in check, lady.
And, you know, I'm just trying to do what's right now to get my life back on track and get back to what I love. And it's my biggest passion in the world.
What's your message to those parents?
Those parents, I am so sorry that you had to see that side
Step
of
to me. Step to me.
me, because the only side of me I ever wanted you to see was what you saw and what I did for your kids and what I did for you. And I hope that I was always a support and always did everything that I possibly could for you. And I promise you that I intended to, and I did everything I could to be there for the families and the parents, and just how sorry I am that now this is out there and they have to see this side of me.
This all started to unfold when that video was released earlier this week, prompting the school and police to investigate. She posted it on Snapchat. A friend of hers reposted it, and that's when it went viral.
It wasn't even. It was on fucking Snapchat. That's so funny.
Why are her students looking at her on Snapchat?
It said a friend.
A friend.
That's funny.
I hope none of her friends are students.
Well.
Nowadays.
Given how much of that we've covered on this show, how many times do we have to see that happen? Teachers on Snapchat.
I just realized that I'm too scared.
Oh,
dating
God.
apps now. I want to go on it, and I just every message.
I have a mix of like glee and like sympathy for these people because they've swallowed just a line of bullshit. Like, Trump's not fucking gonna take anything away from you. Like, it's 4 years, lady.
He's not a goddamn fascist.
Like, everything you have been told is a lie.
Yeah.
In every profile.
I'm gonna be pretty
Now I can't date anyone anymore because there's a 50-50 chance one of the guys voted for Trump. Actually, it's better than 50%.
Yeah.
Yep.
She just needs to date black guys. Only like 20% voted for Trump. So better odds. Let's be real. She probably already does.
That's emboldened by Trump. And the profile was so normal that I would never know. I'm having a delayed reaction.
Good salt. Good salt.
Yes. It's not over, folks.
Fuck. So I've stayed quiet about everything that happened since Tuesday because I've been enraged. This morning I woke up and I started thinking. One thing that Kamala said the other day that really stuck with me was that she's going to get to work and roll her sleeves up.
You mean...
She's a prosecutor.
No, I'm not going to go there.
Oh my God.
And she probably knows some of the best investigators in the country. So, I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over by a long shot.
It's never over.
She's going to hold her cards
It's
closely
first
to her
blood.
chest.
It's never over.
I hope they fucking find out what really happened.
So that sounds like election denial, but...
Yes.
White dude for Harris says recount is coming. That Kamala will be the first black female president.
I sit here and revel in the joy
of what is about to take place.
Oh, the joy.
Tomorrow, we start a recount.
No.
Sorry, I just want to ask. So, can you guys access the Discord? Because I'm just getting message failed to load on all the...
Maybe Discord's being fucky. Hang on.
No, I can see it.
Like, because I just get message failed to load.
No, I'm getting it too. Red text.
Okay.
Yep.
I can,
we got nuked.
oh,
we get nuked. I'm getting it.
You're typing.
Maybe,
I can see you typing, Tim.
yeah, but it didn't go through.
It's not displaying, yeah, and I sent a message.
No, and it's all Discords, so it's not just.
Okay.
So I was in the other server as well
Alright.
that we're in. Oh, but I can't type there either. I'm getting red.
There you go.
text.
McKenny's getting the same thing in every server. It's fine. It's broken. Yeah.
It's just Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Koreans have got to it.
Oh crap. Yeah, pretty sure exactly. Yeah.
And
it's a
ladies
Discord
and
problem.
gentlemen, Miss Kamala Harris will become your first female black president. I guarantee it.
Brought to you by White Dudes for Harris.
But yes, all the lefties are fleeing. They're fleeing Twitter. They've had enough of all the Republicans dunking on them and pointing out that Trump won and to cope and see the mold. So they're running away and they're going to join Blue Sky. Blue Sky is of course this is Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm.
I have an account on there. If you want, you can follow me. I don't post anything
Jesus,
yet.
of course you do.
I don't post anything there because it's gay.
Literally so, apparently.
Like
so much that they've all been
Well, put it
complaining
this way.
about it.
This is I've got following, and it's like we ran out of posts from your follows. Here's the latest from Discover. So I don't think I actually follow anybody. Yeah, following no one. Profiles. I follow 0 people. 0 people follow me, and I've made 0 posts.
Right.
But yes, the that's Blue Sky. Actually, let's look at what it recommends, shall we? Let's see. Hello, Nana. Nice to meet you. Blue Sky is an echo chamber where everywhere is an echo chamber. I'm going the one with the ones without Cybertrucks.
Yep. From Blue Sky itself.
Another day, another
Blue
new,
Sky,
another
18 million users. Woo!
Is that it? Those are rookie numbers. You better.
Never let them tell you your
it's
vote
rookie
doesn't
numbers.
matter. That's like 20 votes. There's still 94% of the vote in. California 45th being lost by the Republican. That'd be a... Oh, there you go. Some weird... bloody hell, Costy.
That's the way.
Bloody hell. Obsessing. That's... Yeah. When I looked before, it was just Trump. It was like, X. Who cares about this? We're on Blue Sky now. Who cares about Twitter? But yeah, these are the top follows. Blue Sky is number 1 with 10 million, almost 11 million followers, followed by AOC, the New York Times, The Onion, George Takei, oh my, the Washington Post, Pop Time, Drill. Some shit post, whatever, and Mark Cuban. So
Mark Cuban's going to buy Blue Sky.
It's a left-wing version of Gab, yes.
Yes.
It's a left-wing version of Gab. But what I found most interesting was this post from Blue Sky Safety. In the past 24 hours, we've received more than 42,000 reports, an all-time high for one day. We're receiving about 3,000 reports per hour. To put that in context, in all of 2023, we received 360,000 reports. We're triaging this large queue, so the most harmful content, such as CSAM, is removed quickly. So yeah, all the lefties have flooded to Blue Sky, and now Blue Sky is getting flooded with
CSAM.
Reports from people like Tim, who are complaining about hate speech and naughty words.
Wishing of harm, which I think you should be allowed to say, but
it's
rules
great.
apply to everybody.
It says we've been found out. There is
I
a
can't say
dedicated.
it, neither can anyone else.
So there's a dedicated account on Zitter trying to meme Blue Sky. I find it interesting because these dopes are very good at pushing self-imagined straight lines.
Who cares what Bill S. Preston thinks? Like, fuck him.
That's funny.
Oh, sorry. Bill S.
So
Preston,
yes,
Esquire,
Libs of Blue Sky is a hilarious account. Just trolls through Blue Sky so you don't have to.
They're fucking retards.
Nice.
The lefties ran away and then ran into all the fucking furry porn and the child porn, and now that's why they're getting all the reports.
Yes, all the crinkle bottom bullshit. Like this account had had a video.
Yeah,
you
that's
find
one.
it. It was all fucking crinkle bottoms, and I was like, God. And we all know that fucking crinkle bottom weirdos. Crinkle bottoms are the worst because no matter what disgusting fetish there is, there's always someone out there who has that disgusting fetish and is a crinkle bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Blue Sky, and all the lefties just ran there.
Blue Sky checking in.
Yep. Get what you deserve.
Let's check in on Blue Sky. Fucking crinkle bottoms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
God. The FEMA official who allegedly told workers to avoid Florida homes with Trump signs has been fired. So we talked about this last week. She was giving instructions to her team to avoid those places.
Mm-hmm.
She went on what is this? Roland
I don't remember
Martin
which one, but she was
Live?
on there, and
stating that I was fired. They all alleged that these actions were made on my own recognizances and that it was for my own
recognizances,
political
ask you a
advances. However, if you look at the record, there is what we call a community trend. And unfortunately, it just so happened that the political hostility that was encountered by my team, and I was on 2 different teams during this deployment, they just so happened to have the Trump campaign signage. FEMA always preaches avoidance first and then de-escalation. So this is not isolated. This is a colossal event of avoidance, not just in the state of Florida, but you will find avoidance in the Carolinas. Senior leadership will lie to you and tell you that they do not know. But if you ask the DSA crew leads and specialists what they are experiencing in the field, they will tell you. Demand for FEMA to give you those incident reports.
So yes, she's saying basically that she was told to. This is FEMA policy. Here she is on Fox.
And someone feels uncomfortable, we can't go to that home. If you have loose dogs and someone on the team is comfortable with dogs and another person is not, we can't go to that home because of safety precautions.
So you feared the Trump houses. The people on FEMA were fearing the Trump houses like they were fearing people with vicious dogs in their backyard.
Exactly. And just and that's based on the trends. You can ask FEMA.
And don't worry, next time there's a hurricane, it won't be Trump signs. They'll have their lists of people who have guns. And that'll be used as the places to avoid. It'll be if you're a gun owner, you can't get help from the federal government because they're too scared.
So the federal government's purposely discriminating people based off their political views.
Yep. Anyway, Germany's SAP is going to over proportionality hire in India.
Great.
So they currently have 15,000 employees. They're going to hire more than they have in their German headquarters.
Mm.
So, yay. Duluth man fatally, from the Minnesota Star Tribune, Duluth man fatally shoots 2 sons, ex-wife and himself. Anthony Neff, so that's, what's it called? Familicide? Family annihilation, I think is the term. Anthony Nephew, whose sons were aged 7 and 15, had written about his struggles with mental illness. A Duluth man known to struggle with his mental health killed his 2 sons, wife, and ex-wife before shooting himself. God damn!
That's cold.
Damn! Killed everybody. What? You didn't go and find your parents as well? Or your ex-wife's parents? Jesus.
Clearly not that thorough enough.
The killings were discovered when officers were called to conduct a welfare check. Okay. Anthony Nephew's ex-wife Erin Abramson lived with their son Jacob. Abramson, who worked for the city of Superior, Wisconsin, had not shown up for work that day, which was uncharacteristic and a cause for concern among co-workers. In the home, the woman and the teenager were found dead from gunshot wounds. God damn! The women then went to nephew's home less than a mile away in the 4400 block of West 6th Street, where they discovered the bodies of his wife, Catherine, their son, Oliver, 7. Fuck. Both have been shot to death. Police Chief Mike Sinnoa said it during a somber afternoon news conference. Anthony Nephew's body was also at home. He had died from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. God. Damn, that's fucking horrifying.
Yeah.
Damn. Dude, what I don't know what fun story I do next. Just to bounce back from that or not be too tonally fucking retarded. Here, this is dystopian, I guess. A Chinese retail chain has swapped traditional mannequins for real women walking on treadmills wearing their clothes. They believe this helps customers see how the garments fit and move on a person, sorry. God damn music. It's not a bad idea. And if it's a jobs program. This tells me that China's getting desperate.
Yep. That
Let's
must
lighten it up.
suck off. Do you have to do that for 8 hours? Because that would suck.
I'd say they take breaks. Some of you may have seen this photo this week.
Oh, this will be fun.
After a viral video declaring "Your Body, My Choice," Nick Fuentes' home in Chicago has been turned into a "Your House, My Choice" zone by progressives from social media sharing the address and dropping by. There is little Nick with his ADT sign out the front of his house. Fallen. Can you rent the mannequins? That's disgusting.
There's a whole movie about that, wasn't there, from the 80s?
There was 2 movies, actually. There's Mannequin and Mannequin 2.
Oh, shit.
Marla Rose says, okay, what would you do if a neo-Nazi white supremacist who called a holy war against Jews and is a loud, proud misogynist lives in your town? You're a Jewish feminist and know his address. Further, what would you do if a friend messaged you with his address and told you that you should pop over since you live in the same town to report on what it looks like from outside his home at insert address? If you squint, you can read it. Are there boxes potentially possessing dog poo? Are there boxes potentially possessing used menstrual products? What would you do if it's a Sunday and you've done your work for the day? Pop over there, you would. You're a good friend. You're curious as well. So that's what I did. I shot a short video less than 2 minutes from the public property of the sidewalk outside this address, noting that there were no boxes. As I did, a woman pulled up in her car, rolled down her window and was like, "Is this where the douchebag lives?" Paraphrasing. And I was like, "I think so." And we laughed about his incel ass for a minute. She was like, "You should ring his doorbell and see what he has to say for himself." Again, paraphrasing. And I have one serious weakness. It's chocolate. Okay, I have 2. One more relevant for this situation. I cannot back down from anything that even smacks of a dare. So I figure, what the hell? There were no solicitors signs, and believe it or not, I would have respected that. So I rang the doorbell. He immediately swung over the door like he was at damn Waco, sprayed me with a burning liquid, pepper spray, mace, and pushed me down the stairs onto his sidewalk. I rolled into a protective position because I was anticipating kicks or stomps. He grabbed my phone and ran back inside, bolted the door, shut the blinds. Friends, it was dark in there, like a bunker. I have video. I'm holding onto that for evidence. The woman in the car, probably feeling shitty for encouraging me to do it, called the cops and made a report. She begged me to get in the car with her because she was scared for my safety, but I wasn't going anywhere. Thanks, mysterious friend, for calling the cops because I obviously did not have a phone. We should get tea and talk about old times. You're also my main witness. Anyway, I gave my full statement to the cops. Fuentes gave one separately and gave no comment as his statement, and the cop called an ambulance to check my eyes after being sprayed. The cop gave me my phone back, which may be damaged after the incel stomped on it like Rumpelstiltskin, which is why the pictures are pictures my husband took from my phone, as it's no longer operational. The nice EMTs took my vitals in the ambulance too. I'm a little sore on my right side where I fell, but I'm fine. Nikki, your little spray was as weak as you are. I hate to tell you to invest in a new brand, but I didn't even need eye wash. Anyway, the cops, the EMTs, and my husband all asked, why did you ring the doorbell? Kind of incredulous. I don't know. Why not? Again, no soliciting sign, and I was showing off for my new friend. Also, I think threatening women and girls everywhere deserves some kind of an explanation. I wanted to make it very clear that I'm not whining about being pushed down the steps and pepper sprayed by a 26-year-old who then took possession of an old and possibly broken phone, or took possession of and possibly broke my phone. I'm 57 years old and 5'1", so it's kind of funny that he'd have this melodramatic reaction to me, but here we are. I guess those are the breaks when you're despised by about half the country and millions of overseas as well. I'd be touchy as well, but then again, I'm not making rape jokes or demeaning bodily autonomy. I don't know if he's done this to others or I was the tipping point, but Fuentes is a little on edge. So if you want to send Nikki a care package, but we're concerned you might not have the correct address, this is all to say it is confirmed. Insert address is the correct address. I have forgiven my husband. He made a nice vegan hot chocolate with marshmallows. She's a vegan!
Boo.
Fuentes is a very frightened widow man. Don't ring the doorbell. He's a little on edge. Go figure. Should I file a police report? Yes, I rang his doorbell, but does that merit assault and property damage? Yes, I know the picture's blurry. Believe me or don't believe me, these are pictures my husband took with his phone camera off my phone because there was no way of sending them otherwise. Please stop telling me to stop by Nick Fuentes' home at Nick Fuentes' address. It makes him feel unsafe when people pop over. Imagine being a proud internet troll and being this scared. Yep, they're all like that. So yes, this woman won the internet for the day. I think that's hilarious.
Yes, that's so good.
And of course, people like Melanie Mack are like, this is the only base thing I've ever seen him do, but a W is a W and I've got to admit it. Yes, Melanie, you
shut
fucking retard. Yes, completely overreacting to a little old lady. Like, if this woman rang your door, I would not just open the door and fucking pepper spray her. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, you little bitch?
Yeah. Also, seeing the video, I have my doubts about the authenticity of it because her reaction just doesn't quite make sense for a mace, unless that. Yeah, it's just, look, I don't know.
The theory I heard was like all stuff like pepper spray, the active ingredient breaks down after a while. And someone said that he bought pepper spray like 2 years ago. So it's probably old pepper spray. So it loses the spice. Hypocrite says, ladies and gentlemen, we have video.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing? Get the fuck out of here.
So he's putting the fucking chain on the door.
Hi.
That is not planned. This little bitch was like, ah! Like, let's see if we can... she didn't even get to the fucking button.
Yeah, that's... doesn't help with the plan.
Yeah, he saw her coming up to the fucking door. Like, that's... But if that's what you mean by planned, I mean, the door literally has fucking glass on it.
There's a ring camera on there.
Like, you can see... Like, he could see, in it, like, someone moving through the... like, moving towards the door.
Mm.
He's sitting in there in the dark, hunting for cum. She's a feminist activist, which is like, oh yeah, whatever. I thought this was fucking hilarious though. His address was so badly doxed that if you type 1826, Google handles the rest.
And we're not saying that's his address. That's just.
I don't know. I was just searching for the year 1826.
I know.
And just all of a sudden, this strange address in Illinois came up.
Mm.
So
there's reviews for this address.
Yeah, is there reviews for this address? Is there a Zillow listing? Anyway, this is from the week before, but I thought this was quite funny. Barbie Agitprop says, a quick lesson in cause and effect. This guy Noah sent her a message saying, "Dysgenic communist whore. Bet you have a great relationship with your father. Your body, my choice."
And this is where it's all stemmed from. It's just this one fuckwit.
Yeah, it's Nick Fuentes tweeting that out, and it's turned into open season for retards.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yes, this Barbie went, "Hi there, a student of yours in computer science by the name of Noah has been harassing me on X. I thought you should know." And she pasted his fucking details into the thing.
Well, if you're going to advertise, if you're going to dox yourself like that, basically, that's your own problem.
All the emails are public, Noah, so be careful. We love a change in tone. I'm honestly really sorry. I don't know why I typed those comments out. That's not who I am. As a person, none of it was true. I was just being needlessly callous.
It's always
I'm not the only woman. So, and I'm still contemplating telling your girlfriend what a jackass you are. Please don't. We don't ever talk politics. If you really knew about how I felt or what I've said, she'd probably break up with me.
Oh, God.
Oh, really?
Apology not accepted. To protected his account. That's funny. If words are so meaningless, why would anyone at the school care about them? Please delete that post. You're actually going to ruin my life. I was just being edgy and I picked the worst insults I could think of at the time. I swear I didn't think anything I said. I'm not sexist. I'm not transphobic. I'm not any sort of bigot. Multiple people have already messaged me and I'm kind of freaking out. You'd really ruin some kid's life over meaningless messages on Twitter? I've already apologized to everyone. What more do you want from me? How am I supposed to learn from my mistakes? Fuck you. You disingenuous cunt. Clearing up something requested. I never found anything about this person outside his bio. University is stated there in the image. Never found the girlfriend, but I'm guessing she found out about it by now. I have no updates from U of T. Also, this is not doxing. This is correct. This is 100% correct. 100% correct. No to doxing. Anyway. So that's hilarious. So yes, Fuentes got felted. He's a he's a scared little boy who pushes, who maces old ladies as they approach. He's such an incel and so afraid of women that he feels the need to pepper spray them the moment they even approach his house. Discord down? Is Discord down?
We're posting Discord logs in chat, man.
Oh, it's not. It's a tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happening. Discord.
Yeah, there's API areas. Yeah.
Retweet if Discord is down. Just needs to Discord down for more than 10 minutes. People who be desperate for attention. Discord down when I'm reaching climax on a e-sex session. Ah. Retweet if your Discord is down.
Yeah, it's just an API error. API problem, according to discordstatus.com.
Yeah, Discord's broken.
Yeah, you'd fucked.
Anyway, Executive Director of Citizens Go, Brian Marlow, just dropped the biggest truth bomb in the misinformation bill Senate committee hearing. Sorry, this is Australian news, so everybody can tune out for about half an hour.
Mm-hmm. Platforms are a problem. I don't trust them either. That being said, I definitely don't trust the government when it comes to trying to protect people from misinformation. The greatest peddlers of misinformation historically has been government MPs and the administrative state. So, an example, weapons of mass destruction, the Russiagate hoax, Hunter Biden laptop story, safe and effective. Gladys Berejiklian effectively telling people if they sat down they won't catch COVID, but if they stand up they will. This legislation is the equivalent of saying, well, we have an issue with bushfires, so let's hand over power to arsonists. It is insane. It should not be enacted in any way, shape or form. So while social media companies have their issues, whilst I do not trust social media companies, what you're finding is there is already an open source solution to misinformation. X is a perfect example. Community Notes, I would say, is far more accurate than what ACMA would ever be able to achieve.
Agreed.
Yep.
A hard agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mark DeStefano says, Communications Minister Michelle Rowland at the Sydney Institute dinner giving a keynote on why government needs more power to remove things from the internet. Sweeping, non-specific, awful. In the same sentence of illegal content is, quote, unacceptable behaviour. What is that? Roland uses speech to announce digital duty of care for Australia. Quote, we legislate against enduring harms. It's absolutely
shit up.
Fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Senator Fatima Payman is going to be voting against the bill, I guess, because it would stop pro-Palestinian rhetoric, because that's mostly disinformation.
Freedom of speech is a pillar of our democracy.
Yes, as long as you approve of it, yes.
And this bill threatens that. I've heard from so many of you who share this concern, and I agree. Of course, misinformation and disinformation are a problem, but this bill isn't the answer. The powers it grants could lead to over-censorship, with the government deciding what does and doesn't count as the truth. That's not the Australia I believe in. That's why I will vote against this bill. I will always stand up for our freedoms and for an Australia where all voices can be heard. You can rely on me to have your back. Freedom of speech is a...
Lol, unless you're Jewish.
You're true.
Sorry, Dan, you're done for.
Yeah.
There are calls for manslaughter charges to be laid after a Ballarat man was crushed to death today on Australia's largest wind farm. Police say the worker became trapped underneath a fan blade, with unions claiming safety concerns were raised just 10 days ago.
In the middle of a paddock at the largest wind farm in the Southern Hemisphere, a 36-year-old man is crushed by the blade of a wind...
Oh, fucking hell.
What was it? Must have been propped up on the galleys there. And
yeah, so these ones, it was propped up and it fell on him. Fucking hell.
Fuck. I thought it fell off the turbine itself or something.
No, God.
No, it was just being stored and it fell.
Turbine blade stored on the ground was being prepared for the installation.
It was just after 8 o'clock this morning when paramedics rushed to the Golden Plains wind farm at Rokewood, 130 kilometres west.
No, it's easy. You just pick the windmill from the menu, and then you just drop it on the ground and it appears.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Haven't they played City Skylines?
Of Melbourne. They tried to revive the Ballarat man, but he couldn't be saved. It's understood several colleagues were with him at the time and have been left devastated.
Any death for us is one too many.
Unions have slammed the safety record of Vestas, the company delivering the project.
Our delegates caught up with the management only a week and a half ago and said that it was just dumb luck that nobody has died at work yet.
The union...
Oh, God, it took me a minute to place his fucking accent. Holy shit.
The boy's Welsh or Irish.
I messaged my wife to say thank you for the soft serve. She just messaged me back because she's come back inside. Said, better be good. It cost $10.
What?
Fucking what?
What? It was a double cone with a dip and nuts, but still.
Oh, okay. That's still. That should be $6
$10
max.
is a bit fucking steep.
Yeah.
Alleging the company has engaged subcontractors for some of the most dangerous work on site.
We've had blades hitting the towers. We've had near misses. There's just been a range of issues that have been going on since day one.
Today's fatality is the 38th workplace death in Victoria this year. WorkSafe is leading the investigation and will consider the use of the state's workplace manslaughter laws.
We are now working closely with the authorities to prevent reoccurrence in the future.
Sarah Jane Bell, 7 News.
I don't know what fucking accent that guy was using, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, might be Welsh.
New South Wales Police win pay rise of up to 40% in biggest wage increase in 30 years. And it's not even over a long period of time. It's 40% to 2027.
But
it's 3 years.
That's
yeah.
Wow.
So they're introducing a $5,400 leadership retention payment for senior officers. Commissioned officers will receive pay increases of between 20 and 27%, inclusive of the retention payment. So the police forces in New South Wales are apparently 2,500 officers short. Let's make that number 10,000 short, please. But yeah, the nurses went on strike the other day too. I found out I was talking to my daughter who is a nurse, like a registered nurse, because she's an RN4. I didn't realise fucking like nurses in New South Wales are the lowest paid in the country. Like
Really?
Nurses in so my daughter's an R4, like RN4. So she's been doing it for 4 years. An entry-level nurse makes more than she does in Queensland. That's the fucking difference.
Wow.
Like, fucking nuts. So yeah. Fuck the police. Let them leave. It's fine. We are over-policed in New South Wales.
Yeah, for all of American police's faults, they have way less police per people, don't they? I might be completely wrong about that, but we only have 26 million people, and we have the NYPD is the size.
So there are 17,000 police officers in New South Wales.
Yeah, alone, and that's like the size of the NYPD.
That's the officers. There's also like support staff,
unsworn,
unsworn officers. But yeah, there's 17,000 sworn officers, or 17,348 sworn officers.
But I suppose the US also has local and county, like state and county, and all those other law enforcement agencies as well, and the whole world is overpoliced. Whatever. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you got Karens that get their fifis hurt if you say the wrong things. So
Yeah.
God damn it! So there's one copper for every 484 residents of New South Wales.
Okay.
One sworn officer. The Prime Minister got heckled. I don't really care about this. It's just greenies.
Then it's December 7. What I've been focused on as governor, I've been focused on my government's objectives, which have been, when we came to office, we had inflation.
Oh, who cares?
Failure. Yep. 264.
So some shit went down in Alice Springs.
We got one guy in the
Keep window up, window up. Oh, in the leg.
Yeah, you got speared. You got speared.
Three behind me. Oh, shoulder. We could have gone out this fella. Fuck.
These are the cops in the car, by the way. Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, this is the fucking cops.
Yeah, apparently this happened in 2015 or something like that. It turned out
Again in it happened in 2015 as well.
I thought this was the footage that apparently this footage was from 2015, so it was later revealed.
Jesus.
I think he's like, I just saw this.
There's no community note. Like it's got 800,000 views. So
this went viral for a little bit higher. This went not a little bit. Oh, I'm trying to get my fucking words right today. This went viral for a little bit the day it sort of was posted, because I saw other reactionaries just responding to it saying, "Oh, this is what happens is this what happens in Australia?" And then apparently, yeah. Either way, this is the shit that kind of happens up in those isolated areas. Numbulawa, yeah.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Police investigating former Neighbour star Damien Richardson over Nazi salute performed at event.
Oh, good.
Because, that's
putting
a crime
your
now.
hands up in Victoria is
putting your hands in the air in
equivalent to
Victoria is bad.
Yeah.
This it still counts because New Zealand is basically Australia.
Our state.
Meanwhile, in the New Zealand Parliament. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, she looks alright. He's certainly the fittest looking one there, I'll put it that way.
So yes, they were objecting to a bill in the New Zealand Parliament that would basically remove some parts of the Treaty of Waitangi. They're very mad about it.
They're fighting for what? Hang on, what was that treaty about? Because I heard differing arguments.
The Treaty of Waitangi basically says that Maori and the Maoris submit themselves as members of the Crown, but in return they what's it called? They get certain things back. It's like it's literally a treaty.
Yeah.
So Baldo says this happened in
it was from you, Baldo. Yeah, that's where I saw it. Yeah.
So it happened in 2015. Was on 9 News Darwin in 2017, and now it's back. It's back from the dead in 2024. So
it's.
So let's. What does the note say? It's not provided context. The woman treating the bill as the youngest. The OP doesn't have to provide context. This is a shit note.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking hell.
So, yeah. Because apparently it was their Lolbit party introduced the bill, or something like that. So, whether it's equal rights for all Kiwis or some shit, I don't know.
Yeah. So one of the parties. So the New Zealand's
party.
government is a coalition government of New Zealand First Party.
Yeah.
Which is actually led by a Maori.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the deal of getting his support was that the government bring forward this bill that reinterprets the Treaty of Waitangi to basically make Maoris New Zealanders fully, so they're all just like everybody's treated the same.
Yeah.
So there's no different treatment of
Whiteys and Maoris.
A normal New Zealand, like a Maori citizen, a Maori New Zealand citizen, and a non-Maori New Zealand citizen.
Yeah.
So.
And the Maoris opposed it because they want special treatment.
So the Maoris have they have special representation in Parliament as well.
Yeah. They are the natives.
They do like mixed member proportional electorates. Their electoral system is very strange. It took me a while to explain, but
don't worry.
Essentially, they have multi-member precincts. So your electorate can have, I think, in some cases, 4 members. It's not at all straightforward. So I'm sure there's a video out there. Melbourne, Australia, Christmas is under threat.
Grinch activists say they're planning to ruin a Christmas ritual for thousands of Melbourne children. Estelle Greepink is at Burke Street Mall tonight. And Estelle, the anti-Israel protesters are targeting the Maya Christmas windows.
Well, Mitch, these Christmas windows are set to be unveiled on Sunday here in Burke Street Mall, but Maya has just put out a statement. They're saying they're no longer holding a special event for this because they want to keep their team members and customers safe. Pro-Palestine protesters are planning to attend here over the weekend. On Instagram, they have said that they want to inconvenience those who would rather bury their heads in the capitalist machine than focus on the war in Gaza. They've encouraged supporters to...
Sounds like communism.
Sounds like fucking communist. Yeah, because guess who has always supported the fucking Palestinians? The fucking commies.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All the more reason to support Israel. If you're a capitalist, support the liberal democracy. If you're a communist, well, throw yourself out of a fucking helicopter.
To bring banners, flags and noisemakers to
I
disrupt the
love
windows when they're
democracy.
unveiled. Police say they are aware of this planned action and they have repeatedly asked the group to stop. Now, we're aware there will be a visible police presence here on Burke Street Mall on Sunday. And Mitch, there actually will be a separate rally going ahead as well as this protest in the CBD.
Estelle Greepink in the city, thank you.
That means
Grinch.
Are we going to see potential rally clashing?
No, they're both Palestinian rallies.
Oh, sorry. They got my hopes up.
Yeah, so they're not getting rid of the windows. They're just getting rid of the reveal.
Fair enough.
They're not doing the organised reveal. So. For those of you who may not be aware, Myer is a store in Australia. It's a store chain, and one of the big stores is in Melbourne on Burke Street, on the Burke Street Mall. And every year at Christmas they do staged decoration, like what's the term for it? Diorama style things.
Yeah.
In the windows, they have a bunch of windows, and they do that, and it's fancy. So anyway, Schoolies is kicked off on the Gold Coast, so Tim's going to be headed down there to try and pick up some 18-year-old girls.
It's a mindset thing. What are you talking about?
It's a mindset thing.
The mindset would do that.
No, what you do is you just go down there and get drunk with them, bang them, and then just disappear.
Well, I had my chance to be a toolie. That time has long since passed.
Yes.
I'm old enough to be their fucking dad.
Well, yeah, that's true. So yes, the teens are taking over the Gold Coast.
Yeah, so for those who don't know what Schoolies is,
if you're unfortunately on the Gold Coast and you see one of these tags that says schoolies.com, run the fuck away.
Yeah, and don't rent your properties out.
Yeah. Also, they're legal.
They are
but then
legal.
Again, 16 is legal in Queensland, so
yes, that's true.
You could literally hang out front of their school and pick them up. So anyway, that's Australian news.
Oh, God.
There was a mass shooting at Tuskegee University in Alabama. 14 people, one person was killed, 16 was shot.
So he was black?
Yes, a suspect was arrested. His name was Jaquez Myrick. He was 25. But the interesting part for us is he was found in possession of a handgun with a switchy.
Ooh. Oh, lovely.
So a Glock with switch.
Yeah, a Glock with switchy. So he's been charged with federal charge of possession of a machine gun.
Yep.
So, yeah. Redux has been removed from Patreon. So last week, some rabid trans activists organised a mass report campaign to have Redux banned on Patreon. And unfortunately, Patreon bent the knee because, of course, they do. Don't use Patreon.
Yep.
They're a bunch of fucking cucks. Unfortunately, this means we'll be shutting down, is what they'd like us to say, but sucks to be them. Ultimately, we would do this work if we had not one penny coming in. So trying to get us booted off every platform with the intention of shutting us up is a fruitless endeavour. We're here to expose gender ideology's impact on women and children, and nothing short of the whole team dying in an unfortunate mass hot air balloon incident will stop us from doing what we are doing. In the interim, if you'd like to continue to support the work we do, please visit redux.info/support for other ways of throwing a tip in our hat. We love you, the Redux team. So yes, they've applied for monetization on Twitter, so hopefully that will be approved. And you can support them there. If you want to support them, by all means, head on over and support them. If you want to support us, head on over to support.theprestream.com or send us a super chat or buy a membership or 10. Like
Don't forget to like and
Costy's
subscribe.
example. Yes, and like and subscribe, yes. Oh, fucking did it again. Fucking stop sharing button.
Oops.
Goddamn fat fingers. German paper industry. Oh, Christ.
Didn't share it.
I knew it the second I started talking.
This guy is retarded. This guy is retarded.
Yes, thank you, RC, you bastard.
That's right. You can play the clips now, can't you?
That's right, you can.
I can.
You will notice I culled a whole bunch this morning. Germany
so can't
Germany
be used against you.
No, I just needed to clean them up. I had a couple that were there that were just doubles. Like I couldn't find it the first time, so I just uploaded a new one of the same one. So I've still got a good one.
Brother,
Yeah.
Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a victim is manipulated into doubting their own memory, perception, or sanity.
And I think you're a massive fucking bellend, an embarrassment to America.
But yeah, German paper industry denies claims that paper shortage could hinder election. The head of the Electoral Commission has said the timing of early elections could be affected by shortages of paper to print ballots. So yes, the Germans may be going to an early election, but it may be hindered by the lack of paper. Dwayne Johnson says controversy over set behaviour is bullshit, but admits to peeing in bottles and being late to filming. Yeah, that happens. So yes, for those of you who are big fans of Dwayne the Rock Johnson, apparently he pisses in bottles and he's late for filming.
Well, that's what you do on set. Okay. You got to take a lot of takes. You just fucking go when you do, go where you have to, and
I admire his dedication. I hope.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
I
say.
assume it's some sort of wide mouthed bottle, and not a Coke bottle.
Probably just got a
Or
big
he has
jerry can.
he has spectacular aim. But yes, apparently his tardiness drove the budget of his new Christmas movie Red One up to a staggering $250 million. He would be up to 8 hours late to set some days. I don't understand 8 hours late.
Well, he said that was bullshit. Like, not by that amount, by the way. That was a bananas amount.
Yeah.
Like it, yeah.
Anyway, apparently that movie is soulless. Red One.
Like basically all the movies that he does nowadays.
The anti-Semitic riots continue in Amsterdam with gangs of Middle Eastern and North African migrants smashing up the city because they can't find any Jews anymore. And of course, smashing buses, smashing bus windows, and getting beaten by police. So it's turning into France over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here you go. They're setting off.
Nice.
Deze man is barco schkin.
So yeah.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan will be along shortly to tell you the Jews had it coming.
To tell you why this is the Jews' fault.
That's just fiery but peaceful protest.
Fiery but peaceful Crystal Nach. Costco forced to recall 800,000 pounds of butter for the dumbest possible reason.
No.
Costco, you want to know why, chat? Because the butter didn't have the very important label that indicated that it contains milk.
What?
Yes. So it was recalled
Kirkland
because
messed
it
up.
didn't have a label that said contains milk. So
Really?
Yep. Your tax dollars at work.
FDA
America.
sent out an initial recall for 79,200 pounds of Kirkland signature butter due to the undeclared allergen in October. Packaging for both the salted and unsalted Kirkland signature sweet cream butter lists cream as ingredient, but does not include an allergen warning that the butter contains milk. So if you die from eating that, you deserve to die.
Yeah.
People are emptying Redbox machines for free following bankruptcy.
Oh, I mean, that's one way to clear those
people are
things.
Physical media.
zombie Redbox kiosks. That's
Physical
funny.
media forever, boys.
A mud volcano erupted in northwest Colombia. I'm probably gonna. This is probably gonna be like one of those storyful clips. Anyway, but yes, the volcano erupts. It's Antioquia's San Jose Mulatos volcano. So
Mulatto. That's a racially charged term.
apparently, Sunita Williams, who is the astronaut who's trapped on the ISS with the other guy, is losing weight rapidly. So,
oh yeah.
So thanks
Interesting.
Boeing. Thanks Boeing. You're gonna get another person killed
again.
So Elon's probably gonna have to send up a shuttle just to get her specially. Kate Middleton supporters slam TV presenter for disgusting remarks about Princess Wales' appearance after she returns to royal duties after cancer treatment. This hoe bag is Narinder Kaur, whose claim to fame is that she had an OnlyFans account that failed in 3 days, and she was on she was on Big Brother. But yes, she posted this. Genuine question. Why has Kate aged so much? Isn't she only 42? Is she a smoker? It's the only explanation. This, of course, is the photo. This was Kate on Remembrance Sunday. So she didn't slather her face with what's it called? Makeup. God damn it.
Isn't Kate going through cancer treatment?
Yes. So, to which which people pointed out, and this bitch was like, "My brother had cancer and he didn't age like that."
My aunt had cancer and she became a fucking skeleton by the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah. This woman's a cunt. She consistently has shit takes, and she looks like she was. She looks like she puts on her makeup with a shotgun. So,
ooh,
have you not seen
that fancy tech?
The Simpsons shot the makeup gun.
Yep.
Yeah.
This one.
It's fancy tech.
No, this.
No. I'm going to clip out the women. Women would like what I tell them to like. A thermo copyright strike. Yeah, well, that'll be 2. I'll be 1 away. Georgia mum was arrested for letting her 10-year-old walk to town. What does this say about safetyism?
Will someone please think of the children? You need the Helen Lovejoy clip.
Yes, once
I'm
the children.
Yes.
But yes, she was arrested for willfully and knowingly did endanger the bodily safety of her juvenile son. So the story is she took her eldest son to a doctor's appointment in town. Her 11-year-old was supposed to come with her. When she went to leave, he wasn't, like, she called out for him and he wasn't around. They're on 16 acres and her father was home too. So she just figured he was out playing. So she went to the went to the doctors with her son, and then got a call that said, "Oh, hey." So this kid decided that he would walk into town, which was a mile away. And mind you, this is a town of 370 people.
Oh, what?
The town has 370 people.
Yeah, it's a tiny place, but
it's
holy shit!
It's rural Georgia.
Of all the fucking places in the US for this shit to happen.
Yes.
A place where people fucking walk everywhere.
Yes.
Oh.
So yeah, the sheriff rocked up and arrested her. She's been told she has to sign an agreement. And if she doesn't sign the agreement, the district attorney will take her to court. So she's got representation. There's a GoFundMe. She's going to fight it. So good. But yeah. Fulton says, wait a minute, hold up. So under Georgia law, if you're if you're between the ages of 9 and 12, you're allowed to be left alone at home alone for a brief period. That's what the law says. So, but the kid decided to wander off, and because of that, the mum was arrested in front of her 4 children.
Right.
So, good job.
Good job, government.
What did you say? No, scroll up, blind koala.
I'm thinking it's an adoption.
This is a different one.
Yeah, it's not the same person.
This is Jackie Kendrick. Her husband and children are shown here in this 2016 photo. Kendrick said she was scared after getting a visit from CFS after leaving her children in the backyard to play. This was single mum in Georgia. That's not the same woman, though. Yeah, so this one is Brittany Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
This one is... it's like the Ricators. Yeah, so ridiculous. My wife is like, I understand. I'm like, really? It's a fucking town of 360 people. Some Karen fucking called the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
So, and then my missus is like, oh, well, I mean, she shouldn't get charged. So I just turned it around and I said, well, the law's the law. So yes, she should. She should get charged. I try to get my wife to understand that some laws are just unjust.
Yeah.
But she's getting close. Pollen cars, county leaders frustrated over Sumitomo's closure. Work's already underway to help those 1,500 plus employees find new employment in Western New York. So yes, Sumitomo Rubber USA LLC is moving out of New York because what's it called? The green bullshit
shit state.
Yeah, all the requirements to
regulations.
Regulations, yeah, that's the reason. So yeah, 1,500 jobs gone. Apparently, you can get an iPhone 16 Pro Max in Gaza, but it'll cost you $6,000 to $9,000.
16 برو ماكس يا جماعة الخير دخل غزة. ما حدش يقول لي كيف دخل غزة، بعرفش، يمكن من خلال المساعدات، الشحون المساعدات يعني، أو من خلال الوفود اللي بيجوا. المشكلة مش هنا، المشكلة قديش سعره خرافي. يعني أنا بقول لكم أغلى جوال في العالم عنا في قطاع غزة اللي هو 16 برو ماكس العادي، لا مطل ذهب ولا ألماظ ولا غيره، العادي. سعره 30,000 شيكل، $9,000. وفي ناس عاملين عليه عروض خاصة، عرض خاص 25,000 شيكل، $7,500. تخيلوا يا جماعة الخير، تخيلوا والله العظيم بدي أضحك ولا أحزن ولا عن جد أنا مش عارف أعقب. بس المهم وصل. عمي احنا بنواكب التطور حتى في عز الحرب وفي أسعار فلكية عن جد رسمي. الأسعار اللي عندنا في غزة بنخش فيها موسوعة جينيس. فيش مجال، احنا عندنا أسعار مش موجودة في العالم.
So yes, it's very expensive iPhones in Gaza.
Yes, things are expensive when you smuggle them in.
A former president says shekels, Rolf. What's so funny? Israel uses shekels. It's the Israeli shekel. Again, that's what the fucking people in Gaza use because Hamas could have made their own currency, but they didn't. Because you can't back a currency with missiles. Well, I guess you can if you're the US.
That's more oil.
22-year-old Air National Guard Jack Teixeira has been officially sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for leaking classified documents on a Discord server.
Yeah, we covered it when he got arrested. Yeah, he's done.
He was an idiot.
Yeah,
he was an idiot. Disney's reportedly considering appointing Electronic Arts CEO Andrew Wilson as the successor to the current boss, Bob Iger. I think that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, you're ready to pay an extra $5 to unlock and see the final episode of Mandalorian Season 4 on top of your subscription? Yeah, that's right.
Look, if Dragon Age Veil,
but that's not how it'll work.
Indication...
No, you'll pay $5 to unlock a chance to get a random episode of The Mandalorian Season 4.
Gotcha. Oh, gotcha boxes for media.
Dude, I just want to say, as an Australian, I apologise because Andrew Wilson is an Australian.
Oh, fuck.
And I'm apologising because Andrew Wilson is the marketing genius behind the Skinner box. He successfully monetised the Skinner box more than anybody has ever done before. Like, the Skinner box as a concept wasn't really in gaming until
I blame Valve.
Andrew Wilson. Like, seriously fucking
Valve started it. EA refined it.
Andrew Wilson perfected it. So
yeah.
A third plane, an American Airlines flight, has been hit by gunfire during a flight to Haiti.
Okay.
I think it was dropping off missionaries.
Yeah,
but yeah, they got hit by.
Well, God clearly protected them.
Yeah, they got hit by regular.
A church's KFC sues a church over original recipe.
Yeah, for using the term original recipe.
Last week, KFC accused Church's Texas Chicken of violating its trademark when its fried chicken competitor began using the words original recipe in its advertising and promotions. KFC claimed in a lawsuit that beginning September 30, it noticed the church abruptly began using the phrase and ignored KFC's October 24 letter objecting to the ads. In the disputed promotions, Church posted photos of fried chicken deals with the text above, "Our original recipe is back." The phrase, which KFC has been using for over half a century, is likely to create confusion in the marketplace and dilute the original recipe trademark. Okay, so original recipe is a registered trademark.
And because they're suing because of someone using that same phrase for selling chicken, fried chicken.
It's a pretty fucking strong case.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, it's not like if I had the if I started a new stream and called it the pre-stream original recipe.
Or even just another food type that's not fried chicken.
Original recipe pizza.
Yeah.
I have to keep an eye on the clock. There's a camera I want to bid on eBay, and it's got 40 minutes left.
Speed run.
I know I don't need to do a speed run. I just need to stop for a second and then hit bid. Still an hour to go.
All right.
Female inmate assaulted by Canadian transgender child rapist in women's prison sustained broken ribs, eyewitnesses report. So yes, a Canadian man who raped a 3-month-old baby is now in a women's prison and being housed along a mother-baby unit after identifying as transgender.
Way to go.
Oh my God.
Female inmates say Adam Labucan has been leering at the infants in the unit.
Oh,
way to go, Canada.
I just want Canada just to be
like
taken.
I want Canada. I want Canada to be annexed.
Canadian healthcare yourself.
I just want Canada to be annexed by the US. Let's just go full fallout.
Yeah, just
get it. Get it done.
I missed this one. This was actually for Aussie News. The report is calling for age-appropriate pornography. Wait, is this an Australian story or is this...
This is an Australian story, yes.
New report into young Australians watching pornography finds 1 in 3 respondents used it for sexual education. There are calls for urgent action after a new report revealed teenage girls were accessing pornography at an increasingly younger age. The Our Watch impact of pornography on young people also showed the majority of young people saw porn as degrading and violent to women, but many still use it for sex education. The report is calling for age-appropriate pornography information to be added to respectful relationship education, among several other recommendations.
Yeah. So
Daniel Principe was 11 when first exposed to porn. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, same. Basically, the government is saying, well, we know the kids watch porn well before the age of 18.
Make our own.
Well,
oh, no. We're gonna make age-appropriate pornography.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Oh no, that's even worse.
We're gonna drip feed it to them before they're 18. They're watching it anyway. So,
how are they going to do that when they're going to block social media?
Exactly.
Well, it'll be in school curriculum.
Breaking: federal prosecutors have charged a man with disclosing classified documents that appear to show Israel's plans to retaliate against Iran for a missile attack earlier this year. The man, Asif W. Rahman, was indicted last week in federal courts in Virginia with 2 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information. He was arrested by the FBI on Tuesday in Cambodia and brought to federal court in Guam to face charges. This story has since been updated since I posted to note that Raham is a CIA official who worked abroad. So yes, a CIA official leaked attack plans from an ally to the press to, I guess, prevent the ally from doing anything. So
sounds like a traitor to me.
Yeah, that's right. So many are dead after a maniac plowed through a crowd in China, and the government is focused on removing flower memorials for the dead and censoring the incident online. Authorities in the southern Chinese city of Zhuhai removed wreaths, candles, and bottles of Chinese alcohol offerings laid at the scene of the deadliest mass killing in the country in a decade, as the government scrambles to respond and censor outrage online. On Monday, a male driver, angry at his divorce settlement, according to police, rammed his car into a crowd at a sports centre in the city of 2.5 million, killing 35 people and injuring 43. The government took almost a day to announce the death toll. This prompted outrage on Chinese social media, where posts complaining about the government's slow response and raising questions about mental health of a nation shaken by a recent spate of similar killings were being quickly removed. Chinese state broadcaster CCTV did not mention the attacks in its 30-minute midday news bulletin. Instead, the program led with President Xi Jinping's departure for APEC. Other state media, such as China Daily's Chinese language newspaper, also prominently displayed the news of Xi's trip. How weird would that be? Like, just, you've got these national media outlets and you know something's happening because everybody's talking about it on social media, and then you go to the news and nobody's fucking talking about it. Like specifically, they're just not talking about it at all. It'd be so weird. So,
yep.
Bruce Deggan, the illustrator of the Magic School Bus book, has passed away, age 79.
Oh, what a shame.
So I never read the Magic School Bus, but I think we had to have my kids.
He was pretty good.
Yeah.
I played the interactive video games.
Oh yeah. Power lesbian. Oh Jesus! Sorry, I'm really got the yawns. Power lesbian Corey Burke murders her father with an ice axe in election night meltdown at Seattle home.
Okay.
So yeah, Corey Burke, 33, allegedly struck, stabbed, and strangled her father, 67-year-old Timothy Burke, in a fatal attack at her $800,000 Seattle home on November 5th. Burke, a training manager at Jeff Bezos' rocket and spacecraft company, confessed to killing her father after he refused to turn off the lights. Seems reasonable. What a fucking nutcase.
What?
I'll be back. I just got to run a bath.
Okay. That is crazy that she would kill her father just because she wouldn't turn off the lights. I'm fairly certain there's more to this story than just that.
She then tripped her father and strangled him before attacking him with the ice axe.
Bit him and hit him several times in the head.
Jesus,
inside with the blunts.
It turns out she's not actually a power lesbian. I saw community notes on some of the tweets about this, and she's not actually gay at all. So I don't know where the power lesbian thing comes from.
Probably
maybe the
because she
community
looks
notes
like
are
one.
wrong. I haven't looked back into it, but apparently, supposedly, she's actually straight. She's not a lesbian at all, but she looks like one. So, yeah,
Acts like one.
Looks like one. Oh, yeah, acts like one
out
as well.
Spazzing out on her father.
I have no clue, Costy. I have no clue. Hang on. What was her name? Something Burke. Power. Hang on, don't worry about it. Lesbian kills. Power lesbian kills dad. Power lesbian accused.
That's another good question.
Oh, so she's a self-proclaimed power lesbian, even though she's actually straight.
Okay.
So a 33-year-old manager for billionaire Jeff Bezos's rocket startup Blue Origin. So she, holy shit, she works for Blue Origin.
Yeah,
she works for
Bezos. Sorry, my back.
No, you're good. You're good. We're just vamping, keeping on with the story. Apparently, she's self-described power lesbian, but like I saw community notes saying she was actually straight.
The alleged killer is married to a trans author.
Oh, that'll be why. Okay. And Al.
So she's married to a man. So she's a terrible lesbian.
Yeah. That's why she's technically straight. Okay.
So the University of Michigan student government has impeached its anti-Israel president and vice president for incitement to violence, cyber theft, and dereliction of duty. So based. That's fucking hilarious. This whole thread is gold, but I'm not going to read it because it's very long. We did too much from Ricada. GOG is going to keep games like New Vegas running on modern systems by itself, using its own devs to keep oldies going for generations to come. That is fantastic.
That's great.
Like,
now I'm going to have to buy New
game
Vegas on
preservation
GOG.
is very important. So I need to move this to a different section.
Like, how long did it take for Professor to fix up Fallout 3 after games for Windows was axed?
Oh, I have no idea.
It took them years to fix that because you couldn't play it because the service was gone, and so you couldn't run it.
Any of them that use online services are always at threat of disappearing, into the ether. It's like Sims 2. I watched the video the other day of a guy hacking Sims 2, like one step at a time, to get it to run. Like, because you can't run it on Windows 10. You have to run it on Windows 7 VM because of shit that Microsoft removed. Suspected bomber dead after trying to enter Brazil's top court ahead of G20. So a man killed himself with a bomb outside Brazil's Supreme Court after trying to enter the building on Wednesday. That's fucking disturbing, man. Suicide bombers in Brazil. Like, what the
Brazil's
fuck?
fucking dangerous.
I know Brazil's dangerous, but usually it's like, I've just been murdered by some people in a favela who tried to take my car.
Yeah, true.
Not, let me just strap some bombs to myself and walk into the fucking Supreme Court. Like, no, that's not a fucking Brazil thing.
No.
Jesus.
Yeah, stay out of the favelas and you are usually fine from what I
Stay
hear.
out of Brazil, just generally. Seattle's finally going to start throwing shoplifters in jail for the first time in 4 years. Officials in Emerald City argued that the policy change went into effect earlier this month reverses pandemic-era restrictions by King County that kept Seattle police from booking all but the most serious misdemeanors into the slammer. Officials in the Emerald City argued the policy hamstrung prosecutors and cops, but now Seattle's ne'er-do-wells will face a jail cell if they flaunt the law. I flaunt the law and the.
This is another Trump win.
Yeah, another win for the Trump. Come and Go is going away.
Boo, boo.
Is this a petrol station? Yeah, it is. It's a gas.
Yeah, it's
a gas station. Come and Go. That's certainly a name. Certainly a name. Speaking of coming and going, it's time to reset the clock.
God damn it.
Teacher charged with raping student 13 had ditched husband for boy she called her crystal meth. Los Angeles area special ed teacher accused of raping a 13-year-old student in her car had ditched her husband for the teen, whom she referred to as her crystal meth. Colleen Jo Matrici Matarico, a 43-year-old grandmother, pleaded not guilty on Tuesday to 5 felony counts of lewd acts upon a child under age 14. 2 felony counts of lewd acts upon a child aged 14 or 15, and 1 felony count of furnishing a controlled substance to a minor. Right to jail. Right to jail. Yes, bury her under the fucking jail. And unfortunately, there is a second story. Oh no, this is from October. Never mind. We can skip this one. This is from October fucking 2014.
Jesus, that's a long
Wasn't me. I didn't post it.
Militant farmers to stage a national strike against Rachel Reeves' inheritance tax raids, with meat and crops set to be withheld from supermarkets. So the UK is in for a tough time because the Chancellor wants to reintroduce the inheritance tax on all farms worth over €1 million at a rate of 20%. Which will essentially mean that most farms in the UK will have to just sell. Yep. So yes, the UK is well and truly fucked. And let me stick with the UK. Child 9 among kids investigated by cops for hate incidents after calling classmate a retard. 2 girls were also recorded for saying a fellow pupil smelt like fish. A child as young as 9 is among thousands of Brits being investigated by cops for hate incidents. The youngster was clocked for calling a primary school classmate a retard, it has been reported.
This is good.
Yes, I can use that term. Because for the moment, I am still free. And 2 secondary school-aged girls were recorded for saying a fellow pupil smelt like fish, the Times reports. FOIA requests made by the paper reveal how British cops are recording cases of children committing non-crime hate incidents. It also found widespread confusion in police ranks about which incidents qualify. Over 13,200 non-crime hate incidents recorded in just a year, from June 2023 to June 2024, across 45 of the UK's 48 forces. Oh my God. Jesus.
All of them. Oh, fuck. Yes.
God. So tired. Need to go and stand out next to a tree. There's 34 minutes left on this option. It's a fucking great deal that I'll tell you about afterwards. So none of you fuckers go and buy that from under me. The events are supposed to be noted by cops when clearly motivated by intentional hostility or if there's a risk of causing significant harm or criminal offense. Like, these non-crime hate incidents are fucking bullshit. They are excuses for people for the police to waste their time on this inane bullshit. And it shows up on a background check. Like, this shit, like these non-crime hate incidents show up on a background check. It's a DSLR, Fallen. It's not that kind of camera. It's actually an upgrade from my existing one. I've got a 700D, and I want to get a better one. So, but yes, Alan Johnson says, this is where we're at in the UK. The July 2024 riot by Romanians in Hare Hill, Leeds. A bus was set alight, police cars were bricked, etc. has been redefined by the police as a Romanian vigil.
Okay.
While a local woman, Nikki Wilcox, had lived there for 16 years, she was very active in her community and cared about it, was arrested for causing the rioters distress because she came out in her slippers and told the rioters to go home and stop causing damage to the area. I'm not sure two-tier is an adequate descriptor for whatever the fuck that is. I do know that if you want to lose a country, this is the way to go about it. Here's the disclosure letter. Let me just open a new tab so we can zoom in a bit.
Getting angry.
Where is it? Here.
So the gypsies is going to gypsy, and you're not allowed to tell them to stop kicking in my garden gnomes.
DP arrested on suspicion of racially aggravated public order act offence. It is alleged that the DC, so designated person, has left her address, which is close to, quote, a Romanian vigil / demonstration, and shouted words to the effect of "Go home, you're devaluing property," to the Romanian crowd, which has caused them distress and made her the subject of their frustration. DP arrested, complainant handcuffing. So they not only arrested her, they fucking cuffed her.
Yep.
Oh, fuck's sake, I didn't zoom in. I forgot to switch. Like, what a cunt, man. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Pedophiles, paedophile and former swimming coach William Pearson, 45, caught with 13,000 images and films of boys aged 4 to 6 being sexually abused, has walked free. He also messaged other pedophiles about abusing his nephews. The judge said it's a substantial quantity, but you are remorseful.
Oh my God.
Defense said Pearson lives with his elderly parents and that his father is undergoing health tests while his mother is diabetic. Pearson has undiagnosed mental health issues and could be autistic. He struggles with crowds and speaks with a stutter. If there was ever a country that needed to be fucking liberated by the US, it's fucking the UK right now. Holy shit.
Then us next.
Yeah. We're not quite at that point. I mean, Victoria is, but yes, I'm a Republican now. Yeah. Alison Pearson's racist tweet is at the centre of Telegraph's row with police. So the racist so the Guardian points to makes reference to a tweet. This is the tweet they make reference to. They're talking about Alison Pearson, who's a writer for the Telegraph in the UK. Unfortunately, this is not her fucking account. This is some other Alison Pearson. So they got the wrong fucking person. So here's Alison Pearson's response. I'm not a racist. I didn't post a racist tweet. My tweet did not incite violence against any protected characteristics. My fairly innocuous tweet was deleted a year ago. Senior lawyers say my tweet does not come near the threshold of criminal prosecution, but Essex Police upgraded the accusation from non-crime hate incident to offence under the Public Order Act. Why? Essex Police visited my home but refused to specify either accusation or the accuser. Under pressure, Essex Police deployed the terrorist-fighting Gold Command to investigate a solitary Welsh journalist, 5 foot 4 inches, who still believes in freedom of speech. Weird, I know. This is all nonsense. Deeply sinister, frightening nonsense, and wholly disproportionate police overreach, if you ask me. Last night I realised I no longer feel safe in my own country. A terrible moment. As Elon Musk said, this must stop. It really must. So she got visited by police on a Sunday morning, on Remembrance Sunday in the UK, and they refused to tell her what what she was accused of. They wanted her to come down the station for an interview as part of an investigation into alleged incitement to racial hatred, following a complaint by a member of the public. Now, at this point I am convinced that none of these complaints are actually from members of the public, and that police are trawling fucking social media feeds looking for people who say spicy things and are in their jurisdiction, and then they go and fucking hunt them down. So one copper will submit an anonymous tip-off to another copper and say, well, this person tweeted something bad. They tweeted some naughty words.
Yeah.
Because they do this shit and they get pats on the head. So she wrote an article in the Telegraph about her encounter, and you know what Essex Police did? They filed a complaint with the fucking journal from the media regulator that she was being unfair. It's like, bitch, you went to her house. Like, you accosted her in the morning. But yeah, anyway. New Apple security. Look, don't go to the fucking UK. Steer fucking clear. Fallen Preacher says, you got oil and lithium in Aussie land, right? If so, we'll be there. We have no oil.
No.
That's the downside.
We have lots of gas.
We have uranium.
Lithium. Lots of gas. We have shit tons of uranium.
Copper.
I think
uranium.
We've got the largest supply of uranium in the world, which is funny for a country that's anti-nuclear. I think we also have more gold in the ground in Australia than there is in the world.
I think so.
It's just difficult to get to because it's like in Victoria, and you've got to get past all the NIMBYs.
Yeah, good luck with that.
The Gympie gold mine's kind of ran out.
There's a whole bunch of resources we do have that are, most in the world because we're a big fucking continent. So, but yeah, new Apple security feature reboots iPhones after 3 days, researchers confirm. So if you don't unlock your iPhone for 72 hours, it will restart.
Restart as in
it will power off and power back on. It will force a reboot. And you know why that's good? Because that clears all the memory in that clears the memory. Like in RAM.
Yeah, that would be good.
Because what they do is they crack them open and they freeze the RAM chips to be able to extract data, and that's how they get the code. But it's a very delicate process, and it would probably take longer than 3 days. So once it reboots, that's it. They've got to. If they haven't got the code in 72 hours, they're not getting it. So, but yeah, even if thieves leave your phone powered on for a long time, they won't be able to unlock it with a cheaper, outdated forensic tool. So they'll have to actually before first unlock is the state it drops into, so, which is a much more secure state. The Onion, backed by some of the Sandy Hook families in a special deal with Everytown for gun safety, has attempted to acquire InfoWars.
I thought it went through.
Yes.
Their bid was accepted, but then the judge in the bankruptcy auction said, hold on a minute. That's strange. This doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
So Jones announced on X, I just got the word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and the folks met with the trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they are shutting us down even without a court order this morning. The Onion plans to shutter Jones's InfoWars and rebuild the website featuring a well-known internet humor writers and content creators. Can you call that humor anymore? That's not very funny.
No, the Onion hasn't been funny in a decade.
No. Details of Wednesday's auction, including how much was offered for Free Speech Systems, the parent company of InfoWars, and related assets were not immediately known. Funds generated from the sale are meant to satisfy Jones's estate creditors, large families of victims of the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, whom he must pay damages in defamation verdicts. Sandy Hook, where was it? He's found liable for $1.5 billion. Absolutely ridiculous. The sale had the backing of several of the Connecticut families of the Sandy Hook shooting who were part of the lawsuit. There's like a special deal. There's a bit here about the judge. Where is it? I've read like 4 different articles about this. Must have been in another article. Anyway, the judge is going to look at it next week because he's basically said that nobody should be happy about this sale because it feels like it wasn't done above board. There are only 2 bidders. The highest bidder didn't actually win. There was no option for a counter bid. So yeah, the highest bidder is connected to Jones's like father. Like I think it was actually his father's holding company or something. So it was kind of a dodge, but still.
Well, okay, but that's still like.
Well, yeah. If the point is to liquidate
liquidate it, it's
the stuff, then liquidate it. Like that's the fucking deal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whose hands it gets into, other than
Yeah, the whole point is to get money to pay off the creditors. So, but apparently the families agreed to be lower on the list of creditors from the sale, so that they'd like the sale would go through, and there's like a deal with Everytown USA. So, yeah, it's a whole fucking thing.
Yep.
It just feels very much on the shonk. Like everything. Like fucking literally everything to do with this fucking... Like everything to do with Alex and this fucking like defamation lawsuit. It has been just fucking like so goddamn
dodgy.
Shonky. Yeah. And shonky and hasn't felt right. It's all felt so fucking unfair. Like
it's like the
one...
process
two trials fucking it never actually went to a jury to determine anything except the amount of money that he would have to pay.
Default judgments.
Like, and the fact that, like, I don't know, did he appeal the Texas one? Because I cannot imagine an appellate court going, yeah, $1.5 billion, that sounds about right. Like, it all just feels so fucking sus. Like, it just really fucking sus.
Yep. I agree. It was sus.
All right, I put my bid in. I'm in the lead. 21 minutes, chat. So we'll know by the end of the show. Anyway. It's just all fucking sus. Brent Glasgow says it's that time again when the crazies on the left want to go after stupid edgelords. New Steam is a hotbed of extremist and hateful content.
Yes.
Users pay tribute to mass shooters, post swastikas, and share support for terrorist organizations, according to a bombshell report from the ADL's Center on Extremism, shared exclusively with business. You know what I hope Trump does? Instructs the IRS to review the ADL's fucking tax status.
Oh, that would be good. Because there we get fucked up.
Oh, someone posted a Rakita thing. What's this? It appears Rakita Lawyers received bad news today. He's on another manic tweet spree. Is that a recent, like, from now, or? Oh, that's from this morning.
Let's have a look.
That's from this morning, Fallen. What are you doing to me? You're killing me.
Killing me, Smalls.
Oh.
You right?
Yeah, my back.
He's an old man.
Oh, I thought he fell off his chair or something.
No, my chair's really uncomfortable.
We just heard you go.
But yes, the opening paragraph is a banger. A teenage Nazi stabbed people in Turkey. That teenager, insert dramatic music, had a Steam account. There are look at this shit. Shortly after, authorities found his profile on Steam. 100 computers in one shit chair. Yes. I have a good chair, but the gas strut stopped fucking working, and I can't get the fucking old strut out to replace it. And it was a $900 chair, and I don't want to fucking buy it again. I just want to replace the fucking strut. I love that. Like, I fucking like that chair. Bidding on cameras instead of a comfy chair. Yeah, the camera's like $200. Fix your chair. I will one day. So, shut up! Leave me alone. Fuck's the show doing? Yes. But yes, the teenager had a Steam account. There are estimates that 1 billion people have Steam accounts with more than 132 active monthly users. This article, it's all about a report from the ADL from Daniel Kelly. Oh, there's my alarm that was telling me to hey, bid on the fucking thing, idiot. History of poor research blaming video games for society's ills. Daniel Kelly tried to deplatform our peer-reviewed paper from an APA journal and, of course, blocked me for trying to talk to him. What a fucking cuck. Mm-hmm. New study of his warns about the dangers of copypastas.
What?
It's a popular method of sharing extremist or hateful content on Steam. COE detected 1.18 million unique instances of potential extremist and hateful copypastas.
What?
54% of which was white supremacist and 4.868% were anti-Semitic. The most popular copypastas were by far variations of swastikas. What? God damn it, man. To put these numbers in perspective, ADL found 0.3% of avatars to be hateful, 0.3% of profile pics to be hateful, and 0.5% of groups to be with potentially extremist symbols. Pepe is considered hateful and extremist.
Yep.
Fucking Christ. More than half of the extremist hateful content they found was Pepe.
Pepe.
So 54% Pepe. Fucking ridiculous. So then swastika, siege mask, the Nazi eagle, the Odal, the Sig Swol, Triskelion, Totenkopf, Valknut, Confederate flag, SS bolts, Sodden. These, like, some of these are undeniable. It's like, okay, your swastika, fucking Nazi eagle, yeah, fair enough. Like the Sonderad, fucking, like, yeah, some of these are pretty fucking clear. Mm-hmm. Triskelion, I don't know. Celtic
Moon
Cross,
Man.
fuck you, man.
Moon
Hamas headband. Oh, I'm glad that's on the fucking list. Interestingly, the study notes the Celtic Cross is an extremist hateful symbol. The ADL organization itself, however, notes that overwhelming use of this Celtic Cross is non-extremist. As part of its recommendations, the ADL, of course, wants Steam to moderate the hell out of the platform, but also wants Steam to give special attention to groups such as the ADL. In the end, this is just more of the same. The Daniel Kelly guy has found his niche complaining about gamers, and poor journalists never question him or examine his information critically. This is correct.
Yeah.
Because, say it with me, boys, you can't hate journalists enough. Anyway. Drama alert says over 800 Utah homes lost power after a woman climbed the transformer. You will see why this is hilarious wording in a second.
Can't hear you, speak up.
Is that an act? Now I'm not so sure.
Oh,
fuck.
Just turn it on.
Is it a transformer on a transformer, or is it an actual woman?
I don't know. I actually didn't watch the full clip, so I didn't see past like the first 3 seconds.
I saw it was a 6-head, so I thought, oh, that's a guy.
Oh, God. What did I do?
Taser, taser, taser!
Just turn it on.
Oh, if they turned it on, she'd be fucking... Oh, I think they fucking... No, I don't think it was a taser. I think
Cherry picker.
They pelleted her. Or him.
Yeah.
Utah has no power. Hoe blocking the substation.
You can
fry the hoe to restore power for millions, or leave the hoe to do dumb
the new
shit
trolley
with you to
problem.
switch.
I
New
mean,
trolley problem, yeah.
That's a dilemma.
It's official. Marvel has confirmed that Julie Gardner will play the Silver Surfer in Fantastic Four. First Steps, arriving in theaters on July 25th, 2025.
Still not watching it.
I'll watch it, but I ain't paying for it.
That's fair.
Daniel Penny chokehold caused Jordan Neely's death. Okay. Even if homeless man had enough drugs in his system to put down an elephant. ME's testimony.
Yeah. So the ME's
Why is it
always?
always? It always seems to be this way. It always seems to be that these, like, someone stops them from doing something or arrests them, and they're pumped full of drugs and they die, and it's like, well, you killed them. It's like, well, hang on a minute. Their heart exploded in their chest. Oh, you still killed them.
Yeah.
The Pentagon says it cannot confirm North Korean troops are gorging themselves on porn after being deployed to fight against Ukraine.
Most likely, the answer.
North
The Pentagon
Koreans are
says they're
fighting for...
unable to verify whether North Korean troops are gorging themselves on porn after enlisting to fight, but being enlisted to fight in Ukraine.
I feel so happy for those North Koreans.
This is amazing.
In a twisted way, like exposure to the outside world.
Well, they've already gotten they've already had a few that have just run across the border into fucking Ukraine and surrendered.
Yeah, I'm going to defect.
We want to go to the West.
Yeah.
The West is best. The West has food.
Yeah.
The West has food and pussy. Mike Tyson's sad ending. Jake Paul, 27, reveals he decided not to knock out 58-year-old boxing legend who he stopped punching and bowed to, as fans called out Netflix fight for elder abuse and labeled it a sad disgrace.
Yeah, I wish I'd watched the open workouts because I would have had a different opinion.
My only wish was for Iron Mike to have one round, like just to kill Jake Paul in the ring. That would have been fucking amazing. That would have been what an amazing way to go out. 58-year-old fucking Ivan Drago's Jake Paul like he's fucking Apollo Creed.
Unfortunately, he's just not capable.
Unfortunately, he's 58 years old and time makes fools of us all.
It's not just that. Mike put out a tweet after the fight or the day after, just explaining he's been through a heap of different surgeries and shit. And yeah, I wish I'd watched his open workout video before I watched the fight, because I would have outright said, yeah, Jake Paul's got this in the bag.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you.
I wanted Mike to win. I was posting everywhere. Fuck, I want Mike.
Like I said, I wanted him to fucking kill him.
But then I
thought that would have been the greatest end.
It would have been amazing. But
the greatest end you could have ever hoped for was to be killed in the ring by Iron Mike.
You go back
in what everybody thought was an exhibition match, just like going out, just like Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
Like Logan Paul on the ropes, screaming out, "Throw in the damn towel!" Like
pretty much.
That would be fantastic.
Roy Jones was saying,
and I was cheated. I was cheated out of my dream.
Yes, he does. He does.
Yeah, I get.
But Roy Jones Jr. was saying on the commentary, "I don't like his legs. I don't like his legs," and he was actually right. No, Mike should never. We know why Mike got in the ring, because
I forgot to put this in the UK section. But this is connected as well. Jewish father arrested in front of 12-year-old daughter for using Nazi slur against rabbi in private Facebook post. Let me cliff note it for you. Actual Jewish man called fake Jewish rabbi a capo for being pro terrorists.
Is that
next?
I've never heard of that before. I like
so capo's an insult that Jews give to other Jews.
I was going to say, because I've heard of capo.
The capo, as in K-A-P-O. Capo, as in C-A-P-O, is the Italian word for captain.
Yes, that's what I've heard. Yeah, I didn't know there was a difference. Because
that's where the term capo di tutti capi comes from. It's captain of captains.
It's a mafia title as well. But
but it means captain.
Yeah. I'd never heard of the
but
deepest
anyway,
Jewish slur.
So capo with a K is a slur that Jews put upon other Jews, or in this case, fake Jews, because he's one of those progressive rabbis. So a fake Jew,
It's
like
the equivalent of wigger, is it?
no, like an Anglican.
Ouch.
But yes,
I get
capos were the Jews who oversaw other Jews in the concentration camps.
Yeah,
it's a pretty fucked up saying, like fucked up.
I can imagine. Now you've explained. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, he was arrested under the same bullshit.
Or that was his daughter.
This was fucking great. I was just informed that my official Mattel Wicked dolls have a porn site printed on them. Is this true?
Baby? Well, yeah, it is.
Wicked.com.
Ah.
Yes, my deluxe dolls have them too. Wicked.com. That's fucking hilarious. Let me just try it over here. Oh, here we go. Video proof that it's not photoshopped.
Yeah. Wicked.com.
And just so if for those who do not believe, here's wicked.com.
If you go any further than this,
this website is so exit here. So
yes.
JohnTron won. Congratulations to JohnTron, who has a girlfriend and I believe is married now.
Yep.
So congrats, man. Good job.
Nobody.
And finally, the feel good. This was the feel good section. Finally, a lack of interest in the PS5 Pro is forcing scalpers to sell them for a loss.
Oh, very nice.
And that's it. Ah, damn! I'm still the high bidder.
How's your auction going?
I'm still the high bidder.
Okay.
But only just. I'll go $20 more. No, not $1 more. So yeah, and that's it. So yes, I'm very happy for the fucking actually. How long's left on the? There's 7 minutes left on the auction, so we'll shoot the shit for 7 minutes. And so you guys aren't left wondering if I won or not.
Mm-hmm. We need to know. Inquiring minds need to know.
I know you need to know. This costs like we've got a second wind.
Meanwhile
on Twitter.
Meanwhile, Trump was at the UFC 309. John Jones won. Beautiful fucking knockout by John Jones, by the way.
See, I know what you do while you're not paying attention to the show.
No, I wasn't watching it. Actually, no. Farron was tweeting about it, and I saw it through her.
Here we go. Peter Dutton saying that
with families who. Earlier this week, I met with families who are campaigning for age limits on social media. Parents have legitimate concerns about the adverse effects of social media on children's development, mental health and attention spans. And that's why, following examples abroad in places like Florida, the Coalition strongly supports age limits for social media and verification, which also protects privacy. The legislation regarding age limits for social media is completely separate to the legislation on misinformation and disinformation. And it's important not to conflate entirely different issues of keeping our kids safe online and freedom of speech. The Albanese government's misinformation and disinformation legislation is a scandalous attack on free speech with censorship at its core.
He's already said he will introduce his bill. Let's see. Yep. That would mean that all users of social media, including in Australia, will be subject to ID verification. This is the Trojan horse for digital ID.
Yep.
Week I met with the Albanese government's misinformation and disinformation legislation is a scandalous attack on free speech with censorship at its core. What we need to address is more speech, not less. No minister and no bureaucrat has a monopoly on truth. Yet Labor wants to make government and unelected bureaucrats the arbiters of truth. The Coalition strongly opposes Labor's misinformation and disinformation bill. In a digitally driven world, we need to preserve the free speech which underpins our democracy and also protect our children who are the future of our democracy. We can do both.
Fuck you, you piece. Fuck you, you potato.
Yeah.
Spitting out my coffee after reading a New York Times fact check of RFK Jr. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has... Oh, shit. I just knocked something over. Oh, it's an old microphone. Why the Canadian version has fewer ingredients than the US version, but he was wrong. The ingredients list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colouring made from blueberries and carrots, while the US product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylate hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredients label.
Oh my God, you
he
just
made
played
his point
yourself.
for him.
Oh, that's one.
Chairs falling apart, duct tape ripped off. No, I put an old mic, like I got a little shotgun mic, because we were cleaning up the office because I needed to. So we had the pest controller come and spray, and he needed to get into the underground under the house, and the door to access under the house is unfortunately on the other side of my office, which means I had to empty my fucking office for the guy to be able to get under the house to put baits and sprays down. But I've found a whole bunch of shit, and I've got like an old Sennheiser shotgun mic, and I had that on top of my camera, which just the boom knocked off. So.
Yeah. Well, one clip that you need to add is the congratulations, you played yourself.
Oh, that's easy. I can do that right now.
Because that's literally the meme for that text.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
There we go.
I have a whole folder of clips. So I actually went to. I've got a Stream Deck. I've got a Stream Deck. And when I set up OBS, I went through and made thumbnails of everything, and not normal thumbnails, because they have to be square, because the Steam Deck buttons are not Steam Deck, Stream Deck. Fucking idiot. I have a Stream Deck, and when you make like the buttons are square, so I went through and made every one of the clips have a square icon that was the right size, that wasn't too big for the application. And now I use fucking StreamYard, so it's fucking worthless. Because there's no way to press a button and play clips. So ends in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. I'm gonna find out soon, chat. Oh, Flashcast is live with Grums.
Ugh.
Let's see.
You're
Share this
right.
tab instead. Oh, traitor!
Shouting
Oh my God.
delusions for 5. Well,
Traitor.
the script can't be any worse than the Tyson fight, right, guys?
How dare. Yeah, it is.
Treason it is,
Dr.
Sean.
Mo.
Treason it
Yes.
is.
Treason.
Trump won Starr County, Texas by 57%. Starr County and
Avengers
97%
at
Hispanic.
UFC.
It hasn't been read
Trump
since literally.
So Yellow Flash,
1892.
of course.
Yes, I
Sean,
said
Yep.
1892.
Raging Rhino, whoever the fuck
Yeah, I
that
remember
is.
them talking about that.
Tom and Grums.
Yeah, look at the trend. Look at the trend maps. It's impressive, the changes.
Yeah. Don Jr.
Snooze.
All them.
Still boring even with
Yeah.
Sean on there.
Oh, yeah. Wait.
No! I can't show that!
What?
I'll end up having to fucking cut it out.
Well.
1 minute, 11 seconds, boys. Is Thermo getting a new camera? Probably not. Raging Rhino's another strain. Yeah, I've heard his name. I think I've heard him on stream before. Cut it out. No, I'll just use the auto cutout. I'm super paranoid about it now. Still like fucking how many days left on my strike? When does my strike expire? Active copyright strikes. 77 days on my ridiculous fucking strike.
Oh, that sucks.
God damn. I don't think Dana
32
will make
seconds.
you
Oh,
take
there's
that
been
down.
another bid.
Ooh. Better beat it.
I've been outbid.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No,
no.
I'm not going to bid. Increase max bid. Let's see if I can do it fast enough. 95. Go. Increase. I'm winning. I'm winning. I won! No.
Hey!
11 seconds. No, I lost.
Oh,
I lost.
Really?
Yep, I lost.
what were you buying? What
Busty,
camera?
did you
What was
happen
I
to
attempting
win
to
something?
buy?
Mm.
I was attempting to buy this. Wait, that's not it. Fucking not that one. Jesus Christ, I hate that. It automatically goes to like the next item. There you go. I lost. So that's what I was trying to buy. It was a decent deal.
Yeah, it looks like one.
70D in
You
okay shape.
Are you looking for a stream camera or something?
Whole bunch of batteries. No, 70D doesn't have clean HDMI out.
Okay.
So if you want clean HDMI out, you got to get 7Ds. 7D's a good camera. I use those at work.
Okay.
Yeah. So womp womp. That's all right. I've
Canon-
got plenty on my watch list.
So just a Canon 7D. So
Yeah, I've got a 700D. So I thought, I'll just upgrade to a 70D because you can still get Magic Lantern for it. And they're reasonably priced. But I might see if I can get that's an expensive empty box. Lol. No, there was a camera there. There was a camera there, I swear. Yeah, I just wanted to do some, take some pictures again. I've still got my 700D. It still works. So it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I just sold my action camera, so I no longer have a 4K camera other than my phone. So
I've got my old Note 9.
Yeah, I've got my shitty little webcam.
I've got my S23 Ultra, and I've got like a gimbal. I've got a
I bought an S23 before.
a DJI gimbal.
Yeah, I had
having a company card is great sometimes, especially during COVID.
That bastard.
Like during COVID, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I bought an Insta360 for my.
I bought
Thailand
so much
trip.
stuff for work.
Yeah,
it was great. So anyway, that's it. That's the show. Thank you guys for joining me.
It's all right. That's what we do.
Thank you, chat, for watching and sticking with me while I yawned my way through the show. And yeah, what's it called? Lost my my auction. So
Rip.
Anyway, yeah, it's all right. I've got like 15 more on my watch list.
It's true.
I've got another one that's buy it now for $520, but it's a 5D Mark II. But the problem is the 5D, like the 5s. So the way Canons work is the bigger the number, the cheaper it is, and the less features it has. So the 1100D is like the bottom of the line, like that's the basic bitch one. They're all DSLRs, but they're the bottom of the line. Then you go up to the three digits was like the entry level. Then you go to the 2s, so the 50D, the 60D, the 70D, the 80D. I think there's like a 90D now. They're the prosumer ones, but all of those, they're what they call crop sensors. So they use a different lens. So they're the same. They're cross compatible, but they're EFS lenses. So that's a cropped APS sensor. When you go to like the 5Ds, the 5D Mark 1, Mark 2 to 4, or the 7D, 7D Mark 2, 7D Mark 3, or the 6D, they're all full frame. They all do clean. They all have clean HDMI output. So you can use them as a source for video capture. You can't you can record videos on them, but you don't want to do that because the way they work is because of like EU law. They limit them to recording only 29.59, like 29 minutes and 59 seconds maximum, and then it'll stop recording and you've got to restart it again. And they do that because any more than that, and it's classed as a video camera, which gets a higher tariff in Europe. I fucking hate the EU. Like, it's fucked.
Fuck me.
But what you can do is you can turn you can have the camera on, and it will output clean HDMI, and then you have like an Atmos box that just records the unit. That's what I do at work. So when we're recording video, I just have the 7Ds into a Atmos Ninja, and the Ninja does the recording straight to a flash disk, like a SSD. And it also is a 4K display that's color corrected. I can see peaking and all that kind of cool stuff. It works a fucking treat. It works so well that the people at work, I've been able to teach them how to do it. And these guys are not technical whatsoever. So yeah, they can shoot their own stuff now. They do fucking live streams using top, like, actual quality cameras to like zoom. They use like an A10 input switcher as well, so that they can have multiple inputs, including like a laptop with a presentation on it. We also use proper audio. I bought a bunch of the Rode Procast, like the mics, the wireless mics, and they connect to like a Rode Procaster, which connects to a PC, which does all the Zoom streaming. Works a treat, and these guys can manage it no problem. Like all I had to do was show them, 4, 5, 6 times, and they had it down. So yeah, that was fun to do. That's fun to set up. Like for someone who works in IT, doesn't normally do that stuff. It's fun to do those little side projects that aren't necessarily in your wheelhouse, but you kind of get stuck with. Like when you work in IT, you tend to get shoved with all the this has a computer in it. This must be for you. Yeah, everything has a computer in it. That means it's IT's purview. And sometimes that's good, but a lot of times that's bad. But this was one of those times it was good. Anyway, I'm rambling. Have a great day. Have a great week, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, as always.
Enjoy.
Thank you, Costi, for supporting the show, as always. Yeah, we'll see you next week. Bye.
Good job.
Bye.
Bye.